Good morning, everyone. My name is Denise White, and I'm going to be your host this weekend for the VIP Ignite Model and Actor Spring Accelerator. We are so excited to see you. So, everyone in Zoom, how excited are you to be here today? Show me your energy. Show me your excited face. All right, guys. So not only are we here live on Zoom, we are also live on Facebook. Everyone wave hi, Facebook. We're also live on YouTube. Everyone wave hi, YouTube. Okay, so here's my question. People on YouTube, people on Facebook, why aren't you here with us? We want you to come on in with us and come join us here live on Zoom. So this is what you're going to do if you're watching us again on Facebook or you're watching us on YouTube. Go to VIPigniteSummit.com. Again, that is VIPigniteSummit.com. Get your butt over here and come join us live on Zoom. All right, guys. So allow me to introduce myself. My name is Denise White. I'm the publicist for VIP Ignite. I am the host of our virtual and live events. And I am so excited to be here today. I've been working with VIP Ignite now for 6 years. I started out hosting a podcast, and now I'm here with you. And this is my favorite thing I get to do is host these boot camps. And here's why. I want you guys to be successful. What does that mean? Well, you know, for each and every one of you, that means something different. For some of you, that means learning about the industry this weekend. For some of you, that means booking your first job. For some of you, that means booking more work consistently because you're already a part of the industry. So before we even get started, this is what I'm going to ask you. Do you want to be successful? Do you want more success in your life? Type yes or yes in the comments. If you want more success in your life, type yes or yes in the comments. And when I ask you to type something in the comments, again, I'm not asking you to make me feel good. I'm asking you because I want you to tell yourself, yes, you know what? So this is my day. This is my day. Right now, this is all about me and my growth. This is all about me going from where I am to closer to where I want to be in life. Does that make sense? If that makes sense, type yes in the comments. That's what this weekend is all about. So this weekend, we are going to be bringing on experts in many different fields, all related to the entertainment industry. We're going to talk about body language. Like, here, let me take a look at you guys right now. One of the most important ways to make a good first impression when you walk into a room is body language. And I'm just going to give you guys an example, then I'm going to give you a chance to adjust, okay? So I want you to tell me which person you want to listen to. Do you want to listen to this person? Hey guys, good morning. I'm so excited to see you. Or do you want to talk? Hey guys, today's going to be an okay day. You know, I think this weekend might be okay. So which person do you want to stay on and talk to? The person who's super excited, person one, or yeah, it's going to be all right. Person one or person two? Type that in the comments. Do you want to be person one or person two? If you were a casting director, would you cast person one or person two? If you were an agent, would you choose to work with person one or person two? Person one, right? So everything you do on Zoom between now and when we close down Zoom tomorrow night, I want you to think, what kind of impression am I making? Classy Mike Trash, your shirt is really creeping me out because it's literally. Anyway, sorry, I got distracted. That's why I'm here. We're going to go back to being on speaker view. But I want you guys to think throughout the whole weekend, what kind of impression am I making? If I ask you a question and you don't answer it, do you think you're making a good impression or a bad impression? Type it in the comments. Are you making a good impression or a bad impression? Thank you, Hyatt. Hyatt's making a good impression because she's answering me. Good or bad, right? So I want you to think everything that you do right now, from now until we end this call, you're making an impression. And you only have one chance to make a good first impression. Remember that. You only have one chance to make a good first impression. So over the course of the weekend, we're going to ask you to answer questions. Be the first to challenge yourself. Make it a game. Be the first person to answer the question. I'm going to ask you to raise your hands. Be the first person to raise your hand if it aligns with you. I'm going to ask you guys to do things this week. I'm going to ask you to take notes. Okay, everyone, does everyone have a notebook with you? right? I'm going to ask you to take notes. I'm not asking you to take notes because it makes me feel good to see people going down like this. The reason I want you to take notes is when you take notes, it doesn't matter if you remember everything, but I can go back to any notes here in my notebook and I may not remember exactly the person, but like all of a sudden, when I see the details, I'm like, oh, I remember that. So take notes because you know what? One day you're going to look back into this notebook and you're like, oh, wow, it's going to spark something in your memory and it's going to help propel you forward. I'm going to ask you guys to drink a lot of water. So Alicia and I have a little bit of a debate going on amongst us. She's not a huge fan of water. I am.
Listen, coffee is made with water, Janine. I hate to.
I know it is, but if there, we could talk about the science of this later. But
cheers.
Cheers. I'm going to ask you guys to hydrate this weekend. The reason I'm going to ask you to hydrate, again, it's not because I want you guys to run off to the restroom all day. Trust me, I stand on my feet for 16 hours over the course of this weekend. If anyone shouldn't be drinking water, you're looking at her, okay? But I'm going to ask you to drink water because your body is comprised mostly of water. And I want you to remember. So how many of you during the middle of the afternoon, you get that 2 o'clock slump where you're like, oh, I'm tired. Drink more water. Most likely you're dehydrated. So let's all take a sip right now to being hydrated for the day. My goal is to go like through 2 or 3 of these today. So hydrate. All right. So that's what I'm going to ask you to do. I'm going to ask you guys to get up too. I'm going to ask you to make sure that you're able to get up and move around because motion creates emotion. What does that mean? That means that if you are memorizing a monologue, if you are trying to learn something, if you're studying for your high school calculus test, I don't care. When you get up and you're moving around, it sears stuff in your brain. It helps you remember. Motion creates emotion. So I'm going to ask you guys to get up and move around through the course of the weekend. If I start feeling your energy go low, I'm going to make you get up and move around because you have to bring energy to this weekend. Okay. And this is, we used to call these boot camps. Okay. And let me tell you something, there are boot camps for a reason. This is an immersive experience over the next 2 days. This is an immersive experience. You're going to learn what type of modeling you qualify for. Okay. You are going to learn about comedy. You're going to learn about modeling and acting. Like how do you create a resume, even if you have little or no experience? You're going to learn how to audition, even if you're brand new. Okay. You're going to learn about mastering stage presence as a performer. You're going to learn about body language. And again, why body language is so important. So what I want you guys to do is over the course of this weekend, be all in. Okay. I want you to be all in. I know I already asked you guys to type this once. I'm going to ask you to do this again. If you are all in and you're going to commit to yourself to be all in this weekend, type I'm all in the comments. Type I'm all in the comments. Okay, so the first thing I want to do is I want to kind of, before we even get started, I want to bring everything together for you. What, Deneen? How is it that we haven't even started and you're going to bring everything all together? What I'm going to do is I'm going to teach you the science of being an incredible model or actor. And I may step on some toes right from the beginning. I'm going to let you know, how many of you know that you can't do this on your own? How many of you know that? How many of you realize that you can't do this on your own? You need someone on your team, okay? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to share my screen with you and let's get started. Can you guys see my screen? You see a whiteboard? Okay, awesome. So let's see here. So what we're going to do is we are going to talk this morning about what is it that you need to get started? And what I want to do is I don't want you to think about acting and modeling right now per se, but I want you to imagine this. Imagine you have decided to climb a mountain. Okay, you've decided, okay, you know what? I'm going to climb a mountain and it's time. It's time for me to climb a mountain and start doing things, okay? So we're going to do a little illustration here. And I'm just going to ask you guys not to make too much fun of me for my drawing abilities, because if I had a whiteboard behind me, it would be a lot easier. Okay. So here's a mountain. That's a very stiff peak, is it not? It looks like more like meringue. Okay. But so imagine this. Okay. So we're going to climb a mountain. This is you. This is you. Okay. And we're going to draw a smiley face because you're excited to be climbing your mountain. Okay. So I want you guys in the comments to throw some things out to me. Okay. So imagine this. Cancel. You want to climb a mountain. What is something that you would need to climb a mountain? What is something that you would need to climb a mountain? You need rope. Okay. You need good hiking shoes. Okay. Connections. You need, okay. You need connections. We're going to work with all this. Good gear. Okay. So the first thing we're going to say is you need equipment, right? Yeah, you need a mountain. That's good. Okay. You need equipment, right? So you're saying shoes, rope. Okay. One day I'll be really good at this. So you need equipment. Okay, what else do you need? You need gear. So gear is equipment. Yeah, you need oxygen, right? Or water. You need water. Thank you. You need water. You need good foot gear. You need training. Okay, so let's see here. So we'll take oxygen and water. That's going to be supplies, right? So you need supplies. P-O-I-E. Okay, you need supplies, you need determination, you need strength, you need a support team, right? Yeah, you definitely need a team. So what we're going to call your team is your guide, right? You're going to need guide. Okay, and let's see here. What else do we have? Don't fear. Determination, you need a guide, you need support. Do you think that you can wake up today? Get the catalog, smart. Do you think that you could wake up today? There's one more thing that you need. Do you think that you could wake up today and just go start climbing a mountain? Do you think like if I just said, you know what, I'm gonna go climb Mount Everest, what else would I need? You need momentum. Yeah, you need momentum, practice. Do you think I could just like figure out how to do vision? Yeah, you have to know where you're going. These are all really good answers. It's been done. It absolutely has been done. Step-by-step mindset. Yeah, no, I couldn't, right? Do you think physically right now, I'm in the shape to go climb a mountain? You got to get yourself prepared, right? Do you think you need some training? Do you think you need to learn how to use the equipment and the supplies? Do you think you might, yeah, you're going to need some training, right? You're going to need some training. And okay, so you're going to need some training. There we go. Very good. Okay. So now we know what we need. And if we're going to climb a mountain, if we're going to win an award, if we're going to win a Tony, if we're going to win an Academy Award, if we're going to start booking amazing work, you pretty much need all of the same things, right? You need equipment, you need supplies, you need guide and training. But what's the thing that you think you need first? What's the first thing that you think you need? Yeah, you need a guide or a coach. You need a plan. Okay, that's great. You definitely need a plan. That is absolutely correct. You need a team, right? So the first thing that I think we can all agree, God, you definitely need God. God is like in the center of all of this, Amber. Thank you for pointing that out. I don't take that lightly. You have to want to, right? The first thing that you're going to want to do is you're going to want a guide, right? You're going to want someone who's been to the top of the mountain before. Can we all agree to that? Type yes or yes in the comments. If you are going to be climbing a mountain, you need a guide to get you there, okay? Now, here's my question for you. If you're going to go to the bottom of a mountain and climb to the top, which type of guide do you want? Type 1 or type 2? Type first is like, you know what? I've always dreamed of getting to the top of this mountain. You know, that's been my dream my whole life. It's been my goal. I wake up in the middle of the night. I'm like, I'm going to get to the top of the mountain. You know, I think that you and I, because that's what I want to do. I think that I can guide you. I've never done this before. It's my first time, but you know what? I've climbed, but I've only gotten here. Do you want that person to guide you? Or do you want someone who you do research on them, you find out and they're like, you know what? I've been to the top of the mountain. Not only have I been to the top of the mountain, I know I have a path that I follow depending on what time of year it is to get to the top of the mountain. Like, do you want the person who's been there before? Or do you want someone who's like, okay, you know what? I think maybe we could do this. Look, give me a chance. Are you going to go with give me a chance, number 1, or you're going to go with experience, number 2? Give me a chance or experience. Type it in the comments. You want 1 or 2? Okay, Frankie, you're risking your life. That's awesome. Good for you. I think that if I were going to climb to the top of the mountain, I want someone who's been there before, right? So the first thing I want you guys to think about with your career is when you are choosing a guide to get you to become an actor, a model, a musician, a voice actor, a speaker, whatever it is that your goal is, you want someone who's been there before, someone who has a proven track record of success, right? Because let me tell you something. I don't know if you guys have ever studied climbing to the top of Mount Everest. First of all, there are specific times that you need to go. Like you can't go in the dead of winter because you know what's going to happen. You're going to die. I don't mean it's not a laughing matter, but there are certain times that you have to go. So you need someone who knows when should we leave. You need someone who knows the path to take, because you know what, the path to the top of the mountain, it's not just climbing up. There is a path you have to follow. There are different benchmarks that you're going to reach as you get to the top of the mountain before you get here, right? So you need a guide who knows where they're going. So we can all agree with that, right? We can all agree that you need an experienced guide. So now you have a guide. You found that person who's been where you want to go. They've won Tonys, they've won awards, okay? So great. We got number one. What's the next thing that you need? Do you think you need training, supplies, or equipment next? Which one do you think? Type it in the comments. You need training, right? Yeah, absolutely. Because you know what? You have to, first of all, you have to learn how to use your equipment, right? Your guide's going to show you what type of equipment to buy, but you have to learn how to use the equipment, right? You have to learn how to use the equipment. You have to condition your body. Even in acting, modeling, or music, you have to condition your body. So imagine this, imagine some of you said you want to be musicians, right? So question I have for you is, if I sent you to New York City and asked you to run around the block 3 times, would you be able to run around the block 3 times? And I'm not talking like a city walk, I'm like run around the block 3 times and then take up a microphone and sing for the next 3 hours. What, Deneen, that doesn't make any sense. Well, if you want to be a performer, that's something that you have to do. If you're climbing to the top of the mountain, you have to be able to endure, because you're not going to climb up and down in one day. This is a long process, right? This isn't something that happens instantaneously. You blink your eyes and you get up. You have to warm up. You have to be trained. You have to know how to use the equipment. So now you know you need a guide, you need training. What's the next thing you need? You need the equipment, right? You need equipment. You need to know what shoes do I wear? What ropes do I get? What backpack should I get? What oxygen tank should I get? And you need all of these things, because then when you're training, you have to be able to carry all this stuff up. Amazon doesn't deliver to the top of the mountain. Amazon isn't going to personally deliver you all of your success. You have to be in shape. You have to be trained. You have to know what you're doing. It's the same thing in the entertainment industry, right? Like a lot of people, oh, I want to be a musician. Well, have you ever read music? No, but I can sing. I sing like a champ in the shower. No, that's not how it is. Or you know what? People say I should be an actor because I'm so dramatic. Okay, well, quote Shakespeare to me. What? No, I don't like Shakespeare. I can quote Snowfall to you. Okay, that's great. But do you know that most of the actors on Snowfall are classically trained? Right? So you need a guide. You need someone who's been where you're going. You need the training. You need to know how to prepare, right? You have to get your body in shape. You have to get your mind in shape. One of my favorite quarterbacks in the world, he finally retired, I think. Maybe we'll see how long he's retired. Tom Brady. He has literally a coach for every area of his body. He has a mindset coach. He has a coach that literally when he throws the ball says, okay, Tom, you need to pull your arm in this much. The ball will go exactly where you want it. He has a trainer for footwork. He has a trainer who trains him on how to eat. He has a conditioning coach. He has coaches for everything. He is well trained. And that's how you have to be in order to be a part of the entertainment industry, right? You have to have training, and then you also have to have the equipment, right? Now, in the entertainment industry, what is the equipment? What would you say the equipment is? What would you say? Type it in the comments. What would you say the equipment that you need is in the entertainment industry? Would you think maybe having a monologue prepared, being able to write a monologue, right? Self-taping equipment, headshots, resume, yeah, marketing tools, proper photographs, right? There's a lot of equipment that you need in order to do this. What equipment do you, oh, I was like, who's writing that? Thank you, Shane. You need knowledge, you need self-tape, self-motivation, writing and speaking skills, headshots. But where do you get all of that? Where do you get all of that? Where is the best place to get all of that? Let's go back to the guide. Do you think you want to go to people that are currently working in the industry? People that are currently doing things in the entertainment industry? Or do you think that you want to go to someone who maybe 10 years ago was an extra in a movie? No, the world's changed a lot. In the last 3 years, the whole entertainment industry has shifted on its heels, done a complete 180. Things have changed so much. So that's why when you're going on your journey in the entertainment industry, I want you to think about this. Who's guiding you? Alicia likes to talk about this, and a couple of the speakers that we have today have done a lot of training with our talent. And the one thing they always ask, like, who are you asking your questions to? Are you asking your questions to people that are where you want to be? There are a couple steps, maybe you're here, okay? You made it to the base of the mountain. You're here today. Congratulations. You are at least at the base of the mountain, right? You're like, okay, you know what? I know what I need. I know my goal, right? This is my goal right here. That's where I'm going. Okay. But who's going with you? Who's answering your questions? Who's guiding you? Are you going to ask the guy who, this is what I've wanted to do. I've been trying to do this for so long. I haven't had any success. I don't know what's wrong with me. Or you're going to talk to people that are at least booking work. They're on set. They have their waivers. They're ready. They're like right about to hit that success point. Who are you going to listen to? Yeah, you want to be at the top. You want to be with people who are ahead of where you are, but you want to make sure that they have a proven track record of success. And that's what you're going to get over the course of this weekend. I want you guys to think about that as we're going through the weekend and we're hearing from our amazing speakers. We're hearing from people that are experts in their area of the entertainment industry. Like, what kind of equipment can you get from them? Like, what are the golden nuggets that you can take? That's why I'm asking you to take notes with each person. Like, try to get at least 3 golden nuggets from them, because they're people that are ahead of you. Okay, what kind of supplies did they get? Like when they were coming up, what kind of supplies did they get? Take notes. So on each of the speakers, okay, the guide is the name of the speaker, the equipment, like what are they giving you that you can use? What kind of supplies are they giving you? What kind of training do you need to get to the point where you can use the equipment? I want you to think about that, because our goal for this weekend is for you to come out of this weekend with the tools, resources, and connections that you need. That's what we do at VIP Ignite. We're zealous for your success. We're looking for success stories. Tomorrow, you're going to hear from a couple of our talent that are doing tremendous things. When they first started working with us, they started out working with us on a Zoom, just like you are right now. Yeah, Mr. Battlecat, I study people who won Grammy Awards. That's awesome. You're studying people who are successful. That's great. But who's guiding you? You can study that, but who's guiding you to the top of that mountain?
And I want to interject real quick. Yeah. I study people. I went to school for TV and film and communication, spent $100,000 in college. It didn't matter. Face-to-face and networking is everything. So studying people that have won Grammys are great. And I want to see 1 or 2. Would you rather study people that have won Grammys or have access to them or people in their network? 1 or 2. Study or actually get inside that world. Number 1 or number 2? Because we don't study here. We've won 6 Tonys. We've opened the stock exchange. Like this is the real deal. So I want to make sure that you know, studying them is cute. You're a fan. We're actually doing a deep dive.
Yep. And that's what this weekend is all about. This weekend is all about doing a deep dive. This weekend is immersive. All right. And we want you guys to know that. So as we go through the weekend, what I want you guys to do is from each of the speakers, like what golden nuggets can you extract from them? Imagine this. Imagine that you have a treasure map, right? Here, I'm gonna draw you. We're gonna go back to the whiteboard for 2 seconds here. Okay. We're gonna go back to the drawing board. So here you have a treasure map, right? This is the weekend. This is your treasure map. Each of the speakers is gonna give you a piece of the treasure map that'll lead you to the gold. Here's the bucket. This is a bucket of gold. Okay, just go with it. Okay. Each of the people this weekend is going to lead you on the path that'll lead you to that bucket of gold. This is the big X marks the spot right here, okay? I want you guys to think about that. So as you're listening to each of the speakers this weekend, what can I take from this person and start applying it to my life right now so that I can get to that goal, so I can get to the top of the mountain? All right. Does that mean I need breakfast? I know, so many nuggets. I'm not talking about chicken nuggets. I'm talking about gold nuggets. But does that make sense to you guys? So over the course of the weekend, your job is to take notes from each of the speakers and figure out, okay, you know what can I start applying right now so that I can get where I want to go? Because you can learn everything. Like Alicia said, you can study it. That's really cute. But the proof is in the pudding. The proof is when you start taking action. Everyone got it?
There's a difference between fan and doer. Which one are
Yes.
you? Because in this business, listen, you can have access to anybody. You could follow and be a fan of any celebrity on Facebook or Instagram, TikTok. That's sweet. But actually having access to them, it doesn't matter who you know, it's who knows you. And that's the hardest part about getting into show business. And Deneen, that was a great chart. And I want you to think about everything you're doing in this industry. Will it help you climb the mountain faster by being here and actually meeting real people, right? Like,
Yep.
will it help you climb the mountain faster? And actually, Deneen, there's a lot of mountains you can't even climb without a certified, like Sherpa. Like, it's illegal to climb certain mountains. So like, I don't know why people ever think that they can get into show business without someone who actually knows like the land. I mean, it's a treacherous terrain, and I'll say it, and you guys will see that in the next 2 days. Now, one housekeeping rule, guys. I'm going through here. We have one of our big experts coming on in 2 minutes. I need everybody's cameras on. You're looking to get discovered. You're looking to, get face to face with top people in the industry. We have people coming on from London, from New York, from LA, Miami. I need to make sure everybody's cameras are on because this is why you're here. I mean, you don't need to be here. You can go do this on your own, spend 20 years, have fun, or you can do it the right way since they're all here today for you. You never get a chance to make a first impression twice. This is it. So cameras on.
Awesome. All right. Are you ready for our first speaker of the day? If you are, let me lay down the ground rules for this too. When I introduce someone to you, this is your job. Your job is to celebrate them like you want to be celebrated. When you win your first award, when you win your Grammy, when you win your Academy Award, when you book your first recurring role on a major hit TV show, I want you to celebrate each and every speaker the way that you want to be celebrated in that moment. Do we understand? So let's practice really quickly. Celebrate yourself, celebrate the way that you want to be celebrated, okay? Let's see here. Devance, how do you want me to celebrate you when you win your first award? You want to be like, or do you want me to, yeah! All right. So I'm about to introduce our first speaker. So show me how you want to be celebrated and go. Okay. Well, some of you, I guess Hyatt doesn't want to be celebrated. That's cool. We won't celebrate you. That's cool. All right, guys. So allow me to introduce our first speaker of the day. So our first speaker is Renee Dusenek. And Renee, I always get your last name wrong. Okay. So how could it be that 80% of all professionals have little knowledge of body language? Why is it that 90% of all communication is nonverbal? Did you know that mastering body language can give you an additional global language, yielding amazing results? What if you would be able to master those new voices, new questions, new techniques, new perspectives, new challenges with only one goal: new and better results? Over the course of the next 60 minutes, you will be able to see what is never being said on stage and off of stage. Raise your self-confidence and perform at a higher level. Understand clearly what is meant by what people say. Discover a lie versus the truth, and pull people towards you instead of pushing them away. Everyone, please Join me in welcoming to the stage, Mr. Renee Jusenek. Celebrate.
Hi, Denise. How you doing?
I'm amazing. How are you, Renee? It's so good to see you today.
Yeah, doing great. Thank you so much for the amazing introduction. Now I have to perform. Jesus.
Hey, I set the bar pretty high, Renee. So
Yeah, I know. Yeah, it's great. It's great to be back. I mean, it's been a while we spoke, and it's a real honor and privilege to be able to share with you guys, because there's a lot on the line. And if you really want to go for a career in Hollywood or as an actor or a model or whatever it is, I mean, you need to learn certain principles. You need to learn certain things that are really important in this industry. And I had to learn it, and I learned it the hard way. But anyway, if you have a lot of years ahead of you, that's still okay. But can I share my screen, Denise?
yeah, I made you co-host, so you can.
Okay, awesome. I have a look if that works. Yeah, it works perfectly. Look at that. Oh, here we go. So this is a presentation. I would like to ask every single one of you to take notes, because this is going to help you in your career. It's going to help you in whatever you do, not only in your career as a model or an actor, or if you go into the film industry, but also in daily life with your spouse, with your kids, with wherever you go with your friends. If you apply body language techniques, if you apply nonverbal communication techniques, you'll see your life will never be the same again. And first of all, welcome. And obviously, we're going to talk about body language, nonverbal communication. And first of all, I was born in Knokke in Belgium. I'm from Belgium, the land of chocolate and fries and beer. And this was the house where I was born in 1965. So I'm 27. No, it's more, I guess. Anyway, and that was the car of my dad. It was a Renault Dauphine, 1965. I don't know if some of you remember that type of cars, but yeah, that was what we drove in those days. And then in 1991, I got back from the armed forces. I used to join in as a Navy SEAL in the armed forces. I got back to the same city, which changed completely in a different form, different shape. Everything is very expensive. Name it, they have it. I'm talking about Ferrari, Lamborghini. Knokke is a very posh city today. It's like they call it the Monaco from the north. It's an amazing city to live in. However, I took a decision to move years later to the countryside, where I was living in a village with 235 people. We all want to call that a party, right? But there was only 235 people in this village. However, it was a very nice experience. It was very zen, and I lived there for 14 years. That was also in Belgium. They drive complete different stuff over there, countryside, if you can imagine. And then I moved later on in 2018. I moved to Hitchin in the UK, and that's where everything started to explode in terms of the career, in terms of traveling all over the world. And in Hitchin in London, they drive different stuff as well, as you can see. Now, later on, I moved to Oxford, UK, in 2019, where I had the opportunity to start teaching at Oxford University, Brookes University, and Oxford Business College. That was quite an experience as well. And there you don't need a car, you drive or you take the public transport. And this is where it all started for me. I was 18 years old in the Navy. And the reason I joined the Navy was I was bullied in school like crazy. And maybe there's among you, there's a couple of people who are being bullied in school, or people don't believe you, or they just tell you you're just a good for nothing. That's the shower I would get on a daily basis. And I say, you know what, I'm going to prove myself to the world. And I started a career in the Navy. And in the Navy, I saw people walking around with stars and stripes. And I said, wow, wouldn't that be something for me? And again, a lot of people said, well, you're not going to make it. You should be happy where you are right now, because, you know, this is normally not for you. And, you know, a shower in negativity. And I don't know how many of you had that experience before. Maybe type a 1 in the comment. If people bullied you or they don't believe in you, and you think, you know, it's not going to be for me, and then you let go of it, and then you settle for less. And I said, no. You know what? Watch me. I'll show you. And exactly a year later, I was marching behind my own platoon in Germany in the armed forces. And on the left, that's me. And I was like, wow, things are starting to happen. And, you know, people said, yeah, but you got lucky. And I said, God, there's no luck attached to it. It's hard work, it's perseverance, it's persistence. And that's the only thing it is. And then I saw people jumping out of airplanes, and I said, wow, wouldn't that be great? Wouldn't that be something? And that is what we call special forces or Navy SEAL or whatever you want to call it. And I did that. I applied, and people say, "Oh, don't do that. They're going to drop you in war zone, et cetera, et cetera." And what happened? I applied anyway. You know, I'm very stubborn, and I'm very like, "Watch me, I'll show you." And that was me here in the middle, just before my first jump. And I was like so excited. And afterwards, I did many jumps. I was sitting on my hiney in a C-130 Hercules airplane. I don't know if some of you recognize the name. It's a logistic aircraft, and where you jump. So the back opens up and then you run and you jump. And it was an amazing experience. I loved it. And but one day I was sitting waiting to jump, and I was watching the pilot, and I said, "Hey, listen, wouldn't that be something for me? I mean, piloting, man, look at these guys. They have a nice job." And I said, "You know what? Apply." I went home, told everybody again, a shower of negativity. And I said, "You know what? Watch me. I'll show you." And exactly 1 year later, I was a student pilot, and I was flying my own aircraft. And people say, "You're lucky." And the metaphor behind the whole thing here is not about me, and it's not about what I did. It's about whenever you focus on something, and if it's in a career as an actor or as a model or whatever it is, keep focusing on it. There was an American coach that told me, "Renee, you know, having a goal is like having a donut. You focus on the donut and not up on the hole." And that's what I learned from the guy. I said, wow, focus on what you should focus on and then go fully forward. Go fully forward 100%. Now, that was the end result. That was in the Belgian Armed Forces. I flew the UE Iroquois. It was an amazing experience. Loved it. And I was only 23 at that time. So if I can do that based on a diploma hotel school, I think you guys can do much more than I could. So anyway, my first book, 1995, was one from Tony Robbins. And, you know, after all these years of experiences in the armed forces, I quit the armed forces, and everybody said, "You quit the armed forces, man, you're sick, man. You got a career in front of you. You got to make good money. You do whatever you like." I said, "I'm sick and tired of the armed forces. I want more. What's next?" And my first book I bought was from Tony Robbins, Notes from a Friend. It's a very tiny book. You can read it in less than 2 hours. And I said, "You know what? I'm going to end up with the guy. I'm going to collaborate with Tony Robbins. He's amazing." And I went to my first Unleash the Power Within was in London. And I'm in Amsterdam right now, but I'm London based. I'm Belgium born. But I went to my first UPW and I said, wow, that guy is hot, man. He's crazy. I love it. I love that dude. I'm going to end up working with him. You know what happens when you focus on something? And at that time, I didn't prove myself to anybody anymore. I did prove myself only to myself, right? So I said, you know what? I want to end up with the guy. I want to work with the guy. And strangely enough, a year later, I was talking to a friend of mine who is a dear friend of mine right now today. And he said, "You know what? You need a guy like you." I said, "What do you mean?" He says, "We're 8 people normally. We're only 7 today. And I'm looking for somebody like you. Would you be interested?" Long story short, I'm gonna spare you the details, is I ended up being his bodyguard. I ended up being Tony Robbins' bodyguard. And I said, wow. So watch out what you ask for, because if you do the efforts, if you do the work, you'll get it sooner or later. I guarantee you. What happened is that after 2 years serving Tony, I said, "You know, Tony, thank you so much for the opportunity." And I left. And he said, "No, thank you for serving me, blah, 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 blah." We went on. And what happened is that I started negotiating with the guys from Success Resources in Singapore. And exactly a couple of months later, I was doing Unleash the Power Within previews all over the planet for Tony Robbins. You know what? And so many years before, I said, "You know what? I would like to collaborate with the guy." So watch out what you put on your the seeds you saw. I mean, what you had in your brain, what you would like to accomplish. Put the work to it. You'll get there, right? You have to put the work in it, and you have to work hard and smart as well at the same time, right? And these are a couple of pictures of the career. I'm not going to talk too much about myself anymore, but these are pictures from, as you can see here, we have Jeremy McKinney is one of Tony's right hands. This is Ricardo Mendoza, the other bodyguard thing, and I joined him. Here with Joseph McClendon, and the list goes on and on and on. Jack Canfield, Andy Harrington. There's so many to mention. This was in Milano in Italy. This was in Denmark for Tony. This was in Ireland for Tony. It was in Hammersmith, London for Tony. And then once you start doing stuff like that, you start flying a little bit different, which is amazing as well. And the list goes on and on and on. Here with Brian Tracy, Tony Buzang, Keith Cunningham is one of the accountants of Tony. And then later on, I flew to Bangkok, to Thailand, spoke for 6,000 people about body language. And then I ended up in Iran, in Tehran. And then later on, I flew to Australia for Tony, in Melbourne, Brisbane, and Sydney. And then after 5 months, because that was during Corona, I got stuck in Australia. However, it was an amazing experience. I loved it. It's a beautiful country to get stuck in. And then after 5 months, I got a flight back to London. These are the headquarters of Sydney. I don't know if you recognize Michael Burnett, who is one of Tony's right hands as well. And then Michael Lane, they're running Success Resources headquarters in Sydney. And then later on, we did a lot of webinars during Corona all over the planet, from Pakistan to Bangkok to Turkey to India, all over the planet. Now, welcome. I'm going to get started with body language, right? Because that's why you're here. Now, what I'm going to tell you, you might say, is this really true, what he's telling me? You might follow, open and say, hey, wow, what? Is this true? Is this really true? I guarantee you, what I tell you, 80% is true, 20% you have to see from a different perspective. That means whatever I say, 80% is correct. 20%, you have to see it in the moment. What's happening in the moment? Is it good weather, bad weather? Is it sun? Is it raining? Who are you talking to? What are you talking about, right? So you have to put it in perspective, okay? Does that make sense? Is it still interesting? Please type yes in the comments. So, right. So what I'm going to do is jump from one bowl to another bowl like that goldfish and say, hey, listen, enough is enough. And I leave the rut and I'm going to do something else. I'm going to do my thing, and whatever people think about me, I don't give a, and that's what I did with my life. I say, I don't care what people think about me. I don't think, because in the end, what people think about you is none of your business. Does that make sense? What people think about you is none of your business. You just do your thing. And afterward, before you get that success, it goes like, yeah, don't do that. It's not for you. You're not going to make it. It's too hard. Circumstances, the economy. But once you succeed, it was like, oh my God, you're so lucky. You made it. That's always the same scenario. I've been there like 1,000 times. So don't worry about people. What people think about you is none of your freaking business. And we're going to have some fun too. We're going to have some fun like the dolphin and the cow, swimming in the ocean, having some fun on their own. All right, here we go. Become a mind through body reader. Think about that sentence. You're going to become a mind through body reader. You will be able to read the mind by reading the signs of the body, right? And in modeling and in acting, it is so important to know how to do that. If you can read somebody's mind by reading their body language signs, you'll be miles ahead of everybody. If it's talking to a producer, if it's speaking to your agent, if it's speaking to if you're having a movie being recorded and you have to act as a real actor and you can read body signs, you'll be miles ahead of everybody else. And you will see what's never being said. Because you don't have to speak to each other to read body language and to understand body language and to read their minds of the other person. Okay? All right. Now, someone is always watching you. Do you know that? Always be careful. Somebody is watching you. Someone is watching you. The UK is known for the country. I live in the UK, right? UK is known for the country with the most CCTV, the most cameras, right? You cannot hide in the UK. Forget about it. So someone is always watching you, but also on stage, also as a model, as an actor, as wherever you go on a stage, everybody's watching you. There's always somebody that has seen something and will comment on it. So wouldn't it be smart of you, to know how to act, how to react, how to engage people in what you are doing on a stage, in a movie, in whatever you're doing, right? So someone is always watching you. Pay attention to that. And what's in it for you today? Well, Deneen mentioned it earlier. You will see what's never being said in meetings, in business, on stages, off stages, and increase your business results and your results in general. That's the first thing you're going to gain, which is a big one. Now, what is even bigger is that you're going to raise your self-confidence and you will pull people towards you instead of pushing them away, because you are a magnet for people. You're a magnet because you have a certain body language. The first thing we're going to try to understand is, what does my body language do and say and tell to other people, right? And then you're going to read other people's body language. And if you know what your body language is doing, and you can ask the right questions to somebody else and you can recognize their body language, you can start leveling. And that's what it's all about in life. It's leveling in communication, leveling, getting on the same frequency. Does that make sense? It's like Tom Cruise is flying a fighter jet in Top Gun. And what they do when they chase each other, the one chasing the other one is looking for that heat signal and to log into that heat signal and then fire. And what happens is that, so I don't know if you saw Top Gun or not, but they are searching for that heat signal and the computer goes like, and a red light comes up. Once it's logged into the computer logged into that heat signal of the fighter jet in front of them, it goes from to and then they fire, and that's why they're leveling. They're on the same frequency. They are logged into each other. As a person, it's the same thing. You have to be able to log in to that other person's brain, to that other person's behavior. Once you are logged in and once you're leveled with them, you will have a play, a acting, a modeling from a far more higher level. I guarantee you that, right? And the third thing is understand clearly what is meant by what people say, and you will immediately discover a lie versus the truth. And that's also a big one. If you can discover somebody's lying or not, that I can discover somebody's lying like split second. And oh my God, do I discover things in life? Do you know we all, included me, lie at least 60 times a day? Did you know that? And you might say, no, I never lie. Well, that's the first lie for the day, right? So we all lie on an average 60 times a day. Might be a white lie and maybe a black lie, but we all lie. Sometimes we lie to help somebody out, or maybe somebody says, hey, how you doing? And you say, oh my God, I feel great. And you feel so bad. That's a lie, right? All right, let's move on. So what you have to understand about body language is actually not a real language. Body language is not a language like a verbal language. Because a verbal language has a grammar. It's a grammar based, right? Now, if we are going through a written language, that's grammar based, right? A written language has a grammar. And then we have sign language has a grammar. So all of these things have a grammar, and body language has no grammar. Now, grammar is something that we base ourselves on. If it's verbal, written, or sign, body language is based on how you feel. Body language is based on feelings and emotions. So how you feel will produce a certain body language. If you feel angry, you have a certain body language. If you feel happy, you have a certain body language. If you feel anxiety, you have a certain body language. If you laugh like crazy, you have a certain body language. Would you agree on that? Okay. How many of you have questions already? Please type the questions in there, and I will try to answer all of your questions at the end of the presentation. But if you have questions, please share your questions. And please, Deneen, let me know if I'm running out of time, because when I start talking, I can't stop talking.
I have that same issue. I got you, Renee.
All right. Thank you so much for that. So next, let's move on. How do we communicate? Well, we have a conscious mind and a subconscious mind. Now, unconscious incompetent, what does that mean? Once we saw, when we were 14 years old or 15 years old, and you saw like a beautiful car coming by and you said, yeah, I can drive that too. You're in fact unconscious incompetent. Does that make sense? Right? So you think you can, but you can't, right? You're not aware of it. So you're unconscious incompetent. Now, once you get in the car for the very first time, I don't know how many of you remember that time you went into a car for the very first time and you go like, what the heck? This is worse than learning how to play the piano, right? Because you have to pay attention to so many things. And in fact, you become conscious incompetent, right? There's 3 pedals, or if you an automatic gearbox, there's 2 pedals, and then you have the indicator, you have the steering wheel, you have to pay attention to all kinds of things. And it's very, very, very complicated. Now, when you get your driver's license for the very first time and you go on the road on your own, you become conscious competent. You arrive at the roundabout, you pay attention, you have the indicator, you have to declutch or whatever you have to do, but you're very, very, very conscious competent. You're very attentive. Now, 25 years later, right, you drive that car at the same time, you drive too fast, you have a cup of coffee in your hand, you're talking on the phone, and you are very unconscious competent. You shouldn't do all of these things for sure, but you do them anyway, let's be honest. And then you become unconscious competent. Well, body language is the same thing. In the beginning, you say, well, I know body language, what the heck? And you're very unconscious incompetent. Now, once you start learning it, you start figuring it out like, wow, this is rather complicated. You're conscious incompetent. But once you start really studying it, you become conscious competent. And 25, in my case, 27 years later, you know, it's like a second skin or a second whatever ability, right? This is my latest product. I wrote a book about it, and it's crazy when people read it and they call me, Renee, wow, this is that, you know. They tried it out, they experienced, they exercise with it. Now, how do we communicate in general? Well, we have a conscious mind and a subconscious mind. And the first thing we do is that we communicate conscious to conscious, which is the verbal, the words we use. When I'm speaking to you, we do that in a conscious way. You absorb and I speak, right? That means that we are transferring 40 bits of data per second. Now, when we communicate verbal, I don't know if you paid attention, but I use my hands a lot. I use my facial expressions a lot. I use my tonality a lot, right? Can you imagine I'm sitting here and speaking to you like, today is going to be a very exciting day and you're going to love it. And there's no tonality, there's no intonation, right? You need that intonation, you need that. And acting, that's the same. There's loud, there's low, there's high, there's all kinds of ways of communicating. Now, subconscious to subconscious, we communicate 40 million bits of data per second, which is your nonverbal. That means your body language and your tonality. How many of you, and be honest, pay attention to your tonality when you speak to somebody? How many of you pay attention to your body language when you're speaking to somebody? Let's be honest, right? A few of you do. I guarantee you 80% of the people of society doesn't. And when I ask that question to people, maybe, yeah, but who does? I say, I know. But it's so important because 93% of all communication is nonverbal. This is science, right? That was the professor Albert Mahrabrian from Iran. He defined that in the 50s. He did a study around it for many years. And he said 93% is nonverbal, which is body language 55 and 38 in tonality. Only 7% is words. Can you imagine? You can actually guide a conversation or guide your acting or modeling by your body language only. Did you know that? It's insane, right? And then we have the reticular activating system. The RAS is that system that looks for what you're thinking about. If you say like, don't think about a purple cow, what do you think about? A purple cow, right? So if I say to you, don't think about this or don't think about, the first thing you want to think about is that what you're not thinking about. So watch out what you put on there, because that reticular activating system is that system that looks for what you're thinking about, okay? If you say, I want to have my, like Wayne Dyer has a story, he had to have his screen doors fixed, and he was driving on the highway and his wife couldn't stop asking him. And he says, you know what, I have to do this, I have to do this, I have to do it. And all of a sudden a truck came by, and on the truck it was written, we will fix your screen doors, call me, and then the number. How crazy is that? How many times in your life have you been thinking about somebody and you didn't hear them for so long? And you couldn't stop thinking about these people or that person specifically. And you didn't hear them for 10 years. They live on the other side of the country. And sure enough, who's calling you in the evening? That person. That's what you send out. Watch out what you send out, because it's going to come back to you. And that reticular activating system is responsible for that. Okay. So what you're thinking about, it will come your way. So first of all, find out who you are. Deneen, I'm going to share you that when people would like to have that test, I will send it to you. They can do that afterwards in a PDF form. So if you spread that PDF form with the people, the only thing I will add to this slide is that there's a whole lot of words, and right from the words, there's a cross, right? And if you think that word resonates with me the most, you draw a circle around the cross. At the end, you'll see total here, and then you count all the circles together, and then there will be a dominant color that will be your character at this very moment, in this time. Let me explain. If you do the test, you might find out that you're more of a red one, maybe 80% red, 10% introvert, blue, 5 green, and 5 yellow. That means 80% in the moment is your character at that very moment. That means you're an extrovert, team player, emotional, active, and fast person. Now, why would I mention that? Does everybody get this? Do you understand what I mean? So you do the test, you find out who you are. And if your dominant color is a red color, that means they are an extrovert, team player, emotional, active, and fast in that very moment. Okay. Why do you have to know that? Is that I talked about leveling like a couple of moments ago. If you want to level with somebody, find out who you are, and then find out who somebody else is by asking the right questions. And what are the right questions? Open questions. Why, what, where, when, who, which, how. You start your question with these words, and people have to come up with a story. And along the story, you'll find out who they are. Are they extrovert, introvert? Are they solo player, team player? Are they emotional or rational? And once you find out who they are, you can then level and speak their language. So if you are red, you found out you're speaking to green, you step out of your red color and start speaking green language. And that very moment, you're leveling with that person. And that person will say, wow, this is the first person that understands me. And the only thing you did was leveling with that person. Does that make sense? Does that make sense? Sure? Type yes in the comments if it makes sense to you. Please type. All right, let's move on. Now, do you know that you can define a lie in the split of a second, in a split second? But what do you have to know is that if you address yourself to an audience, if you address yourself to your fellow speaker or your fellow, whoever it is, make sure to realize that your right brain is your emotional brain, your left brain is your rational brain, connected diagonally. That means your right eye is your rational eye, your left eye, your emotional eye. That means that if I want to connect my emotional brain with your emotional brain, because we're going to speak about emotional things, I will have to look with my left eye into your left eye. That means I will connect my right brain with your right brain. That means we're going to speak about a subject on the same level, at the same level. We're going to connect. Does that make sense? The right brain is your emotional brain connected with your left eye. So I will look with my left eye into your left eye. That means my right brain through my left eye, through your left eye towards your left brain, right brain. So the correct brains will be communicating with each other. Your emotional brain and my emotional brain will be communicating because I look with my left eye into your left eye and the other way around. If I want to connect my left brain with your left brain, that means I will look with my right eye into your right eye and talk about rational things because your left brain is your rational brain. So if I will connect your rational brain with my rational brain, I will look with my right eye through your right eye, talking about rational things. And that is leveling on a different level, on a higher level. That is communicating on a higher level, right? Now, I see a couple of you people looking like, what is he talking about? I mean, if you want to know more about that, Deneen will share my details with everybody. And if you have questions, send me or connect on Facebook or on LinkedIn or on Twitter or on Instagram, send me a message and say, hey, Renee, what were you talking about? I mean, I want to know more about this. This is very intriguing and very interesting. All right. Now, do remember your right eye is your rational eye. Your left eye is your emotional eye. And if you look to somebody and you talk about emotional things, look with your left in their left eye and rational things, right eye in their right eye. Okay. And then you will connect the correct brains with each other. And that will create a communication on a much higher level. Now, how can you define somebody is lying or not? That might be something very interesting for some of you. I don't know. But when I ask you an emotional question, and it will be an open question starting with what, where, when, who, which, why, and how, you will look at different in a certain way. So if I ask you, how was your trip to, let's say, Japan last year? And you will look right up. That means you are pulling or you are constructing something, because right is rational, right? And you will make a construction of something. However, your trip to Japan is something emotional. So you should have remembered something and look up left. So if I say, hey, how was your trip to Japan? And you look, oh, wow, just a minute. Let me think about this. You're making a construction. You should have said, oh, yeah, I remember that. Look left. I'm exaggerating a little bit just to make my point, right? So all depends on if it's an emotional question or an emotional question or a rational question. People will, a rational question, look up, write, make a construction, an emotional question, remember. Okay, that makes sense? So if I would ask you, hey, how is the agenda for next week? How does the agenda look for next week? You would say, just a minute, let me think about this. You would look up right because you're making a construction, which is completely right. So it depends on the question, depends on the situation, depends also on a lot of things. And you can't say if somebody looks the wrong way, it's a liar. No, you have to ask multiple questions, ask 5, 6, 7 different questions. But if you have too many red flags, that person might be lying to you. Does that make sense? All right. So remember, ask questions, the 6 W's, why, where, when, who, which, and how. So, and H. Look left, left, right, right. Make sure to look at where the eyes are going. And then number 4, if you have the possibility of the opportunity to mirror and match, that means you copy paste the posture and the gesture of the other person for a couple of times, right? And then before they change, you change your posture and they will copy paste you in an unconscious way. And that's a different way of leveling, mirror and matching, okay? I know, it's very intriguing, isn't it? How do you read body language? First of all, you start with the feet. And why with the feet? The feet are the body parts that are further away from the brain, so the less controllable. So the feet will say so much more about a person than anything else. So watch the feet first. And then go up, legs, hands, arms, body, and head. The second way is to ask questions, if possible, or to listen in the first place. Listen and find out, are they rational, emotional, active and fast, calm and soft, extrovert, introvert, or solo player, team player? And the last part is asking questions. So if you can see, you can listen, but you can speak as well. That's the third way of analyzing body language. So you ask the 6 W's and H, and you could make assumptions. I think it's beautiful weather. What do you think? I think that's a nice car. What do you think? Ask question, making an assumption, and add a question to it, an open question, so they have to come up with a story. These are the 3 ways of analyzing body language. So you can look and listen, you can look, listen, and speak. Does that make sense? Do you have any questions? Please write them in the comments. Now, there are certain things that will influence your body language, and this is one of them. And I hope you can hear the sound, and it's a very short one. Could you hear the sound? Was the sound clear or not?
No, we can't hear the sound. Hi, Renee.
Hey, Alicia, how you doing?
Good.
I'm gonna see if I can start all over the restart. So I'm gonna stop sharing. Just bear with me 1 second. Don't walk away. Don't run away. I'm gonna share again. Share the screen, and I have to put on the sound. I'm gonna do it again. That should now it should work.
Yes, we hear it.
So how many of you had that experience? You leave home in the morning, the keys are on the inside of the door, and you go like, oh crap, no. Your whole day is messed up because of that event, isn't it true? You think about it in the morning, before breakfast, before lunch, after lunch, in the afternoon, I'm going to get home and I can't get into my house because the keys are on the inside. You can stop but your body language will be influenced the whole freaking day. I guarantee you, right? That's one influence. There's a second one. Sure.
Here they are arriving at number 10, and look at this lucky policeman gets to shake hands with the President of the United States. Oh, and here comes the Prime Minister of the... No.
Do you think that police officer is being influenced by that happening, by that event? So he gets to shake hands with the President of the United States, but then the Prime Minister says, I'm not. I mean, can you imagine? Ever had that experience? Somebody is reaching out to give you a hand and they pull their hand back? Nah, it's not, it's not done, right? But that will have an influence on your state of mind, on your body language, because body language is based on how you feel. So if you feel bad, you'll produce a bad body language and you will attract different stuff during the whole day. Now, there's one person, Dominic O'Brien, he's a very dear friend of mine. He's a number1 and 8 times world championship memory. He's mentioned in the Guinness Book of Records. He's an amazing guy. I met him in London one time, and we've been friends since. And look what he has to say.
Now, do you speak body language? Well, I do, and it could change your life.
His success and memory is based on not only his memory, but also adding body language when people say something to him. And he remembers every single thing based on a lot of other things, but also body language. So that's the same for, if he can do that, you can do that too. I guarantee you. All right.
Renee, that would come in so handy for somebody on set going, oh my God, how would I memorize lines? Watch the actor's body language. Aha.
True.
Sorry.
So true. So true. Absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you for that. Now, how can you make sure you don't give the impression to anybody that you are lying? This might be very handy for some of you. Is when people say to you, how are you feeling? What's going on? You answer with unbelievable. When you say unbelievable, you don't lie, because it can be unbelievably bad or unbelievably good. So you're not lying to the person, and you're not lying to yourself neither. So you will keep that positive body language. Does that make sense? So if you say, how are you doing? You can say, unbelievable. I'm unbelievable, right? Unbelievably bad or good, doesn't matter, but it's unbelievable. So you're not lying. Make sure that you keep a good state with your body, a positive state, all right? Now, a very positive state you can keep as well as like these guys do, right? Have a look.
Waiting for the French to peel off the tracksuits, stand in front of them, and receive the challenge of the haka. Well, the challenge has been received by the French. Stand by, the Rugby World Cup final.
Now, how many of you are already performing on stage or are already a model or walking on the catwalk? And before you go on stage or on the catwalk are doing this exercise, that type of exercise? How many of you do that? I mean, be honest with yourself. I do that all the time. Before going on stage, large crowd, small crowds, I always prepare myself in a certain way, not that way, but in a different way. And that's so important to know that if you go on a stage, if you have to perform, to get in such a state of mind, you're unbeatable, you're indestructible, you're the best, you're the biggest, you're the greatest. I mean, I was performing for Tony Robbins for the very first time. And in the back of the room, there was Veronica Chu from Success Resources. And afterwards, I went to her and said, Veronica, how did I perform? Please feedback, give me feedback. And she says, Renee, you did incredible. The only thing you have to remember is to never, ever, ever apologize for your accent when you're on stage. I said, wow, thank you so much for that tip. I mean, never apologize for anything on stage. The stage is yours. It is yours. You are in charge. You are on the stage is completely 100% yours. So never apologize, no, and go fully forward and never think about, oh, what people will think about you. First of all, as I mentioned before, that's none of your business. You just perform as good as you can and then go for it. Like, I'm a winner, I'm the greatest, I'm the best. Like Muhammad Ali, the boxer, you know, Cassius Clay, he used to say, I'm the greatest, I'm the greatest, I'm the greatest, I'm the greatest, I'm the greatest. And each time he won was based on his self-communication, saying, I'm the greatest, I'm the greatest, I'm the greatest. How many of you tell yourself, I'm the greatest when you get up in the morning? You get up in the morning, you jump out of bed, you say, I'm the greatest, I'm the greatest. How many of you do that? Right? I mean, most of you go to the toilet, get your cup of coffee. Some of you will take your first cigarette and then go like, oh my God, life sucks, man. It's Monday again. No, get out of your bed, say, hey, I'm the greatest. Come on, let's do it. Let's have a great day. I woke up. 160,000 people didn't wake up this morning. I did wake up. Shit. Thank you, God. Thank you so much for that. And go fully forward. Never, never doubt that. All right. All right. Let's move on. A little bit of body language now, and then I'll wrap it up. Otherwise, I mean, I don't want to take too much time of the other speakers. But if you give somebody a handshake, make sure it's a firm handshake and don't squeeze people's hands, because people will think you're very dominant, you're very arrogant, and people really don't want to like that. They're not going to like you anymore, because the first impression, there's never a second moment for a first impression, if that makes sense. So when you give somebody a hand, give them a firm hand, but don't squeeze it. Especially when that person has rings on their hands. I mean, when you squeeze somebody's hand, try it with your own hand. If you have rings, squeeze your hand. How funny that is. It isn't funny at all. But if you do it with somebody else, imagine what they think about you and what the future may bring to you in terms of career, in terms of everything, right? Make sure you don't have that fishy hand either. How many of you gave somebody a hand? It was like, I tell them, oh my God, that fishy hand. It's like, ugh. You know, it means that person has a lack of confidence. They're not really confident about themselves, right? If they give you such that kind of fishy hand, right? Make sure you don't do it yourself. Make sure you give a firm hand. Now that one in the middle here is not been done anymore, but I just want to mention it. In the Roman Empire, people were giving each other hands like this just to check the sleeves for hidden weapons, right? Now, how many of you are checking when you give a hand to somebody for hidden weapons? Nobody does that, right? But it used to exist, right? When you give a handshake and the other person has the hand on the above, the top of the hand on top of your hand, that is a dominant handshake, right? And what might happen is that the other person will put their hand on top of it, right? Now what happens like this, right? And that happens a lot with people in politics. They play that game. They're like little children, right? They have a hand, they turn it around, get one hand on top of it, and then there's one hand left, and you put it on the shoulder. So the one who puts the hand on the shoulder eventually will dominate. Will dominate the conversation. And that has nothing to do with you, has nothing to do with the politician. It had to do with the importance of one person versus the screen, the people watching that person, right? All right, does that make sense? Okay, next, mirroring matching. I already mentioned that earlier. When you are copy pasting the posture or the gesture of somebody else, and you do it very subtle, because if they find out, the conversation can be ruined completely. So you copy paste the posture or the gesture of that other person, and they change, you change again. They change, you copy paste it again. They change, you copy paste it again. And all of a sudden, before they change, you change your posture. Chances are that they will copy paste your posture. And that is called mirroring matching. And that is a different way of leveling, because you're going to be connected on a on a much higher level when you succeed in that kind of technique. If it doesn't work immediately, stop doing it, because if they find out you're copy pasting them, you might ruin the conversation. Try it again the day after. Try it again the day after. Try it. The more you do it, the better you become. All right. Sorry, I got something in my throat. Pointing is very arrogant. If you have to do it, you do it, but it's normally very arrogant. Having that accentuate. So I'm going to accentuate something to you. Listen very carefully. When I do that, look at my fingers. I'm telling you, you are a zero. You're a nil. On top of it, if you look at my fingers and that zero, I don't know if you can see it out like this. It's in fact saying 666, the number of the beast. That was a song from Iron Maiden in those days, the heavy metal band, right? That's a sign of the devil, right? If you do this, you're saying you're a nil, you're a zip. Don't do that. The exact correct way to do it is like in the third picture, is put your thumb and your index finger together and make it as flat as possible, and then accentuate something. Hey, listen, very careful. I have something to tell you that is very important. Be attentive. Listen, like this, not like this or not like this, but like this. Very important to have the attention of your audience, and they will listen to you with a lot of respect if you do that. This is a sign of somebody who has a lot of confidence, who is very confident. They know everything about what they're talking about. They are very well prepared. They have an answer ready for every question, like this, or the other way around. So if you speak in front of an audience or a camera, you say, listen, guys, I have something very special. And you go back to that same posture again, each time, right? Don't exaggerate, but very natural way, right? Look at politicians, people, VIPs, or people who are talking in front of the camera. Yeah, Alicia, you're doing very well. if you look at the Daily Show, for example, the Daily Show, I look at the Daily Show from time to time. You look, the president will go like this. They will go like this, right? Somebody who's very well prepared, has a high level of confidence, and has an answer ready for every single question. Now, what you see here is the most important thing. What we see here is a thumb sticking out. A thumb sticking out is a positive energy. Wherever your hands are, when the thumbs are sticking out, you're very positive energy. I mean, a lot of speakers put their hands in their pockets, but the thumb is sticking out, means is a positive energy. Okay, thumbs out, positive energy. Now, the left side of the neck is the most vulnerable place of a woman, less from a man, but more of a woman. And the woman has there's a very weak spot here, right? And when women are seducing, what will they do? They will show their weak spot and say, what are you doing tonight? Right?
It's coming in very handy. Love it.
So for those who are out to seduce tonight, I mean, so this is a form of seducing. So what they will do, they'll tilt their head, show the left part of the neck, look like this, a little bit above their glasses, as they say that, right? And they will seduce. That's a form of seducing. Now, what we see here is a very dominant man. And why is that man very dominant? First of all, the woman is closing her arms and saying, hey, buddy, not with me, you know. And why is that? He is holding his belt and his hands are pointing towards it's all about. Watch out, guys, when you do that. When you hold your belt and your fingers are pointing towards that little spot here, right? The woman will close her arms and say, And they both know nothing about body language. It is on a subconscious level, right? So if you want to scare a woman, scare her away, do it like this. But if you want to make contact with a woman, don't do it like this. It's not going to work. Sorry, I got like a little thing in my throat. Oh my God. Much better. All right. This is what we call a positive possessiveness, in the sense that here the man is holding the arm of the lady and he says, this is mine, right? Don't even think about it. And the right picture, you see the lady holding her hand on the chest of the guy. And she says the same thing. He's mine. Don't even touch it. Don't even think about it, right? And that's what we call a positive possessiveness. On top of that, you'll see the lady holding her hand at the height of the heart, right? And that says an awful lot.
Renee, can I add something about that very quickly? So on the red carpet, they always, especially with co-stars, when people are trying to figure out, did they or didn't they, or did they get along? This is typically, they'll go back years or go back and find the photos and the triggers. Oh, it was a breakup. You could see by the body language. How many of you guys have ever seen that? So it's super, super, super important how you position yourself, even on the red carpet with co-stars. Do you get along, right? We saw Miley, you know, we know some of the things that Miley was talking about with Liam on the red carpet. Oh, I see it now. So that's interesting.
Yeah, that's actually what they do. They get coached in the sense that hold your partner like this or your co-star like this, and then they're coached in that way. You know that the president of the US, I don't know about Trump, that's an exemption, but all the other presidents are guided by 5-6 coaches a day, every single day, from early morning till late night, teaching them what they should say, should not say, how they should be in terms of their body language, what they should avoid doing, what they should do anyway. I mean, And that is for some, I don't know what it is about my throat, but I'm going to take care of that afterwards. But the thing is if you're on a catwalk, and like Alicia just mentioned, that it's so important to realize that these kind of postures are very, very important because they have an influence on your audience. That's for sure. So what we have here is, I'm almost finished, I guess, is a guy holding the arm of the lady. The lady, her feet are pointing towards him. Remember, analyzing body language starts with the feet because these parts of the body are the less controllable, and the guy's feet is pointing away. Here is the same. That means he wants to leave the conversation in the direction his foot is pointing. So if you are the other person and you're seeing the foot is pointing away, you might say, listen, thank you so much for your time. I really appreciate that. Should we wrap it up? Because, you know, our agendas are important, and let the person go because they're not 100% attentive.
How many of you guys are going to be trying this tonight with your significant others? Am I the only one, Norman? Cool. They have no idea what's coming.
Yeah, you should.
It's a gift that keeps on giving, Renee.
Yeah. So that's very important to understand that if you really want 100% connection with the person you're talking to, if it's your spouse, it's your kids, it's your business partner, it's on a stage, if it's in a theater play, it's in a movie they're turning. I mean, make sure to be connected with the person you have to be connected with, and make sure the feet both are pointing towards that person. And if that other person's foot is pointing away, the attention is leaving bit by bit. So pay attention to that. All right. Okay, here we go. Never, ever, ever stand like this. Why is that? That is a high lack of confidence. The higher the hand goes, right, the higher the lack of confidence. And pay attention to that. It could be like police officers and people in the armed forces have their arms like this in the back, right? That's a completely different story. Like the lady on the right, if her hand would be much lower, that's how police officer or army people are standing. But this is in normal life. If you are waiting in the doctor's office or at the bus station and you are like this, you are expressing yourself and I have a lack of confidence, right? But if you are applying for a role in a certain movie and you are listening to the producer or director or what you want to call him or her, and you are standing like this, they will immediately say, no, get lost, right? Pay attention to that. All right. Now, last but not least, we're all been born, right? We have been toddlers, kids, teenagers, young adults. We went through a productive maximum results time of our lives, right? When we are very active, very productive. And then all of a sudden midlife hits, and then we're getting old, and we might, not all of us, but some of us will end up in the elderly home. And what finally will happen is that we all go to the same place, and it's called, you know what it's called, right? Now, what is my whole point here is that if you find yourself in a space like I'm aging or in my midlife, in your life, that means in your business, in your thinking, start all over again. Start being reborn. If you say, you know, acting and modeling, I've been doing this for 2-3 years. And you know what? I don't know. It's not working for me. Get back to where it all started. Get excited and start. Hey, listen, Denise or Alicia, hey, can I have 5 minutes of your time? I have something. I'm going through a hard time. Could you kick my ass for a minute? I mean, do it. Just do it. That's how I did it. And if you think in 2 years' time it's not happening for you, I've been in this for 27 years and I'm still learning and still growing. So it never ends, right? But we all go through these periods in time. Right. And if you think I'm just getting started, well, get excited. And if you say I'm aging, I should go back to getting started, just do it, but never quit. Being a quitter is 100% certainty you're not going to get there. Quitting is 100% sure, right? So don't never quit. One example, there's a company, they got born in 76. They became a young adult in 85. The zone of maximization of that company and maturity was in 1990. They went through their midlife crisis in 1997, and they got reborn in 1998. I'm talking about Apple, right? And in 2001, the iPod came out, and then the rest is history. iPhone, iPad, right? They had the same experiences as we have in our own life. I'm going to wrap it up. Tips and tricks. Make sure to start reading body language with the foot of the feet, the hands, and the head. So go from the lower part of the body to the upper parts. The less controllable is the further away from the brain. Thus, the body parts, the further away from the brain, are the less controllable. Start reading body language on the feet, by the feet. Second one, I didn't mention that yet, is that if you are going to an interview or you are the interviewer, make sure you have a table with a glass top on top of it, a glass top table. Why is that? So you can look through the table, what's happening under the table, right? If you are going to an interview and there's a glass top table, pay attention. They might be able to read your body language. Pay attention to what you do under the table with your hands, your legs, and your feet, okay? If you are the interviewer, make sure to have a glass top table as well, so you can do the same thing, if that makes sense. All right. Okay, last but not least, I just wrote a book. It's out since mid-December. It's available on Amazon. Just Google my name. I think you'll find it, or go to my website. It's an amazing book. And there's almost 300 pages. Everything is in color. All kinds of information. And if you have more questions, type my name in Google. Look on or search on social media. Ask a question. The best way to do it, though, is go through Deneen or Alicia, and they will be happy to help you out and connect you with me. I think that if you can agree on that, Alicia or Deneen, if that makes sense. Now,
yeah, that makes the most sense.
Yeah. So the last slide is, we all know Jim Rohn. For those who don't know Jim Rohn, search on Google. We all know Tony Robbins. We all know Deepak Chopra. And last but not least, the Wolf of Wall Street, Jordan Belfort. And they all say the same thing. Whatever you do, invest in yourself wisely. That's so important. Last but not least, thank you so much for your attention. Thank you, Alicia. Thank you, Deneen. And thank you also to Michael for having me. I really appreciate that. It was an honor and privilege. And I hope to see you very soon. I think it's in Orlando in May.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll definitely be seeing you soon. I'll talk to you soon give you more details about that offline. We don't share those details here, Renee.
Okay. I'm sorry.
Renee, I'm excited to see you in person and for you to read body language. And somebody had asked about hands on the hip. Yes, yay or nay for those hands on hips.
So holding the hands on the hips, right, is men and women will do that, and it's called akimbo style, and that means like you want to keep people outside your like, how you call that, like outside of your zone, your personal zone. There's a personal zone, and you want to keep them out of there. You'll keep your hands on your hip and have your hands like open. Your elbow will stick out. Now, when you do it like this, men and women do that. When the thumbs are pushing, pointing forwards, only ladies do that. I'll try to stand up and show you properly.
Thank goodness this isn't a pants-free party. Okay, good. There we go.
Like this, right? Male and female do that, right? But when a female has her thumb sticking forward, male don't do that. Like this, Alicia. Correct.
I feel like this is from like when I was pregnant. Like, oh, my back. Carrying the weight of the world.
Yeah. When that happens is that when a male and female do the thumbs backwards, that is protecting themselves in a zone, their personal zone, protecting themselves and say, hey, keep out, right? That's called Kimbo style. It's also a very dominant posture. Now, when the thumbs are sticking forward, which ladies are doing, men will never do that. When ladies do that, there's trouble in the house.
Ooh, guys, watch your ladies tonight.
When you come home and you're late and the thumbs are sticking forward like this, like I just showed you, or like Alicia showed, right? That means like she has questions. You better. Not only when you're pregnant, but also when you're not pregnant and you stand like this, a lady is like this.
So you're like, oh, my back. But you know what? It's funny that we're talking about body language because like even for us, like doing castings, like, as you know, we work in Broadway and TV, but if somebody were to show up into an office and the whole time they're sitting there like this, I'm like, what, do you have somewhere to go? Like, are you cold? Are you guarding your heart from loving me? Like anytime somebody would ever come into one of our offices and they'd sit like this, it's like, you know, they're not interested and they're not in it to win it. So I want you guys to put your shoulders back and look attentive because first impressions are everything. I mean, so if you're sitting there and you're like slouched, that's exactly how you're going to go into a casting call. No one wants to book you. You're just like everybody else. Stand out. I want everybody to write stand out. Do it the right way.
Yeah.
Even on Zoom. I mean, it's so important, even on Zoom. You don't need to be in New York or LA in front of a casting director, but if you're on Zoom, you better. I mean, this was so helpful, Renee. Thank you so much.
From the heart, from the heart.
Yeah,
Thank
your
you so
body
much.
speaks 1,000 words before you say one spoken word. Remember that, guys.
Which is which is helping you a lot, I guess, as well, is that, and I don't know, you're probably going to agree with that, is that film yourself.
Yeah.
Whenever you are in your office or whatever you are doing, film yourself. And after 5 minutes, you're going to forget about the fact you're filming yourself. And then watch that film back. You can do it with your phone. You don't need any professional camera for that. You can do it with your phone. And then watch back and look at how you perform in your own house, like how you stand. Sorry, how you are standing, how you are moving. I mean, a lot of people are super surprised. We were asked by Volvo. Volvo is a car brand, and we were asked by Volvo Trucks to film a exhibition in Brussels, and we were asked to film the salespeople. And the salespeople did not know about it. We did that. We were so surprised about the movements, the gestures, the postures that were so negative. You don't want to know. And afterwards, we called the salespeople and we showed the video, and that was a very private thing. And they were like, wow. The moment they started changing their postures and their gestures and whatever on that stand at Volvo Trucks in Brussels, they started selling. Can you imagine? And that is why it's so important to film yourself, analyze yourself, have a look at how do you move? What are your hands doing? What is your head doing? How is your back? Is it like bow, like a turtle? Or is it like, are you standing up, chest forward, like, hey, let's rock and roll? That's how, look at Tony Robbins before he goes on stage. It's the same. He has these power moves. He goes like, yeah.
You saw that trampoline, it comes out like, but you feel the energy because he's showing it.
Yeah.
And you have to emulate it. It's a mirror.
And that's so important as an actor or a model, if you apply for a role or whatever, or if you already in a thing, to energize yourself. Make sure to not drink alcohol, make sure to not smoke, to make sure, I mean, who am I to say what you should do? But it has an influence on your body language, has an influence on your mind, on everything, right? Make sure if you have a party, make sure to have that party like a week before you have to go on stage or before, because alcohol has no place in all these things. You have to, if you want to perform, that's the only, if you want to perform on a higher level. If you don't want to perform on a higher level, get a job. But if you want to perform on a higher level, oh my God, there's so many things to pay attention to. And but in the end, you will get the results as well, which is a bonus.
Guys, do you see now how you're going to stand out even on Zoom, even doing like self-tapes? My goodness, you want to be believable. Well, then you better show body language. It's so important.
Yeah.
Thank you, Renee.
Renee, thank you so much. This was amazing.
Thank you so much for having me. And I hope everybody, you take something away from this. And if you have questions, address yourself to Deneen or to Alicia. And if you really want to connect on Facebook or on Twitter or on whatever, feel free. If I don't answer your questions, it's because you do have to realize I work over the complete world, over the planet. So I got like 10,000 things going on, but I will reply. That's for sure. All right. Thanks so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Renee.
Great weekend.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Well, that was amazing. Like, let's think about this for a second. You learned about body language. You learned how to set yourself apart, how to make that first impression. Later today, you're going to be learning how to write a monologue. So imagine this, imagine now you're sitting here and you're writing your monologue, and what you have the opportunity to do is now when you're writing the monologue and you're giving stage directions for your character, you look up. The person is obviously lying, they're looking up. The person is telling the truth, they're looking, you know what I mean? So imagine the tools that you just got right now to help move everything forward. Not only that, but now as you are walking into a room, as you're on Zoom, as you're asking questions, as you have a Q&A with people, be aware of where your eyes are going. Be aware of how you're holding your hands. Like, I'm looking at some of you are still like this. I'm like, okay, maybe you just didn't hear anything. I don't understand. But I see a lot more of you sitting at attention, and I love that. So just remember this. Every one of the speakers that we have today, they're giving you a tool to put into your tool chest. They're giving you a piece of equipment to get you to the top of the mountain faster. Like Alicia asked this morning, being here, do you think it's going to help get you where you want to go faster? Yes or yes. Type yes or yes in the comments. Type yes or yes in the comments if you are going to start taking these tools and you're going to start applying them absolutely immediately. Awesome. I love that. Renee, again, thank you so much. I loved that presentation so much. I'm like sitting here like, okay, which way do I look? Is that why my neck hurts? Am I looking the wrong way all the time? It was me. Like, okay, I have to figure out every little thing I'm doing now.
Use your left side, he said, Deneen. That's the come hither, right, Renee? That's the
come hither. We're not doing come hither on Zoom right now.
This is sexy.
Awesome.
This is it.
What's wrong with your neck? Oh, I'm trying to be sexy. That would, you know what? I'm sitting here laughing, but if you're writing a monologue for an awkward character, you have her like just go like this really much, because then she's like, I'm trying to be sexy. Is that sexy? You know what I mean? So,
and this is something we can talk about too with our next guest speaker, because
yeah,
it's not a TV show. How many of you guys have ever seen like Pale Blue Eye right now on Netflix, or White Lotus? If you watch when it's like a whodunit, like sometimes their body language gives off clues.
Yeah.
Renee, you are beyond.
All right.
Boom.
Well, let me introduce our next guest to you. We are so excited. So our next guest is Mark Christopher Lawrence. He's an American character actor, stand-up comedian, and voiceover artist. He is known for his role as esoteric DJ Tone Deaf in the 1994 satirical rap mockumentary Fear of a Black Hat. He has appeared in popular films such as Terminator 2, Judgment Day, Tales from the Hood, Planet of the Apes, Lost Treasure, and The Pursuit of Happiness. Mark, I'm still a little mad at you for not giving that $10, but we can talk about that later. He has appeared in popular films. He is best known for his role as Big Mike on the NBC series Chuck. He has made guest appearances on many television programs, most notably Heroes, My Name is Earl, Crossing Jordan, Dharma and Greg, Malcolm in the Middle, Touched by an Angel, Malcolm and Eddie, Men Behaving Badly, Seinfeld, Murphy Brown, Good Luck Charlie, Martin, and so many more. He is also featured on the radio series Adventures in Odyssey as Ed Washington. Everyone, please give it up for the one, the only, Mr. Mark Christopher Lawrence.
Yeah.
Good morning.
Good morning. Sir. How are you?
I gotta get you a new bio.
Oh, you need to get me a new bio. Okay. I'm sure you've done so many more things since then.
Yeah, I was nominated for 2 Emmys last year.
All right, I want everybody to say congratulations. Oh my gosh. Now let me ask you a question. Who would rather study Mark Christopher Lawrence, or how many of you guys are glad he's here and he's actually talking to us? Study or live? Come on. Hi, Mark. Nice to see you.
Good morning. Nice to see you.
All right, go ahead. The floor is yours, sir.
All right. I think probably the best way to start this topic is when I was coming up, there were artists that I couldn't take my eyes off of. You know, actors like James Earl Jones, Sean Connery, Denzel Washington, Lena Horne, Jessica Lange, singers like Sam Cooke, Prince, Diana Ross, Whitney Houston, you know, models like Iman, Lauren Hutton, Elf McPherson, and comedians like Richard Pryor and Red Fox, George Carlin, you know, Joan Rivers, Eddie Murphy, and many, many others. There's so many people that I just couldn't stop watching when they were working, you know, and I want you all to think about artists that when you see them working, and you cannot take your eyes off of them, you know, think about those artists, and I'm going to give you 60 seconds to just make a short list of actors, singers, models, comedians that are riveting to you. Just take like 60 seconds and write a short list of who those people are that you watch and you feel like, wow, this person I can't stop watching. You know, take 60 seconds and do that. I remember the first time I saw James Earl Jones live. It was in 1981. He was doing Fences at the Schubert Theater in Los Angeles. And in that performance, there were some phenomenal actors, but every time he was on stage, I could not stop watching him. I mean, he really had this presence that was overwhelming, and then I met him at my agent's office. We had the same agent, and he came into the room when I was sitting there, and he just took the room. There's a presence that just filled the room up. So think about that. Think about those people. This list is for your reference for the future. So write it, hang on to it, and you're going to be able to use it in the future. Now, take a look at your list and think about what it is that they have that is a common thread. What do they all have in common? What do you think it is? What do you think that thing is? What do you see when you look at all of these artists that you wrote on your list? There's a synergy of a couple of things, tangible and intangible. Things that you can touch, and things that you can't touch, or really it's hard to explain. The first of these elements is stage presence. And that's what we're going to be talking about first of all, is stage presence. So write that down. Stage presence is the intangible that's hard to grasp. Stage presence is that certain charisma that performers use, artists, singers, actors, comedians, speakers, and it draws the audience in, and it commands the audience's full attention. Stage presence is something that you would find hard to define as an audience member, but certainly when you see it, it's not about being tall, it's not about being beautiful, it's not about having rippling muscles or luxurious hair or beautiful eyes. It's not about any of those things. It's something that makes your performance stand out. It makes you memorable as an audience, as an artist. From the moment you walk into a room, your stage presence will set you apart from the herd. When I was in college, I had a friend who used to be on Martin's show, Tommy Ford, and we were like brothers. So we always went places together, even after he was on Martin and my career was still in the gutter. And Tommy always had this presence when he walked into the room that it made him larger than life. Denzel Washington, I worked with on Crimson Tide. And I said to Denzel, I said to him, I'm actually better looking than you. I said, I'm just chubby. And he said, yeah, but I carry myself like I'm the best looking guy in the room. He says, there's that thing that I take into the room with me. And if you take that with you every time, that presence is what he was talking about. If you take that presence with you into the room every time, you enhance your opportunity to get a job. Stage presence can't be taught. Others might disagree with me, but I say nay. It cannot be taught, but you can develop it. It takes hard work, but it can be developed. And I know you're sitting there now, you're thinking, well, how can I develop my stage presence, Mark? Yeah, there's three things that I love to tell you, but actually there's four. The first one is this, and write it down. Take every opportunity that you get to practice. If you're a singer, if you're a comic, if you're a model, if you're an actor, every opportunity that you have to practice your craft, practice it. Open mics are your friend. And sometimes, open mics are painful. You go in and you do some stuff and it's not quite the way you saw it in your head, but keep doing it. The more you do it, the the stronger you get as far as your presence goes. Take every opportunity. Open mics. If you're an actor, do some local plays. Get on stage, hone your craft. That's the job. When we get to work, it's fun. It's like the work is not even work. It's us playing in the field that we've chosen. So take every opportunity that you have to practice your craft. Get on stage somewhere. If you're a model, just walk down the hallway. Just walking down the hall, it's like you doing your walk and your poses, and every single time in front of people. If you're at a party, do what you do. Show your gloriousness. All right, 2. And this is a little difficult to grasp, but each and every one of you, because you're chasing this dream, you have like an inner rock star. There's a part of you that's bigger than life, and it's in there. You just got to find it. It's in there. Your inner rock star is that thing that makes you funny when you're around your friends. That thing that makes you stand out. You ever been around a bunch of your friends and all of a sudden everybody is listening to everything you say and you're cracking them up, or they're just hanging on your every word? That's your inner rock star coming out and shining in front of people that you know. And now what you have to do is you have to be able to control that thing and take it out into the public. You got to be able to walk into a room, like the gentleman was saying earlier. When you walk into a room for an interview, you got to take that rock star with you. It's in you. Look in there and find it. Look deep inside yourself. It's in there. 3, learn from the greats. Learn from the greats. And this is your list. That list of people that you wrote down, those people that you find riveting. Learn from them. Watch video of them. See what it is that they do when they are on stage and off stage even. I saw Diana Ross at a party for the opening night of Chuck, and she wasn't saying a word, but her aura and her presence filled this room up. I saw Lauren Bacall walk into a restaurant in New York, and every single eye in the place turned and looked at her. It was something about the way she entered the room. Somebody held the door open and she walked in and took the room. Literally every single eye in the restaurant was looking at her. And that's where we want to be as an artist. We want to take that inner rock star and boost it up so big that when we walk into a room, every eye is watching you. And I'll tell you, there's days where you're gonna feel like, I don't feel like doing this. Like last night, I had a show, and it was a long drive, and I'm actually at a hotel now. My hotel power went out because of the storm, so I'm in my car using the Wi-Fi. But I did not want to go do this show, and I take the drive, I get over there, and I get out of the car, I take a deep breath, and as soon as I walked into the room, boom, my presence was there. It's like the more you do it, the more you take those opportunities to get on stage, the more you search for your inner rock star, the more you look at that list of people that make you think, wow. The more you look at that list that you wrote, the bigger your inner rock star is going to shine. Your presence is going to be huge. It's important to have that stage presence. Have you ever been to a play and you watch the play and there's one or two people on stage that are just killing it and everybody else is just kind of ho-hum? And a lot of that is about presence. It's about that stage presence. And we all have to have it in every aspect. The last thing is this: training. You cannot skip this step. If you're an actor and we're going up for the same role, know that I am prepared. You walk into the room and you see me sitting there and we're reading for that same role, chances are, if you didn't do your work, if you didn't go get some training, if you didn't do the work that you need to do for the audition, you are going to go home without a job. That brings us to the second element. Get great training. The work that will inevitably get you the work. That's training. You've got to do the work to be able to get the work. I think a lot of people think, well, I'm funny around my friends, so I'll be funny on stage. Not gonna happen. I'm singing well in the shower. It's not gonna happen. You gotta get some great training. How many of you think you can be successful in any competitive industry without training? Raise your hand if you feel that's possible to do. Training is the life's blood of your craft. Did you get that? Training the life's blood of your craft. Your craft is dead without it. Training is the life's blood of your talent, your craft. Training will give you the tools of the trade to put into your toolbox so that no matter what the challenge, no matter what challenge the job presents to you, you are equipped with the right tool to overcome the challenge. I can't stress this enough. It's important to invest in excellent training, to hone those tools that make you better at what you do, the tools of your trade. It doesn't matter what industry you're in. If you do not have excellent training, your efforts will be presented mediocrely at best. We don't want to be mediocre. How many of you want to be? Raise your hand if that's what you chase. Mediocrity is terrible in this industry. We want to be above and beyond. A plumber or a mechanic or a doctor or a lawyer can only be as good as the training they've received. So I'm going to encourage you to continue to invest in your craft. You got to invest in it. You got to get training that really helps you move. And here's the thing about training. Not all teachers are great teachers. So if you're working with someone and they're not getting you to that next level, it's time to find somebody else. Excellent training is the key to help you become a dynamic force to be reckoned with in whatever industry you choose. Did you catch that? Not just mediocre training, excellent training. You want somebody that's good. You want somebody who's done it, who can point you to people that I trained this person, I trained that person. In my own career, that said, lack of training will keep you on the sidelines. Raw talent isn't enough in today's markets. It's not enough in these competitive industries. You better believe that real pros train. They train. Real pros practice. Real pros believe in themselves. Real pros surround themselves with supportive and like-minded people. Real pros do the work that is necessary to make them better at what is we're trying. How many of you started chasing your dream and decided, well, I just want to be okay? Anybody? Anybody just want to be okay? When I started this journey, 38 years ago this May, I wanted to be the best at it that I could possibly be. And I'm still training today. And I know I'm good at this. I am very good at it. I'm always working. And the thing that keeps me working is that I keep training, I keep getting better, I keep working on my stage presence, I keep working on, you know, one thing the gentleman that was talking to you just before me about body language, you know, that's part of your stage presence. The way you present yourself when you walk into a room. You take your training, you take your stage presence, and you put those two things together. That's the thing that's going to make you the best you can be. You can't just hope that you're going to get good. You know, I've seen a lot of kid actors who were really cute kid actors, and then when they made the transition to adults, you know, some of them didn't get any training because they felt like, you know, I've been on TV for all these years as a kid, I'm good at it, and then they disappeared because they didn't do any training. The exact opposite of that is Regina King. Regina King used to be on a show called 227. And she wasn't a great kid actor, but she's a phenomenal actor. Phenomenal. She went out and got training, and it shows in her work. You know, there's no denying it. When you see her work, she brings it every time, and it's about the training. I don't want to beat a dead horse, but you have to train to be good in this industry. You know, there's so many actors that I know, you know, in the town that I live in that don't have a great agent, but you see them on stage here in town and you think, wow, why aren't they a household name? And part of it is they don't have an agent. And the other part of it is they're comfortable being the big fish in the small pond. Is that where we want to be? That's a question you have to ask yourself. Am I trying to be the big fish in the small pond, or am I trying to kill it? You know, when I started in Screen Actors Guild back in 1986, there were about 2 million actors that were in the union. And of that 2 million, 3% were making a living, which we call working actors. And 1% of the 3% were making a killing, which we call household names. These people are stars. These people are the people who are possibly on your list. And it's okay to be a working actor. You know, there was a guy, JT Walsh. Almost every time I went to the movies, he's in it. He was in a movie. But the same thing with him, his training and his presence was there. It was undeniable. And even if you're a character actor, I'm a character actor, and I know that I'm a character actor. I know that I'm not a quote unquote leading man. I'm a character actor. And every time I come into a role, I bring something different. You know, and training, you need to start thinking about actor. You need to start thinking about characters. Start thinking about, you know, what's your main character is you. You walk into the room, what you bring into the room, that's your main character. They want to see you, who you are. And a lot of times that's what will get you the job, you being you. And then you have a polar opposite of you, a character that's completely different from you. So that's your second character. And then you have characters that you can do with accents and movement, and all of that stuff comes with training. You don't just wake up and it's there. You know, these are tools that we break them out when you need them. How many of you have made a list of tools that you have as artists? Like me, for example, I know that I'm an actor. I can act, and I know that I have at least 15 characters as an actor. I'm a stand-up comic. I'm a singer. I'm a MC of corporate events. I'm an auctioneer. All these tools are in my toolbox. So start making a list of what you can do and what you can be better at. And once you have the list of the things that you can do and the things that you can be better at and the things that you want to do, make a list of things that you want to be able to do. I have a friend that recently started training as a stunt person, although she's a phenomenal actor. She started training as a stunt person because she wants to do stunts. Just another tool in her toolbox. Make your lists. Figure out, what do I need to concentrate on in this list to make me better? What's going to give my stage presence the boost that I need to be better at it? There's many ways to fail in this business. Many ways. Not showing up is number one. We don't want to be in that category of how do I fail? We want to be in that space of how do I succeed? How do I be the best me I can be? And I think that's the whole point of stage presence and training. It's about making you the best you can be, kicking yourself up a notch. We talk all day about the people that we see and what they bring to the table, but what are you bringing to the table? What are your goals? Do you have a list? Start making a list of goals, where you see your career being. Make a list. I want to do this. I want to do this. You know, I used to say my biggest regret was that I didn't go to Broadway when I got out of college. And then I said, well, why is it a regret? Because I can still get there. And I started working on a one-man show to help me get to Broadway. And just recently, some investors did a feasibility study. They paid $25,000 to see if my show will work on Broadway. And we got back positive feedback from making some changes to the show and tweaking it. And this group of investors are willing to invest in me and put me on Broadway. So how did I get there? I put in the work. It started with the training. The things that I can do, I continue to try to get better at. The things that I can't do, I learn. Does that make sense to you? Nod your heads if you're alive. So it's all about you taking control of your craft, taking your stage presence and not just keeping it on stage, but bringing it into the room when you audition. You go to a party and there's a bunch of execs there, bring that stage presence with you. These are things that you have to do to be great in this industry. And I know that everybody does different things. I mean, there's singers and rappers and comics and models, but that stage presence and that training is just going to help you in every aspect of your career. Yeah, I'm like looking at the pictures of you and you know in the video and some of you have this presence about you already. You know, I can see it in some of your eyes. I can see that hunger. I can see that passion. But hunger and passion alone aren't enough. You got to get that training and you got to kick that stage presence up a notch. You got to make yourself larger than life. I'm curious as to what's on your list. You know, everybody type in who was the first person on the list that you just wrote. I'm curious to see what like Tom Cruise. Everybody go ahead and type into the chat. Who's that top person on your list?
I'll read through them for you. We have Viola Davis, Tom Cruise, Jackie Chan, Zendaya, Diana Ross, Dustin Hoffman, Denzel Washington, MBJ, Jasmine Guy, Jessica Alba, Jesse Rutherford, Marilyn Monroe, Eddie Murphy, Erica Kane, Denzel the Man, Oprah Winfrey, RZA, I should probably know how to pronounce that, Angelina Jolie, Harrison Ford, Keanu Reeves, Deborah Messing, Precious Lee, Dorothy Dandridge, Denzel again. Denzel's our most popular here. Halle Berry, Samuel Jackson, Tyler the Creator, Lena Horne, Sandra Bullock, Meryl Streep, Jennifer Lawrence, Leonardo DiCaprio.
Those are awesome choices. So now it's about, you know, kind of watch them and see what it is they do. What is the thing that makes you continue to feel that that's the top person on your list? And then start tapping into your own space. What is it I need to do to elevate myself? Which takes us back to the list of take every opportunity you have to practice. Every opportunity. Find your inner rock star. It's in there. Trust me, it's in there. Even if you feel like, well, I'm shy, you know, there's no room for shy in this business. You got to shake that. And the only reason we're shy or we get nervous is because we're not prepared. When you're prepared, you don't have time to think about shy because now you're doing the work, right? Learn from the greats, learn from your lists. Get that training that's going to make you above and beyond, take you above and beyond where you are now. You don't want to stay mediocre. Get out of mediocrity. It's not a good place to be. Training is the life's blood of your talent. That's probably the most important thing I said to you today. Training is the life's blood of your talent. That's the thing that makes your talent, keeps it alive. Like the blood that's in your body that pumps and keeps you alive, your training is that blood that keeps your craft alive. You got this. You can do this. The fact that you're here right now tells me that you are passionate about what you're trying to do. And if you're passionate about it, go after it. Don't just half-ass it. Go after it with everything you got. I remember the very first play I was in the 10th grade. Had never acted before. had no idea how to memorize. And my English teacher was also the drama teacher at my school. And she talked me into doing this play. And the bug bit me. During the rehearsal period, I just all of a sudden had this passion for it. And by the time we put the play up, she decided to take the play I grew up in Compton, to the Compton Literary Olympiad. So it was all the high schools in Compton entered a play into this thing, and I won Best Actor. Had never acted before. But that passion, that drive, it's in there. That rock star is in there. If you met me in person, just out on the street somewhere, I'm usually pretty low key. But as soon as we get into a situation where, okay, here's a room full of people, that stage presence kicks in automatically. I don't even think about it. It just happens. You fill the room. Last night, I was tired after that long drive, didn't want to do it. And actually, as I drove, I was saying to myself, why did I say no? And I got out of the car and I walked into the room and boom, showtime, it's on. You got to be able to turn it on. We have a few minutes for questions, Denise.
We absolutely do. So if anyone has questions, raise your Zoom hand. In order to do that, what you'll do is go to reactions and then it says raise hand. So if anyone has a question, we would love to open it up for questions. Let's see. All right, let's see here. All right, so Stacy Davis has a question for you. Let's see. Unmute yourself, Stacy Davis.
Thank you. I thought I'd take the opportunity to ask a question since I have you here. First of all, thank you so much. It was very comforting to hear all your advice. I guess my question would be more towards the Asian aspect of everything with, despite the effort and honing your craft and putting in the work, just making sure you're in front of the right people, I think is the hardest thing for me. I just had a showcase a year ago and it was the most humiliating experience I think I've ever had. So just finding the right room to be in so that I can know which direction to go in, I think is my question, if that sounded like a question.
Well, let me ask you a question. Why was it humiliating?
It was emotionally and mentally overwhelming, despite me being prepared for it. I hope I didn't show my humiliation, but it was overwhelming emotionally, being in the room with everybody critiquing and looking and the stage and things being thrown at you. And I'm not really good with improv either. So that was a little nerve-wracking.
So that's the thing that should be on your list of things to work on.
Yeah, improv.
To work on, yes.
Yeah, which is hard to work on because it's improv.
Well, I mean, you can improv by yourself.
Yeah, I suck at it.
Well, because you haven't practiced it.
Yeah.
Right, you gotta hone that craft.
Yeah.
Maybe find a group that does improv and jump in.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then so your question was, how do you find the right room to be in? Was that the question?
Yeah, I think I've spent so much time between different agencies, different agents. I moved from the tri-state area, but I don't really. But it's about where you are, but it's not really about where you are if you're staying focused on your work. So I just feel like all these different people I've been in between with over this time obviously aren't the right people because I'm not where I want to be in the time I've spent doing this. So,
Alicia's
I have a question. Perhaps the people that you're with weren't agents. Are you SAG?
No, I'm not SAG, but they are agents. I was with BIH Studios in New York when I was 17, and Sylvia Hudson Agency is down here in Virginia, and she's SAG. But then I also feel like I might be competing with my agent because she's with SAG as well.
But if she's SAG, she's not submitting you to SAG projects. Does that make sense?
I don't think she is, even though she has an agency though. Why isn't she not doing that?
It's because you're not SAG. Are you still taking classes now?
No classes, but she gets me work for like local commercials and investigation discovery on ID.
Oh.
So she has an agency.
But you're getting local work. Do you want to do more?
Yeah, I do. I
Okay.
do. Very
Well, I mean,
much.
obviously you're here and you see that we have the right connections, which helps.
Yeah.
I mean, showcases are cute, but some of my red flags with you, not to sound like a horrible person.
No, let me
constructive
have them. It was so
criticism is-
stressful.
Yeah, constructive criticism is a big part of
Yeah.
this industry, being able
Yeah.
to follow directions, because it's not about you. As an actor, you have to portray a role, right, Mark? I mean, it's not, I'm
Absolutely.
coming to the table
Absolutely.
already made, like, so being able to improv, like, the obstacle is the way for you. That should not be like, oh, it's so hard. Well, acting is so hard. You're trying to get into a super competitive field.
Yeah.
So don't make it seem like the reason why you're not good at something is because, oh, it's so hard. Oh, woe is me. Because then this is
Yeah,
always,
no, you're right. I hope I get sound like that.
well, no, but here's the thing. A
Still
showcase,
trying. I'm just stressed out.
well, you shouldn't be, wait, okay, so let's go back. So you're here talking to an actual 2-time Emmy nominee from Hit TV.
I'm like, how do I get closer to you?
Okay, you're here, breathe. You're in the right place. You showed up on Zoom. Welcome to VIP Ignite. You're here. You just have to like stop with the insanity. Don't
Yeah,
let
okay.
her,
I'll take that.
right, be impacted
Breathe.
by your past. Because I can tell you, Mark probably went on a million bad auditions. He didn't stop. It didn't break.
Yeah.
If anything, he's
Yeah.
one of the strongest actors I know. And we do improv here and we do everything on Zoom. So you can
Yeah.
keep down the path that you're on, or you could get to a higher level. So the choice is yours. But just so you know, kind of like when Deneen drew that mountain, it's not meant to be easy.
Yeah, I want the
show
ladder for
business.
sure. Yes.
All right.
Well, and let me say this to you, Stacey. You said that you're not where you want to be. I've been doing this for 38 years. I'm not where I want to be. So
Yeah.
the thing
And
is,
not to sound
it's a
unappreciative
journey.
either. Yes, I am happy to be a part of it, period.
Yeah, I'm just saying it's a journey, and everybody's journey is going to be a little bit different. And
Yeah.
so what you have to do is think, in the words of Martin Luther King, since we are still in Black History Month,
Yeah.
longevity has its place.
I'm gonna write that down.
Longevity has its
Remind myself.
I went to college at USC, and there were 30 men and 30 women in the program, and of that 30 and 30, there are probably only about 2 of us that are still working, that
Yeah,
are still chasing the dream, that are still hungry for it.
Yeah.
And through all my success, I look at my IMDb and I go, wow, I've done a lot of stuff. I have a career that people would be proud to have,
Yeah.
but I'm not just resting on
Just that.
more. I want to start picking and choosing new. So build that toolbox.
Yeah.
It sounds like to me, improv needs to be on the top of your list of things to start
I just
chasing
circled it
right
like
now,
3
because
times.
I did a commercial a few years ago. It was an AT&T commercial, and the director, after my first read through with a young lady who's my daughter, said to me, "Okay, Mark, now do it like a preacher." And so I walked to the door and walked back over as a preacher. He says, "Okay, now do it like a plumber." I go back over. Literally, he gave me 30 different things to do. And when I got to the set, I asked him, I said, "Why did you hire me?" And he said, "Well, when I see somebody I like," he says, "I'll give them things to do." He says, "Usually about 10. He says, "But you were turning around so fast without even thinking about it. Whereas most actors, they would stop and think and, make an excuse and then do something." He says, "You would just turn and go." He says, "And on the day when I'm at work, I need to know that I can look at this guy and say, hey, do it like this." And there it is. And so that's all about training. It's all about training.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Ever stop training? Mark, do you ever stop training in this business?
No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. I have an improv class that I take all the time, just because for a couple of reasons. One, it makes me quicker on my feet as a stand-up. and some of the characters that I create actually pop out onto stage as a stand-up. And the other thing is, when you're doing scripted material, it helps you see stuff that's not there.
Yeah.
You know,
And
so,
as an actor, you know, like, you're covering your own expenses for headshots, you're covering your own expenses to get to and from auditions, to pay for continuing education, which is what classes are, any type of union fees. Guys, this is an investment in you. And I want you all to type investment. You have to take classes. If improv is holding you back, I don't care if anybody on here hasn't thought about doing improv. Improv is so important in any capacity in this industry. I don't care if you're doing Broadway, theater, film, music video, it doesn't matter. Improv is so important in this business.
Right. We have another question.
Hey, I'll
from
give you
Norman.
an improv nugget. An improv nugget that you can all have for free. This is costing you nothing. No matter what is thrown at you, be open to it. And then you can run with it. Be open to it.
All right. Well, we have one more question for you, sir, from Norman Hanley.
There we go. Mr. Lawrence, first off, I want to say thank you. I have about 3 pages of notes here. And when you said write that list of 10, I've actually crossed out one name. You're now on that 10 of my top 10. So, but you were talking about different characters, writing down different people you can be. And you were just mentioning going from preacher to plumber. And of course, training is a big part of that. But do you consider yourself sort of a chameleon, being able to change those roles? What's your mindset going into just being able to snap into that different character?
I feel like that I've been trained well enough to be able to do different characters. You know, my first play out of college was with the San Francisco Mime Troupe. They do Commedia dell'arte. I played 9 characters for them. And then I did a play in San Diego, Cotton Patch Gospel. I played 15 characters. All different walks, different talks, different gestures. So, you know, the training is there. You know, improv just helps me do it faster.
Okay, so improv is definitely a tool we all need to put in our toolboxes, is what I'm hearing from both you and Alicia.
Absolutely. Like another improv nugget. You know, I'm the foremost authority on everything. So no matter what anybody bring, whatever, no matter what the topic is, you should be able to talk about it. It's like your character, even if it's complete bullshit, your character should be able to just start talking. You know, it could be anything.
Outstanding. Well, thank you very much again.
You're welcome.
Nice.
Great question, Norman. Thank you. Something I love that a lot of people here that are here right now are excited because they've seen a lot of your trainings. Something that I love that I would love for you to talk a little bit more about is, obviously you need formal training, but I also know that you're a student of people, because you've talked so many times about when you're out, like if you're out to dinner, like you're studying the different people that are in the room. So can you talk a little bit about being a student of humanity, if you will, and how that helps you as an actor?
I am a people watcher because it helps you with stuff. When I first started acting, I never knew what to do with my hands. And I just felt awkward. And you can't stick them in your pockets. You gotta use them, the gesture or whatever. And so I started watching people when I was in college, watching the way they walked, watching the way they gestured, watching what they did with their heads. And when I saw something interesting, it would always stick in there. And then I started taking notes. Okay, hey, this guy does this. And then I'm able to go and look at that notebook and go, okay, I'm going to put this in this character. And it's invaluable to watch people. Invaluable. I can't express. My sister went on tour with me once. We as adults, it was our first trip together. And it was an Arizona tour. And every night after the show, we would sit in the bar and watch people. And it was the funniest thing for us because I would find these little nuggets and stick them in my toolbox. So watching people is important. I mean, because your body knows your gestures. Your body knows the way you walk. Your body knows the way you talk. If you think of your body as an instrument, which it is, your body is your instrument. Your mind, your body, your voice, all of that is your instrument. Take care of it. Your body knows you. So now, if you watch other people and start doing some of the things that they're doing with their gestures and start getting that into your body, then your body has other stuff to do when you're playing a different character that's not you. And that's what it is. And that's why I love it. It's like, and you always get a good laugh watching people.
Nothing makes me happier than when I turn on the TV and I see your commercial. What is it? The Allstate, which one is it?
Oh, with the Minions?
Oh, with the Minions.
Yeah.
My 2-year-old gets so excited to see the Minions. I'm like, no, it's Mark Christopher Lawrence. That's why we're excited.
I hate that it was tied to the Minions because now that the movie is out, it's gone.
Well, are you working on any new projects now?
I just had a call from, last July I did a movie, a Christmas movie, and it didn't come out for Christmas. They didn't get it out in time. And once the distributors saw it, they thought, well, we should hold it till next year because we'll give it a bigger release because it's really, really good. It's called Bringing Back Christmas, and I'm the lead in it. And I got a call from them yesterday saying that they have 3 projects that they're working on. I will be in as leads. And so that's coming up. And then I'm producing a couple of projects. I just signed a deal with Investment Capital Group to shop my project to a couple of places and start getting my own stuff going, because I'm at that point where I feel like I want to do stuff that I want to do instead of just waiting.
Let me ask you a question. Earning 2 Emmy nominations, did that help with everything that you're working on now? I mean, is it adding some like clout in your resume when you're going out there trying to shop things around?
Absolutely. In fact, I posted the Emmy nominations, and the Investment Capital Group actually contacted me and said, hey, we know that you're in our same town. Let's have a meeting. And the first meeting was like, what if you had 5 things that you could do, what would they be? And that's where we started.
That's so awesome.
Yeah.
That's so awesome. Janine, any other questions? I mean, I could literally pick his brain all day. I mean, I want to know if there's ever going to be a Chuck reunion, but obviously we've moved past that. I'm #1 fan. And that's actually how we met, guys. We had friends in common, and I hit him up going, I'm a huge fan of your show. I love you. Do you want to come out to LA and do an event with us? And he did. And I showed up and I was like, remember, I fangirled hard. You know that. I'm like, big, because I was a Chuck fan.
I got that last night. There was a couple that came and said, oh my God, we didn't know you were going to be here. I was like, now you
would you say that's like your #1, like when people see you, they recognize you from Chuck, or would you say?
It's either Chuck or Fear of a Black Hat.
Okay.
Yeah. Fear of a Black Hat is a rap Spinal Tap.
All right.
Ooh. I think I know what I'm watching tonight. That sounds awesome.
I think it's on Amazon.
Very good.
Yeah.
Date night, guys. So again, we're watching Body Language now. We're watching that. This is great. We have our Saturday night planned. Perfect.
There you go.
Awesome.
There you go.
Well, Mark Christopher Lawrence, it is always such an honor and pleasure to have you on one of our calls. I am so excited to, hopefully 2023 will be the year that we actually meet. I was so hoping last year, but.
Wait, you've never met him live in person?
No.
I know, it's a travesty. I know.
He also does this comedy tour, so maybe we can like go find him one day. You're primarily like San Diego, right now, or are you going everywhere?
I'm kind of everywhere. I just, I'll do like a weekend here and there. So I'm kind of all over the place.
All right. Well, we're going to look at your tour schedule and then we'll figure out where it coincides, because Deneen, this is your year to meet him live. I'm putting it out there, putting it in the universe.
All right. We'll make it happen.
Yay. Awesome. Well, we love you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much for
Thanks-
being here
thanks
today.
for
We
having me.
appreciate it.
And to all of you VIP igniters, hey, good luck. Don't give up on your dream. Don't give up on yourself. You got this. It's in there. You know.
And you're at the right place. I mean, guys, who here thought this morning, oh, wow, look at this. I'm already connected with an actor who's had 2 Emmy nominations already, right? That's a win. So Mark, thank you so much.
Thank you.
so much.
Nice to see y'all.
Awesome.
Nice to see
Nice
you.
to see
Bye-bye.
you too. Bye.
Take care.
Awesome, guys. So let's look at the tools that we're going to put in our tool chest. So later on today, we're going to learn how to write a monologue. So now you know the body language. How many of you are like taking notes? Okay, you know what? When I write my character, I have to do this, when I have to do that. And now also you learned about improv. You learned how important improv is. You've learned how important training is. We talked about that at the top of the call, right? We talked about all of these tools that you're building in your tool chest to help accelerate your trip to the top of the mountain. So how many of you right now, like, what are some tools you're putting in your tool chest right now? Type them in the comments. What are a couple things you've learned already with our first 2 speakers that you're looking forward to implementing? You're going to start putting into practice. Show up, right? I actually got a message from Jen. She's like, Deneen, I'm so tired. I worked all night, but you know what? I'm still here, right? You have to show up. Always be open. Yeah, that's a great one. Watch the feet. Yeah, practice, improv, right? Being in the presence and practice, right? You have to practice. You have to always be training. Mark Christopher Lawrence was nominated for 2 Emmy Awards. He's still getting coaching. He's still learning stage presence. And you've heard like his journey he's not an overnight success. He's been doing this for a while. He's been climbing that mountain, and now he's at a level where he's talking about a Broadway show. People are asking him to produce his original work. How many of you can see yourselves getting to that point? And something I love that he asked too was, how many of you are here to be mediocre? We're not here for mediocrity. That's not why you're put on earth. You were put here for greatness, right? So that's why we're bringing these amazing people. Coming up, in a moment, we're going to talk about modeling. We're going to talk about, okay, what type of modeling do you qualify for? So in a couple minutes, by the end of that presentation, you are going to know what type of modeling you qualify for. Then we're going to go a little bit deeper. We're going to talk about commercial print versus editorial. Which one is right for you? We're going to talk about comedy too. Okay, improv is the act of being able to think on your feet. Comedy is like taking what you've learned in improv and putting it into action. And the story about the man who's going to teach you a comedy is amazing. We're going to also talk about writing your own monologue. Because one of the things that you see, Mark Christopher Lawrence, his goal was to start doing what he wants to do, start doing his own original work. We're going to set that foundation for you today on how to start getting to that point where you're able to start writing your own foundational work. But before people will start paying you for that and investing in you, you have to put in the work. You have to do the training. You have to know what you qualify for. You have to know your part in the industry. All right. So what I would love to do now is get you guys up and moving just for like 30 seconds. So everyone, please stand up and just move around. I know we've heard a lot of speakers. So everyone stand up, just stretch it out a little bit.
It's almost like we're resetting the body language, getting back into
we're resetting the body language.
We're resetting, we're recalibrating. Let's do it.
Yes. Strike your Superman pose. Like what is your strong stance? Okay. Like be ready. I want you guys to like be ready to receive our next speaker. Okay. All right. Do you guys feel a little bit more energized, moving around a little bit? Take a sip of water. Take a sip of water or coffee, whatever you're drinking. I just made Alicia almost spit out her coffee. Yes, my job here.
I was like, am I wearing white? Right. No, okay.
All right, so let me introduce our next speaker to you. For almost 2 decades, he has dedicated his life to helping models, actors, and musicians connect with the most powerful people in the entertainment industry. As a Broadway investor, he has won over 38 awards, including 6 Tonys, and in 2013 won the Tony for Best Play. He is also the founder of Truth Management, the fastest growing talent management firm in the USA, with the placement of talent in a range of TV, films, and fashion shows around the world and in the US. His company has helped free over 3,500 children from sex trafficking worldwide in partnership with Operation Underground Railroad. He has over 10 years of experience in online marketing and is an expert in branding and marketing. He is on the advisory board for President Donald J. Trump for the arts and entertainment space, where he is going to help make people who don't have a voice be heard by President Trump. Everyone, please give it up for the one, the only, Mr. Michael Fompkin.
Hey guys, how's everybody doing? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Awesome, perfect. All right, let me share my screen and we will get started. All right. Really cool day today. I enjoyed listening to Mark Christopher Lawrence. He's really a really nice guy. For those of you who have the opportunity to come out to one of our events, whether in New York or LA, and get to spend some time with him or even coach with him through us, he's really good. He's probably one of the top people one of the top people we work with. Anyway, we got a long day ahead of us today. We have a lot of really cool content today. Tomorrow's going to be really over the top, guys. I was just reviewing the speakers for tomorrow. We really got some really cool stuff tomorrow, especially early in the morning. Some really great stuff. Eric Sorensen's going to be here. He is absolutely phenomenal. Even later today, guys are going to get to hear from Jeffrey Gurian. He's really awesome, so well connected. I want you guys really to pay attention to the little nuggets these people say, and really start applying them, because the little bit of information is the little things that really make a big difference in your life. So, but I know we got Ryan Colby coming up next, so I just want to kind of get everybody up to speed who may be brand new. From what I see here, we got a lot of brand new people here today, so welcome. Glad you guys came out to learn about the industry, so that's awesome. So today we're going to talk about diversity and being you, the science, the structure, and the framework. What type of model are you? And everybody can see my screen, correct? Awesome. All right. So obviously the world's changed, and obviously the world keeps changing. We all see the news every night. We see, kind of all the concerns that are out there. But at the end of the day, the world's all about unity. It's all about, the entertainment industry, fashion, TV, and film, takes the reality of life and puts it out there to kind of help educate people, to give people enjoyment, entertainment, and so forth. And really, to be successful in this industry, you really have to have a new mindset, right? I hear some of the questions people have, and most of the people who really get stuck in the entertainment industry, it's really mindset. Am I too old? Am I the right look? Am I living in the right area, right? Everyone's always worried about what they don't have. You have to focus on what you do have and how to apply that to get what it is you're missing, right? So even, in today's world, location really doesn't matter, right? In today's market, it's all about diversity, okay? It's all about different types of looks, different types of ethnicities, different types of ages. Some of our biggest success stories are talent that are over the age of 60, so it's really finding what makes you successful in this industry and finding the right agent for your type of look, for your area. Really, it's really being the type of person an agency wants to sign, right? It's all about what makes you unique. That's what the industry is about today. Obviously, we represent talent. We have a lot of our talent on here that we represent, and we have some of our success stories on here. You guys will probably get to hear from some of them either later today or tomorrow. But we represent a wide diversity of talent. Our agency is nationwide. We work with talent from all over the country, all different types. And it's all about really changing the way the industry used to work and really kind of bringing new ideas, bringing new concepts out to the market. Okay, and we handle all different types of areas, everything from fashion to lifestyle to commercials, social media, voiceover, TV, film, and so forth. You guys will learn more about this tomorrow when I do our State of the Union. But I just want you to be aware that for most people, it really comes down to mindset, because even something as simple as the modeling industry, most of the world, when asked to describe a model, will answer with the wrong answer. They're going to have the totally wrong answer. So people working outside the industry, if I went up to them, I said, hey, can you describe what the average model looks like? Most of them are going to say this. They're going to say, oh, probably female, they're tall, they're thin, they probably walk the runways, and they're living this glitzy and glamorous life. And what they're going to be describing is what's called high fashion. Okay, so let me give you the exact definition of high fashion. Okay, so high fashion or editorial are models typically hired for high fashion. The British Association of Model Agents, AMA, explains that female models' height should reach between 5'8" and 5'11", with a 6 to 8 dress size and a 34, 24, 34 bust, waist, and hip measurement, right? Standard size. For men, the runway male models who wear the latest designer fashions must be at least 6 feet tall. Male models photographed for editorial advertising purposes are required to be 5'11" to 6'2" and fit into a 40R jacket. Couple of things. High-end editorial models, high fashion models are for runway, right? They're going to have what's considered a unique look, striking looking features. They're not going to be overly good looking because then it takes away from the clothing. The reason there's a set standard for sizes is because when designers are producing clothing, these are one of a kind pieces, which means they're very labor intensive to make, which means they're also very expensive. So now if you think about it, if you're a designer and you're making doing a show in New York and you call an agency, by having a set standard, you can say I need 10 girls and 10 guys. It doesn't matter if the models are in front of you or not, because you know the models are all going to be pretty close to the same size. So when the models show up, it's just very little alterations to make the clothing fit. You don't even need to see the models until like the day before the show, right? For last minute fittings. So by having this set standard, when an agency calls, when a designer does a show in New York or Paris, Milan, London, it doesn't matter where in the world they're doing the show. When they call an agency, the clothing's going to fit. So at the end of the day, high fashion is just really, the models are just like walking hangers. There's like, it's the smallest segment of the industry. First of all, it's only 10% of the industry. So most people that don't work in the industry, they always just think of high fashion as being the entire industry. It's actually the smallest segment of the industry. The models have to be unique looking with striking looking features. So they're not meant to be overly glamorous. And those very specific height and measurement requirements, less than 2% of the world's population will actually qualify for that. That means 98% of the world's population is not going to qualify to be a high fashion model. It's very specific. It's a very short-lived career. Most of the talent, they'll start at the age of 16, 17. By 21, 22, that part of their career is behind them. Now I'm talking about high fashion editorial. Doesn't mean that you couldn't do a local runway show or something like that. I'm talking about the very specifics, the cover of Vogue, Mercedes-Benz, Paris Fashion Week, like the actual top shows. So for most people, though, this is what they think, right? In reality, it's less than 10% of the industry. It's the smallest segment. Less than 2% of the world's population qualifies. So if this is something like you want it to be in the modeling industry, this would be the wrong part of the industry you'd want to be on. You wouldn't want to be on this because there wouldn't be a lot of work for you. And at the end of the day, it's not really glitzy and glamorous. The models are just walking hangers. That's all they really are. You know, it looks glitzy and glamorous from the outside when you're sitting there and you're viewing it, but from the model's perspective, it's not really a glitz and a glamour. Now, a certain percentage can rise up and they become spokesmodels and so forth, but again, that's going to be very few and far between. The biggest segment of the industry is going to be what's called commercial print. Commercial print is going to be magazines, billboards, catalogs. Commercial print is going to be 80% of the industry. So when you see like a stock photo here, the mom, the dad, the baby, this is a commercial print. Each one of these are commercial print models. So you can see different ethnicities, different ages, male, female, the child, right? This can be used for a hospital, maybe for pediatric care, maybe for some type of product that's dealing with newborns, or maybe a drug company for moms suffering from postpartum depression, right? Whatever it may be, this photo can be used. So when you think about commercial print is going to be the largest segment of the industry. Okay, it's everything from magazines to billboards to covers to the different types of ads that you'll get, you know, in the mail. Right, commercial models work many different jobs: print advertisements, catalogs, campaigns, television shows, magazines, trade shows, and much more. That's actually one of our talent, right? You guys might remember him from the Zesty commercials, right? There are no height or size requirements to be a commercial model. Print models must have an attractive face, good skin, nice body, and a pretty smile, right? So you think about all the different types of ads that you see, it's going to be commercial print, right? Here's like a Macy's ad. You can see the different types of females in here, right? Here's again, in today's world, you have different types of family units, right? You have, you know, mixed ethnicities. You have 2 moms, 2 dads, and so forth, right? Kids are always going to work. Kids are always going to fall into commercial print. You know, in today's world, there's more opportunity in the next 2 years than there have been in the past 10. Like there's such an unlimited opportunity in this field for commercial print. Kind of like when Mark was talking, I was kind of going through everybody who were on camera here, and everybody on here would qualify for commercial print. So this is going to be the category that you would want to focus on. This is the type of agency you would want to work with. These are the types of bookings you would want to do, is going to be commercial print. So, being successful in this industry is really understanding the terminology, right? Not walking into an well, I'm going to be a fashion model. Tyra Banks said, anybody put their mind to it, they can do it. Okay, great. That's great. Go talk to Tyra Banks. Yeah, could you be a fashion model even if you're short? Sure, you could become a spokesmodel. You can become so famous that a designer wants to hire you. But like an agent's just going to think you're a little bit like off, a little bit cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. They want you to really understand where you're coming from. Like, hey, I'm a commercial print model. Let me focus on that type of agency, especially if you're brand new, right? Here's some great examples. Here's Christine, right? Christine's one of our inner circle. She's a great commercial print. She does TV, film, magazine. She does a lot of stuff with health and fitness. She's also an entrepreneur. She runs her own company. She travels around the world. She speaks from stages. She does a lot of exciting things. So you can see for her, she can play a wide variety of roles. She can play the mom, the grandmother, the aunt. She can play the president. She can play, the lady purchasing a product at Macy's or a department store, or the mom who's, struggling with her coffee machine, or her washing machine's broken and she needs the repairman, whatever it may be, right? She can play all those roles. So it's all about versatility. It's about having the right photos, having the right marketing materials, having the right agent, being submitted out for the castings that fall within the range that you qualify for. So when you commercial print, it's like you want to lean into the type of character that you can be, right? Here's another example, commercial print, right? Here's the old lady, right? She's an older woman, right? This commercial print model. She has an agent. She has a comp card. She has representation. She was submitted out for this audition and she showed up. Her pictures were seen by the casting director, and the client said, hey, she's what we're looking for. They had to hire a photographer and have a set and so forth. And then boom, here comes the ad. He has AARP, right? Really attractive African-American woman. So it looks like she might probably be in her mid-50s, maybe late 50s, right? She's got great versatility. She can play a lot of different parts, a lot of different roles. Here, she was submitted out for this ad. They liked her look. They chose her. They shot the ad, and now here it is, right? So again, commercial print, right? Here's again another example of commercial print. This is going to be for e-commerce. So you can see the mom, the dad, the little boy, again, mixed ethnicity and so forth. What I really want you guys to do is by the end of this presentation to really start like seeing ads differently. So instead of just looking at the ad as far as the product, start looking at the people in the ads and then realizing, okay, who's their agent? Who shot this? Where was the shot? Was it shot in Atlanta, Chicago, New York, LA? Could just be, what was the process that these people got to be in this? Was it, the advertising agency for Macy's, where there's an outside production company, outside casting company. We'll learn all about that. Here's Sid, right? Sid's great. Sid's very successful. She does a lot of different stuff for TV and commercial print. She does a ton of TV in New York and Philadelphia. She originally worked for the state of Philadelphia. She just recently retired. Okay, so you can see her. She's got a great look for today's television. She has a different type of ethnicity, a different type of religious background. So she's going to be very appealing to different clients who want to appeal to a wider range of markets. Okay, so it's a perfect example for a lot of people. They would say, oh, how could she be a model? She's very successful. Okay, again, change your mindset, start looking and seeing what's out there, and you'll realize, holy cow, there's so much work out there. So again, commercial print, magazines, billboards, catalogs. I want you to start paying attention when you're driving around. Start looking at the ads, pick up magazines, junk mail that comes in the mail. Start looking at those ads and start thinking about how those people got placed. Obviously, we've been doing this for going on 17 years now. We've won numerous awards. We've, opened up the stock exchange. We work with the best people, and we just found that surrounding ourselves with the best people has been the greatest avenue to be in, because it just makes things so much faster. When we first started the company, it wasn't easy, right? It took us 16 years to become an overnight success. But what's great is it benefits everybody here, because now you have the opportunity to work with people at the highest possible level. And if you want to be successful in the industry, or any industry for that matter, just surround yourself with the best, because they've already made all the mistakes. Again, commercial print, billboards, so forth. Here's an example. These are some of Ryan's models. For those of you who don't know Ryan, he's one of our agents that we work with. He'll be speaking next. This was for a Korean clothing line. So this was actually shot in New York. So even though these ads ran on social media and ran on their website in Korea, these were actually shot in New York. Like, location doesn't matter. Like, I want you guys to realize that, for the, everything that went on for the past 2 years, location really doesn't matter anymore. Age doesn't matter. Location doesn't matter. It's just a matter of you being placed in front of the right people and really understanding how the industry works to really accelerate your career. We have tons of success stories that you guys will get to hear from, of people who in less than a year went from having zero experience in the industry to being extremely successful. And over the next 2 days, you're going to get all that foundational material. Today's about the foundational material to really understand the industry. Tomorrow, at the end of the day today, you guys are going to learn how to write monologue. We'll talk about posing. We're going to talk about our auditioning process. So the whole point of this weekend, and it's absolutely free, is for you guys to really be able to leave here by the end of the weekend with a full understanding of how the industry works and being able to apply it no matter who you are or where you live. So again, some examples: commercial print. Again, location doesn't matter. Here's a great example. Is one of our talent. He lives in Los Angeles now. He's a writer, an actor. When he first started, he came from a small town that was so small they only had one traffic light. He was a barista at a small coffee shop. And this is somebody who really lived in an area where, there wasn't a lot of opportunity there for him, but he came to New York. He met the right people. He started working with Ryan, and, his career took off. He was willing to come back to New York. He spent a few years in New York working in the modeling industry, built his career up, and then he transitioned into acting and so forth. So again, it's location doesn't matter. Like, experience doesn't matter. When you're with the right people, your career take off. This is Mike Trash. Mike Trash, I know I saw him on the call earlier. He's awesome. He's probably one of our top talent. He's formerly with the WWE. He's a filmmaker, a producer, a radio host. He does commercial print. He does TV and film and theater and so forth. So again, it's leaning into the character, playing that dad, playing that uncle, playing the different types of characters that fall within the range of his look. When you lean into your strengths, that's when your career starts taking off. And again, maybe we'll have Mike Trask talk later today or tomorrow. He's one of our inner circle, and he's just great. He's got such a great personality, and he's always reaching out and helping and giving back, and he's just absolutely phenomenal person. Anthony, right? I think I saw Anthony on the call. He's also one of our inner circle. He just recently got signed with a big agency in LA. But again, he's got that great look. He can play that foreigner, that spy, that James Bond villain, but he can also play that military person, that doctor, that lawyer, right? Again, it's all about having the versatility. It's all about having those different types of looks. He leans very heavily into commercial print and TV and film. I actually just saw some of his new photos that he got with his new agent. Really great, leaning into that commercial side. He's got a great look. He's going to do very, very well. You'll see this gentleman on ads. You'll see this gentleman on TV shows and films because he's following the process. He listens to everything and follows the right process, right? It's like a map. You follow the map, it's going to lead you to your destination. That's what we do here. We teach people how to follow the process. We put them in front of the right people. Right, here's another example, 2 different age ranges, right? Everybody should know the voice on the right? Again, commercial print, TV, film, right? Geico ad, right? Commercial print. You see the mom, the dad, the dog, the little girl hidden behind the dog, right? Those are all commercial print actors. These are people who do not only TV and film, but commercials and print ads, e-commerce, right? Here's Lake Flo from Progressive, right? Great example. Right? How many of you guys know who she really is? Who's her agent? How did she get started? Or do you just recognize her as Flo? Right? Well, her real name's Stephanie Courtney. Okay, there she is without her little wig and her little outfit. She could probably walk past you on the street, and you probably wouldn't even recognize her unless you were paying attention. Okay. Here's Jesse Hyman, world's greatest extra. He was in the Super Bowl ad, Kissing Bar Raphael. He's been in over 1,000 movies or TV shows. He's been in multiple Academy Award-winning movies. Okay. He's considered the world's greatest extra. There's actually a film about him being a principal background extra. He does a lot of background work. He does also some speaking roles and so forth. but he leaned into his character. Like, this is the guy that probably people picked on in high school, but yet he's running circles as far as success is concerned in the industry because he leaned into this type of character, right? He's that quirky, geeky character. Okay, so again, commercial work, TV, film, actors, magazine, leaning into the type of character roles you can play. Again, it's all about mindset. Mindset is everything, right? Here's Flo. Right, here's her example. Here's her resume. I couldn't even cut and paste all of this. I actually got to update this. Maybe I'll make it easier. Maybe I'll make it 2 slides. But like, she's been doing a ton of stuff. Like, she just didn't fall out of the sky and become Flo, right? She's been on ER. She's been on Mad Men, right? Mad Men for 5 episodes. Show Caveman. I remember when that show was out, right? 2 Broke Girls, right? She's done all this stuff. She was on the Goldbergs. One of our coaches is one of the characters from the Goldbergs. Right, so she's done all these different things. Like, her original way into the industry, she was interested in being a comedian. So she was doing stand-up comedy. She actually got training up in Chicago at one of the best comedy schools there. So she has the training. She had to go out on the auditions and so forth. And her agents just said, "Hey, one day I got this, job for you to be a character for an insurance company. You interested?" And she said yes, right? And then boom, turned into her becoming the spokesperson for Progressive. Okay. And this is a little bit outdated now. Her contract is now $3 million a year, right? She does all kinds of stuff for them. She does their e-commerce, their commercials, right? So imagine she said no. Imagine she wasn't willing to give it a chance. Imagine she said, "Well, I don't know. I'm going to hold out for something, an Academy Award winning movie." Okay, should have left millions of dollars on the table. Like, this is how the industry works. like these there's so much opportunity out there. You just have to be in the right lane. When you're in the right lane, your life changes so fast. It'll make it's just incredible. But you have to surround yourself with the right people. So again, Flo, right? Great example. Commercial print. Then you have promotional models, right? Promotional models are going to be trade shows, book shows, car shows, right? Promotional models are going to be very pretty, they can be voluptuous. They have curves. They're working at the car shows, right? Demonstrating products. These are things you can do on the weekends, hair shows, and so forth. We work with one of the biggest promotional companies in the United States. They handle everything from the NFL to the NHL to the MLB to all kinds of shows. They have girls and guys working all the time consistently. Like, these girls, people are like, "Oh, they're just promotional models." Okay, promotional models can earn $100,000 plus per year working part-time. Like, just being able to demonstrate products, being at shows, handing out stuff. Don't discount this. And a lot of times you're working with casting directors who are actually working with bigger, different projects. This is a great way to make an extra income as a promotional model. Then you have fitness, right? And fitness modeling could be like, doesn't mean it's just not only the guys who are jacked, but it can be also the people who are doing supplements, right? All the different e-commerce. Like, there's hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of companies like out there every day promoting online that aren't like just major brands. It's not just the Nikes and so forth, but all these smaller brands. And a lot of times the smaller brands pay just as much. Right. So when you're doing commercial work, you can be making $5,000-$6,000 a day for an ad. Okay. And it doesn't have to be a Nike, because, they're buying the rights of usage for it, for e-commerce and for print and so forth. So there's so many different things: watch companies, shorts, the clothing companies, the sportswear, right? So many different things. So like, realize that. So not only do you have like commercial print, but then you have commercial fitness and commercial petite and so forth. You have plus size and curve, right? A multi 9-figure a year industry, right, for plus size, right? People are more larger size, not only here in the United States, but across the world. This opens up for advertisers. It's a huge part of the industry. So don't think that anything that just because you're not, thin like a stick doesn't mean you can't work. You probably could work even more. Okay. It's just leaning into the type of work that you can do. Kids are always going to work. Most important part for kids are the parents. Are they able to show up on set? Are they able to be there all day? So forth. Do the kids have working papers and all that? That's something we can talk about for those of you who want to get your kids involved. That's something we're going to be launching very heavily in 2023. So again, commercial print, right? Different types of look, different types of ethnicities. Location doesn't matter. Size doesn't matter. Here's some stock photos, again, showing you different types of looks, different types of characters people can play. At the end of the day, it's 2023. The world's changed. Mindset is everything. It's all about what makes you unique. So people who succeed at the highest level are not lucky. They're doing something differently than everyone else. And, that's what you really have to make the decision. You're here for this weekend. You're putting the time and the effort to learn about the industry. And you can talk about it all you want. It means it's a dream. If you envision it, it's possible. But if you schedule it, it's real. And for those of you at the end of this weekend, you'll have the opportunity. We're going to be looking for some new people to sign to our agency. We're going to be looking for some new people to have the opportunity to work with some of our people at the highest possible level. But you have to be here all weekend. You have to put the effort in. And it's not about being lucky. It's just about showing up. Okay, that's what it's all about. So again, we have some exciting experiences coming up. We'll talk about those later tomorrow. But my name is Michael Fomkin. This is Diversity in Being You, the science, the structure, and the framework. What type of model are you? So now you can know the difference. Are you high fashion, runway, editorial, promotional, fitness, plus, curve, teen, child, commercial print, or lifestyle? All right, guys, let me turn this back over because I know we have Mr. Ryan Colby will be coming on soon. And the very last thing I want to do is to be the man who held up Mr. Ryan Colby, because that would just be terrible. I wouldn't want to create a fashion emergency anywhere. So I will see you guys later today. Have fun, and I hope you enjoyed and you learned. All right, guys, talk to you in a little bit. Bye.
Oh my gosh, how awesome was that? So here's my question for each and every one of you. First of all, give Michael a round of applause. Yes, pretty amazing. So I have a trick question. Are you guys ready for my question? This is a pop quiz. Oh, wait, hold on. My body language. I'm not supposed to do this because I want people in my space. Come into my space. Pop quiz for you. What type of modeling do you qualify for? And go! Type it in the comments. Pop quiz! No one print? Okay. Yeah, commercial. Good. Okay, we have a couple. Alan, Frankie, thank you guys. Okay. This morning when we were talking, I was like, hey guys, you know what? Make it a contest. Marcel, I know you. I don't know about high-end editorial, but maybe, who knows? Everything. Okay, awesome. Guys, when I ask you a question, I want you to answer. I want you to be quick, okay? Make sure you answer. Because you know what? When Ryan Colby comes on and asks a question, if you're not on your A game, no ma'am, he is going to, trust me, you don't want to be on the wrong side of Ryan Colby. Awesome. All right, guys. So let's go through some of the tools that we've put in our tool chest so far today. And then we're going to set the ground for the rest of the day. Okay. Is that okay with you guys? If it's okay, type yes or yes in the comments. All right. So let's do this. So let's talk about where we've been today. So today so far, we've talked about body language. How many of you, hold on, I see people still slumping. Like, I don't understand. We learned about how important body language is. Sit at attention like you mean it. Come on now, people. Thank you. Oh, Najawa, I like your background. I'm going to be in your palm trees right now. It's snowing outside. All right, so we talked about body language. We talked about how you have to present yourself, right? We talked about, so how many of you now are watching even the way I'm interacting, saying, what's going on with Janine right now? Are you guys observing myself? Were you observing Mark Christopher Lawrence, Michael? Yeah, you should be, because now you're a student of body language. That's going to be one thing that's going to help set you apart from everyone else. We talked about, with Mark Christopher Lawrence, about how you need to keep training. A man who's won 2 Emmys still is in training. How many of you want to get to the point where you're able to do your own projects? I know Frankie was like excited about that a little while ago. Yeah, we all want to be able to do our own creative projects. And here's a question I have for you. In the comments, what are some of your goals? Okay, like what are some things that you want to accomplish? Because everything that we're doing right now is that X marks the spot on the map. What are some of the goals? I need help, can't be independent. Okay, I don't know how to help you with that. I want to act. Okay. What are some of the goals that you want to achieve? A one-on-one agent. So you want to be someone who you're the only person that agent represents. Well, I hope that you're making a lot of money, because agents get paid when they book you work. We'll talk about that with Ryan in a couple of minutes. to become a consistent working paid actor. That's awesome. How many of you also have come up with characters that you can play? Mark Christopher Lawrence was talking about characters, right? How many of you know whether you're a character actor or a leading man or woman, leading person, leading actor, right? These are all things that I want you to be thinking about as we're going through the day. Okay. And then Michael went through what type of modeling you qualify for. How many of you, your eyes were opened so much by learning what type of the different types of modeling there are? How many of you are like, okay, you know what, this is awesome. And now we're gonna have Ryan Colby coming up in a couple minutes, and he's gonna take it to the next level. Okay, then he's gonna talk to you about what type, like he's gonna go deeper on modeling with you. He's gonna talk about commercial print versus editorial. Which one is right for you? Okay, these are all things I want you guys to be thinking about as we're going along. Because even if you, how many of you are like, all I want is to be an actor? Raise your hands. Okay, good. Okay, one person. How many of you are like, all I want is to be a model? Raise your hands. Okay, good. You guys are learning because I want you want to do both. Because Alicia likes to ask this question. And every time I hear it, I'm like, you know, that's such a great point. So imagine this, you only want to be an actor. No, hold on. Imagine this, you only want to be a model, right? All I want to do is be a model. Well, if someone's going to pay you $5,000 for one day to go act and be a background extra in a scene, are you like, no, I don't need the money?
Look at the whole cast of Gossip Girl. I mean, and I hate to sound like that, none of them can act, they're just pretty. So you guys, if you agree, type amen. Look at the show Billions, Power. I mean, like Raising It, any show you watch, they're not filling the club scene with beautiful, sexy people because they can recite Shakespeare. They're hot pieces of blank. You got it? So modeling and acting go hand in hand.
Yeah. Local theater, spend more time. Okay, that's awesome. So guys, so our goal for, like I told you guys, our goal for this weekend is to help move you forward. How many of you feel like you're getting those tools that you need to help move you towards your goal? If you do, type tools in the comments. Type tools in the comments. All right. Mr. Colby will be with us momentarily. Alicia, so what have been some of your biggest takeaways over the last couple of speakers? Because I know you, can you
just in life or
like what? Well, if someone were going to take away one thing from what they've learned today, what would you want them to take away so far?
Well, I think, I mean, there's so many. I mean, let's just go back, like Mike, right? There's so many people, Deneen, that go to these showcases, which we're already figuring out. A lot of people, you know, go and they have a number pinned to them, but they're never able to talk to any of the agents unless they're called. So I find that a lot of times when people are trying to get into modeling, they have this grandiose idea. Oh, well, if I want to be a model, I better be, you know, stick thin, and I better look like Slender Man, and, you know, I better be that 5'11", size 0. That's based on genetics. So a lot of times when people get taken advantage of trying to get into show business because I need comp cards, that is like the biggest scam. You don't need comp cards, like unless you have an agent. So like we'll go through that in detail, but I find most people don't even know where they fit into the industry. They all want to be a model, but yet they don't understand like high fashion is a 99.9% rejection rate. I want you all to write that. And that's not me being harsh. That's me being truthful. It is based on genetics. Like your dreams about doing this, like you have a better chance of walking on water. It's a 0.1 success rate. Now, I'm going to be honest with you, brands, especially now, if you've been to the mall lately, if you've been on any type of website, you look at e-commerce, catalog work, commercials, even in Times Square, there are normal people right now, people that look just like every single person on this call, booking tremendous work. But the problem is a lot of the agencies that you dream about signing you, these big Willaminas and Fords and IMGs, these elite agencies, they have a 0.1 success rate. So 99.9% rejection rate means 1 in 1,000 will get signed. And that's typically why people get taken advantage of in this industry, because they're so worried about oh, I need pictures and I need this. Well, that's sweet, but who's seeing them? So, I loved Michael's presentation because, again, how many of you guys now know, well, man, just because I'm not high fashion, let me rephrase this. When you tell your friends and family you want to be a model, how many of you guys get like, oh, you can't do it, you're not tall and thin? Anybody here? Because it happens all the time. And then you have these like Debbie Downers, in your mind. Maybe they just have never tried it. But if you're watching TV now, or if you're, going through any type of, anything online on social media, how many of you guys see people that look just like yourselves booking work? And you're like, why not me? So the question is, why aren't you getting real opportunities? So, but the sense of entitlement doesn't apply in this company. And I want to stress this to you. I'm watching the participants. I want to make sure that if you're looking for an agent, these are things I look for. Did you log in on time? Were you camera present? Were you interacting with our guest speakers? When I ask questions and I say type amen, I can actually pull a chart at the end of this and see your response rate. Did you actually respond when I asked you to? Because a casting director, if you can't follow basic directions, no one wants to work with you. Do you guys understand this? And that is the truth. So I want everybody to type reset me, because that's honestly what you're doing here. I don't care if your friends and family don't believe in you. You guys see these pictures behind me? I'm holding a Tony Award. I got to work with Sigourney Weaver, Vanessa Hudgens. We're now producing 2 new Broadway shows. Guys, I don't care about the naysayers. Tell them to grow a pair of balls and go after their own dreams. These are your dreams. You better be passionate. You have a huge agent coming on right now. Everything that we went through between Mark Christopher Lawrence, Mike, Renee, when Ryan comes on and your camera's not on, he's going to be like, why? Why are you even here? Think about it. You all want to get signed. Okay, great. You're online right now with a huge Hollywood agent and you're already messing it up. Shame on you. How many times do you think you're going to get these opportunities?
And let me tell you something.
Just had a chance to talk to one of the biggest for me, 2-time Emmy nominee. I love the TV series Chuck, right? Deneen loves it. And getting a chance to have somebody of that type of level answer your questions, not only that, but give you the time of day. What does that mean to you? Somebody type, what does that mean to you? Do you think you can just reach out to him and he's going to talk to you one-on-one and help you? Your network is your net worth. And I want you all to understand that. So with Ryan Colby coming on, he works with people like, Mark Cherry, who created Desperate Housewives, Ryan Murphy from American Horror Story. He's booking models on covers of magazines, doing runway, doing commercial print, catalog work. Anything is possible. Everybody wants an agent, but the question is, do they want you? So everything that we're going through from the second that we started, it is leading you up. Tomorrow we have a huge Hollywood agent. Okay. I wouldn't want her on today. Why? Because you're not ready. How many of you guys want to be ready? We're literally giving you our heart and soul on this. And this is a free call. But I want to make sure that if you're doing this, it is 100%, because if not, log off. You are not our talent. You go ahead, you do those fake showcases, join every website, you go ahead. They just want your credit card. Okay. Here, you're going to network with some of the biggest names in the industry, but Lord help me, I would never choose anybody that I don't think can handle this. And that is what this company is all about. So with every single person coming on, and I understand, Stacey, you're driving, turn your camera on, show some respect. They're helping you. Do you guys understand this? This is priceless. Priceless. Let me see in the comments very quickly before our next guest speaker come on. How much money and how much time have you put into this so far? Type it. How much money and how much time have you put into this so far? And then I'm going to ask you a second question. Don't say a lot. That is not a number. Don't say priceless. There is a price. Ask me how much I've spent on Broadway in order to work, I want to know a cost. And especially time. How much time did you put into this? So the question is, what's holding you back from success? Maybe it's you. Maybe it's the people you surround yourself with. Maybe it's sitting up on websites. Pick me. Real casting directors don't go to websites. This is an unbelievable opportunity. You're at the right place at the right time. Somebody type, I'm ready, because this is what it's all about. You better be ready. And if your camera is not on, shame on you. There's Destiny walking out your door, running out your door.
And Destiny just arrived.
Oh,
Mr.
Lord
Ryan
help us.
Colby has arrived
Everybody say a
here
prayer.
at the VIP Ignite 2-day Model and Actor Spring Accelerator. So, are you guys ready to hear from the man, the myth, the legend, Mr. Ryan Colby? Let me introduce him to you. So, our next guest has been labeled one of the top 7 most powerful agents in the world. He started his career as a model at the age of 12 and now has almost 4 decades in the industry as an icon of fashion. A fun fact, his first gig was the United Colors of Benetton. He has art directed over 20 covers of Vogue, and he opened Emmanuel Ungaro at the age of 15. He has been proclaimed to have one of the best eyes in the business. He has run his agency successfully for 12 years. Through good times and bad times, he has never wavered. He had the record number of covers for the agency, totaling 72 in 1 year. For almost 2 decades, he has styled some of Hollywood's biggest stars, including Liam Neeson, and he took Ethan Hawke from the worst dressed list to the best dressed list. He has placed talent worldwide for campaigns for the top luxury brands in the world. Everyone, please give a rousing round of applause to the one, the only, Mr. Ryan Colby.
Hi, everyone.
Oh my God, it's so good to see you, Mr. Colby. How are you today?
I'm good. I'm on my phone. It's best. My computer was not charged last night, and I didn't feel like dealing with it. So.
Well, thank you for showing up any way you can, Mr. Colby.
How is everyone doing? How is the morning going?
Oh my gosh, this morning has been amazing.
Who was speaking before?
So we talked about body language and how that's so important, not only on Zoom and in person, but like even when you're bringing it to a character that you're playing, a role that you're playing. We had Mark Christopher Lawrence on. He talked about mastering stage presence and the need for training and how you always have to be a student. And I know with your actors that you work with, and even with your models, they're always students. You're always teaching them something. They're always learning. And then right before you, we had the one and only Mr. Michael Pumpkin, and he talked about what type of modeling each and every one of these people on this beautiful call qualify for. And now we're excited for you to take it a step deeper and talk about the difference between commercial, print, and editorial, and which one is right for each and every one of them.
Okay, yeah, commercial print. And I wanted to say, I remember on the last boot camp 2 weeks ago, I forgot to mention this, when you did the intro and you said I opened Emmanuel Ungaro, somebody wrote me on Instagram and they were like, did you open one of their stores? I don't think they know what open means. So I'll just give them.
Oh my gosh, I will have to rectify this. I'm going to take notes and this way they'll understand.
I don't think they know what that means, like, because I guess it sounds like a store. I don't know. Open means when you do Fashion Week, especially in Milan, in the major cities, Milan, Paris, London, New York, opening a show, especially for someone that no one's ever heard of, is an amazing accomplishment, and it kind of launches you into the industry and gets you severe notice that you wouldn't have gotten just being in the show. If you're the 4th model, the 8th model, the 10th model walking out, yes, it's great. But opening a show, being an unknown, is something that kind of goes on your, I'd not say resume because models don't have resumes, but it just kind of goes in your description, kind of like Oscar nominee, Jessica Chastain or whatever. Like it goes before your name. So when I opened Emmanuel Ungaro, he did a men's collection in the 80s and 90s. He doesn't do men anymore. His line doesn't do men anymore, but in the 80s and 90s, I did. And
where was the show that you opened for him?
In Milan. So I opened Emmanuel Ungaro, and that was a big deal because he never used blacks, and I was one of the first blacks he used, and it was because the season previous, I did very badly. I did absolutely nothing. And it was sucky. I did nothing. I did no shows. And so the following season, I went from doing absolutely nothing to opening one of the biggest men's lines. So that's what it means when you open. It means that you are the first one out of the gate. You set the tone for the rest of the models behind you.
Awesome. Well, now
Anyway,
I will make sure.
That's just the term that you open and close. Like, so when you close a show, like, I didn't close Emmanuel and Gara that season, I don't think. But when a model closes Prada or YSL or Chloe or Gucci or whatever show it is, that's also as recognized as opening. And everything in the middle is that you're just in the show. But when you open or you close, it's recognized by the industry. So that's basically what it means. It doesn't mean a store. It doesn't mean I work the register. It means
I would love to see you work the register, Ryan. That's almost like when you act or when people ask, do you read well? And it's not about like, can you read? It's like
literal. Yeah.
Yeah. So sometimes I get it.
Anyway, so to the topic at hand is the difference between commercial print and editorial is sometimes can be a muddy area because some people can do both. And some people can only do commercial print, and some people can only do editorial. So everyone is different. There's millions of people billions of people on this planet, and hundreds of thousands every year trying to become models or trying to get into the entertainment industry. So I will hold on one second, please.
Ryan, did you just read my text? Is that why you're laughing?
Yeah, working on the situation.
That's a beautiful light you have there, Mr. Colby.
He's shining light upon the situation.
Oh, it's a whatchamacallit? It's a just recess lighting.
Ryan, are you getting snow in LA today?
Unfortunately, there's snow not here, but there was snow in Joshua Tree, which was crazy. My friend Carter was doing a photo shoot, and they had to switch gears and change it up because it started snowing out of nowhere, and they obviously couldn't continue shooting, so they had to I think they found a restaurant, paid them a rental fee, and they shot in a restaurant that was, that they literally could see from where they were standing. It was really weird, but not here. It was sleeting the other day, and then it rained like unreal yesterday. So the backyard is flooded. It's a whole situation. So
let's go over commercial print versus editorial.
Yes,
because Michael did a presentation about what type of model are you. So let's do a deep dive into commercial versus editorial.
Okay, so commercial print is kind of like lifestyle, between lifestyle and mild fashion, meaning commercial print is if you're holding a cell phone, if you're holding a can of soda, if you're holding a bottle of water, if you're eating, if you are doing lifestyle things, getting in your car, getting out of your car, trying on a jacket, walking with your kids in a stroller, walking with your girlfriend, your boyfriend, your husband, birthday party scenes, being a teller at a bank, checking someone into a hotel. All of these things that you do every day fall under the guise of commercial print and lifestyle. So commercial print and lifestyle are actually the same thing. It's just a different word. There's a lot of the reason why some people get confused in modeling terms and modeling is because there's lots of different words used for the same thing. So I don't like it, but I didn't make the rules. So there's a lot of different words for the same thing. And lifestyle is commercial print. It's the same thing. So when someone says, oh, you're a lifestyle model, you're a commercial print model. And someone says you're a commercial print model, you're a lifestyle model. You're doing realistic, everyday things. It just happens to be getting photographed. That's what makes you a model, is that it's being photographed And, so that's what commercial print is.
Ryan, how much does commercial print models make? Like, what is like a typical pay rate? Because a lot of people don't know like what
it's great. I mean, if you do a bank ad for Bank of America and you're the one standing there giving the teller your check, or they're giving you the money, it could be thousands of dollars. It just depends upon what else they're doing that day. Are they doing a commercial? Are they also doing stuff for the website? Are they also doing flyers? Every single time they use something for media, you get paid on that. So sometimes if it's just one medium, it's actually less money than if it's 4, 5, 6. What countries are they using in? So it can range up into the thousands. You do commercial print for Tesla, or for Starbucks, or for McDonald's. Sometimes the fast food places pay really nicely. Wendy's, McDonald's, Burger King, Coca-Cola, they all pay really nicely. Snickers commercials during the Super Bowl, those Betty White ads that they did a couple years ago playing football, all those guys that played football with her, they were getting 75 to 100 grand, just to play football with Betty White and do things that they would normally do, so.
Oh, you mean like Betty White doesn't normally play? I was going to say, I would love to be the girl eating the Snickers for 75 grand. I got that. But Ryan, can you book those jobs without an agent?
No, absolutely not.
So let's go over why.
Even though they're doing simple things, you still have to be a trained actor, even though you're doing something with a Verizon cell phone, answering your phone and saying hello. They really want an actor. So you can't get those things without an agent, because they need to know that you can actually deliver the lines quickly and get everyone off set quickly. Commercials shoot really fast. So it's not like days and days and days, it's hours. So they don't want to deal with people who've never been in front of a camera, or who don't have an agent's stamp of approval, meaning like, even though this is their first job, you should use this person, that kind of stamp of approval. So you cannot get these kinds of good jobs without an agent. You can get a local, like if you live in Dayton, Ohio, and the guy down the street is doing a commercial for his pizza parlor and he wants to use you because you're his son's friend. Okay, yeah. Does that happen? Yes, it happens every day. But
you're not making 75 grand from that.
No, you're not. You're getting free pizzas for a week or something. I don't know. But you're not making that kind of money. So are there local commercials that will hire you because you're friends with their daughter? Absolutely. But that's not something that Hollywood or New York cares about. So I'm talking about commercials that you watch when you're sitting down watching The Bachelorette or whatever TV show you watch. The commercials that come on, those are all represented actors, models, actors, and they all have agencies in New York, LA, Chicago, Miami, and these commercials are shot countrywide. So you have to have an agent, sometimes in multiple markets, to get those commercials in Chicago, get those commercials in Miami that aren't going to shoot in New York, and the other cities. Get a commercial agency in Dallas, stuff like that. It's not a ton of work there, but if you can do a commercial in Dallas a year, that's pretty good money. The southern market pays. Florida does the Spanish commercials there. They will reproduce a major commercial and do it in Spanish, and a lot of times they will shoot it in Orlando or Miami. So you have to have agents in different markets to just maximize your money-making potential. And that's what commercial print is everyday products used on people who are photogenic and people who have good personalities, people who can deliver lines. That's what commercial print is.
What are some of the red flags for you, Ryan, like in order to sign somebody for commercial print? Do you have any red flags or things that you're like, oh, that's a deal breaker?
Commercial print, I like people who are realists, who know that they're commercial print and aren't going to try and pressure me or try and convince me that they should be doing Fashion Week in Milan when it's just not possible. So when you are realistic in the way you look and what your abilities are in this industry, that makes you more attractive to me or any agent, because then there's no bizarre conversations or hurt feelings that I have to have with you. That's a big red flag, is when people have unrealistic expectations. When you are purely commercial print, you should just stay in your lane and be happy that you're getting gigs, and not try and fantasize about something that just isn't possible. So that's a big one that I do not like.
Now, Ryan, let me ask you, I'm gonna, it's okay if I put you in the hot seat a little bit, right? If you guys want me to ask questions.
Editorial, because I didn't get to editorial.
I know, but let me ask you a question. When you're submitting out people for like a Wendy's ad, what are you submitting with? Like an actual like high fashion editorial, or what type of shoot should they have? Like go over like.
No, they should have. You don't need to do a photo shoot of you cramming a burger in your mouth, but you need to. You need to just have simple lifestyle images of you smiling, walking on the street. You know, the casting directors that are doing Wendy's or Burger King or Coca-Cola, they're not stupid. They know that they don't need to see the product in your book in order to be like, oh, that's a great mom for our commercial, or that's a great preteen for our commercial, or that's a great dad for our commercial. They just need to see you looking friendly, approachable, and believable. So that could be any scenario. You could be running on a beach. You could be doing a shoot in a studio of just you smiling up against a gray wall. You could be in a business setting. Like, there's so many pictures you could use to get commercial print jobs. There is no rule. It's just whatever is strong.
And you're not using like the America's Next Top Model, Vogue-esque, super high fashion editorial like covers.
No.
That like Art Nouveau type. Yeah.
That will not get you to jobs because it's not believable, and it needs to be approachable to an everyday person shopping at the mall or the ShopRite or online, stuff like that. So you have to be relatable, wearing relatable clothing that your neighbor and your friends would wear. Nothing crazy, nothing weird, because it's not believable, and it closes off your market. So you have to stay in your lane and trust your agent and do what they say. Now, editorial, when you're an editorial model, that's usually set aside for the young. And
now, when you say the young, because I'm young at heart, can you like break it down? Because again, we have a lot of new people on here, Ray.
Okay. Like, when you're young, I mean literal.
Okay, like a number. Like, how much is this worth?
16 to 25. Huh?
I'm saying, like, when I ask people, what is this worth? And they're like, priceless. I'm like, I want a damn number.
Yeah, so okay, 16 to 25.
16 to 25, write that down. Editorial.
16 to 25. And young, just because you're 16, you can still be commercial print. So it doesn't mean you're going to be editorial just because you're 16, or just because you're 18 or 21. It's all about facial features and placement and body structure and the way clothes look on you, and all of these things, unfortunately, are really hard to explain. It's more of a visual, and then that makes you editorial. Now, when you're editorial, there's more travel involved. There's opportunities overseas more. It's actually less pay. It's more glamour, less pay.
Wait, less pay, more glamour. What? How much less pay? What are we talking? Again, numbers, Ryan.
A lot less pay. Like, you do it, like, say, a Snickers commercial for 75 grand, but you do bevy of fashion shows in Milan, you may get $1,000 each. You do 10 shows, that's $10,000 plus plane. So you're not making a ton of money, but you're becoming famous. You're going to the best parties, so you get fame and you get glamour, but you just get less money. Now, when you become a supermodel, then yes, the millions come in. But I'm talking about the average working editorial model, not the top 20 super girls or super guys.
Well, let's say somebody did like New York Fashion Week. What does that pay?
Nothing. It pays nothing. It pays very little to a couple $100 a show, $500 a show, $850 a show max. There is no 4-figure shows in New York anymore, unless you're a top working circulating model. Now, the circuit girls, what is called a circuit boy or a circuit girl, is this people who do the circuit. The Milan, Paris, London, New York, Milan, Paris, London, New York, Milan, like over and over and over and over again. Those are circuit models, meaning they can command a higher rate. If you're just going into New York to do the shows, you get the lesser rate, which is 150, 250, 300, 500, that's it.
So you're not doing it for the pay, but you're doing it for the glamour.
No, you're doing it for the glamour. You're doing it for, hopefully an editor sees you and wants to use you for a magazine, because the editors are sitting right there in the chairs. And sometimes if they've never seen a model, you attract their attention. They're like, oh, and they look on the program, or they go backstage and they ask you what agency you're with, and you tell them, and then 2 days later they call your agent. Oh, we're shooting a 10-page story for Glamour, or for Amica magazine, or for W, or for whatever, and we liked your girl and or guy, and can they come into the office today? And now you have a 10-page editorial, which is great, because that builds your book, that builds your profile. Then when advertising season comes, advertisers want tear sheets. So when they are booking the new fragrance campaigns, the new hair campaigns, the new makeup campaigns, the new clothing campaigns, they're looking at girls and guys that have worked their butt off for the past 6 months with a bunch of different new magazines coming out, and they're going to pick, some of them for their advertising. You can't get advertising just because you decided to model on Monday and now it's Friday. Like, it doesn't work that way. You have to put in your dues to get major advertising, and those are editorial models.
And anybody with a credit card can buy a portfolio, but tear sheets mean you've actually been in a publication.
Oh yeah, tear sheets. You have to be picked, and it's a whole thing. Now,
okay,
editorial
wait,
models.
Let me ask one quick question. So in order to do Fashion Week of any kind, like real Fashion Week, do you need an agent in order to do that? And do you must have, or I can't even talk today, but do you need to live in New York City in order to do New York Fashion Week?
Well, you need to be in New York City for a couple of weeks. Yes, of course.
And who pays for that?
You do.
Well, not me. I'm not paying for that for you guys.
The individual pays for it. Now, the thing with Fashion Week, people are misconstrued. They think it's just the 7 or 8 days that the shows go on for. There's 10 days before that you need to be in the city to run around and go on these appointments. So it's about a 15 to 18 day commitment that you have to be in New York. So you can't go home. You can't go back and forth. A lot of people are bizarrely will message me on Instagram or email me and be like, I'm doing a fashion show on February 9th. Like, no, you're not, because it's January something. There haven't been any castings. And how are you doing a show on February 9th?
Well, anybody could say New York Fashion Week. It could be in Harlem. It could be in Brooklyn, but it's not a CFDA show. So I want you guys all to understand. I mean, anybody can walk Fashion Weeks. There's Montana Fashion Week. There's, Fargo, North Dakota Fashion Week.
Nashville. There's Atlantic City. There's, I don't know. Yeah. There's always
and it's
bizarre.
For like your social media, so your friends, can hit like, but that's not going to help you in this business.
Yeah, no, there is only one Fashion Week, and the shows are specific, and there's a laundry list of the regulars. Of course, there's Michael Kors and Marc Jacobs and Carolina Herrera, and the list goes on. There's always peppered with new ones that are upcoming, and then but the list pretty much does not change. It's pretty stationary year after year, season after season. So if you're not in one of those shows, you're not really doing Fashion Week. You're just doing a fashion show, but it has nothing to do with Fashion Week.
Can it hurt your career, Ryan, if you're doing these like knockoff shows that aren't Fashion Week? Like, could it ever hurt your career?
Yes, I mean, it's not the worst thing you can do, but yes, it can hurt you, because if you are trying to get to that A level of a Michael Kors and you continue doing these knockoff shows, they'll never touch you. The girls and the boys, here's the thing with modeling, and it's so simple to me, but I find most people are really, I find most people are really dumb and they don't get it. Just wait until you get an agent, and then they will direct you on how to get those A-level shows. Stop doing stupid, silly things on your own, trying to make it, ruining your career while you're trying to make it. Stop doing that, because
right? They decided today they want to be a model, and they have to prove it to the world today so that their friends and family want to be envious because they want it for social media proof. If you agree with me,
No.
type 100, because that's
If you
typically
really want to be a model, then you can tell your friends and family anything you want to tell them, but there should be no evidence of it until you get an agent and you start doing real work. Then you can post your ass off.
So
But
you can't be the face of a major brand or walk runway. I'm just understanding this without an agent or a manager.
no, you cannot. It is impossible. So any fashion show that you've done that you think is part of New York Fashion Week, you're tripping. It has never been a part of
Especially if
Fashion
they're
Week.
asking you to sell tickets or have your friends vote for you to be in something, run.
Yeah, exactly.
I want everybody to type run. That is not real.
Yeah, whenever there's a voting issue or some sort of submit here and we have 10 people up for this, like that's not real. That's not how it works. Clients don't announce who they're thinking about for a job. It doesn't work that way. When they're doing from anything as small as a fashion show to a major role in a movie,
Vote for me to
clients
star
don't
in a Marvel
announce.
movie.
Clients don't announce, oh, we have this 5 guys in the running for the new, role. Like it doesn't work that way. So whenever someone's doing that, it's not real because it doesn't happen that way in the real world of entertainment. It doesn't work that way. That never happens. They don't do it on television. When Law and Order is looking for for a co-star for an episode that's happening, in a couple weeks, they don't have an announcement of the 10 actresses that are up for the role. It doesn't go that way.
And the nominees are.
They do it privately. You go shoot the job and then you wait 6 weeks to see it on TV. That's how it works.
Yeah,
so
and tomorrow we'll go over acting, guys. But today, for all intents and purposes, we're going over commercial print versus editorial. How many of you guys are almost glad you don't qualify for runway? Like, you guys see that there's a lot of, and we're turning the tables, Ryan, because there is a lot of opportunity because runway, it's such a small, minute percentage of the industry. And Ryan, when you're submitting people overseas to Milan and Paris, are you primarily submitting high fashion? Because now there's plus size models and petite. I mean,
first of all, the Europeans have not embraced diversity as much as America has. So they've embraced it in certain ways. They've embraced it in skin color. So when you look at the European shows, there's a lot of Asians, blacks, et cetera, et cetera. But as far as anything else, they kind of haven't done that. So they're not into the plus size. They're not into the shorter models. They're not into anything that's not 5'9" and over or 6 feet and over for men. So they haven't really embraced it as much as America has, where a lot of American designers have. You see all different shapes on the runways. Kristen Siriano, Tommy Hilfiger, Michael Kors peppered a few this season. But for the most part, the Europeans are not having it. They're just not doing it. I hate to tell you, it's just not happening. So when I do send models overseas, yes, they have to be traditional editorial models who either are brand new and can move there for a year or have put some work in here and can go there for a season. So, yeah.
And then when they're going overseas, somebody asked, do they cover your airfare? Do they cover housing? What?
No. Well, it depends. I mean, there are rare occasions where they will advance it. And so if they really want you and you say you can't afford it and you're 18 years old and you just got out of high school, but you're you're a 5'11" girl and you're 18 and you can devote 6 months to a year to being in Paris and the agency is like, oh, she's amazing. Yeah, they'll fly you over there. And absolutely, they'll put you in an apartment, but it goes on your account. So they'll get you over there because they want to make money off of you. And it's a simple $600 flight or $800 flight. So they'll absolutely get you over there, but you will have to pay that back the second you work. So the first gig you get with them, whatever that is, whether it's $200 or $2,000, doesn't matter the amount, 33% goes to the agency. Because you have to remember, European agencies take more than American agencies.
Wait, 33%?
They do. They take 33%.
Oh, somebody typed 33%. It's called recoupment. So not only do they get paid commission, but then out of the money that was supposed to go to you, you now have to reimburse them for any money that they laid out for you.
For, whether it's a flight, model apartments, Uber, clothes, food money because you didn't have any money when you got there. I don't care what it is. In fact, it's so funny because yesterday I was at the Beverly Models thing, and one of the ladies there, she used to work at LA Models here in LA years ago. She's now going to help with Beverly. And she was saying how in the 90s we used to charge for paper clips. We used to charge
for photocopies,
paper that we put through the machine to make photocopies for you. And she's like, it was no joke. It was not a joke. They don't really do that anymore because they're trying to save the planet with no paper. But
you still have to pay for website fees. I mean, the only time you go, can you talk about, because somebody mentioned like that they need new comp cards. When does a model actually need comp cards? Because I find that a lot of
you need it from the beginning. I mean, yes, talent is now responsible for all their stuff. So agencies have smartened up and no longer pay for these things. So they're tired of getting taken advantage of, where you pay, and then the model decides 6 months later that they want to be a circus clown. So now they've run off to the circus, and now you have a bill. So now they're like, you know what? You want to be a model? That's great. Unless you're extraordinary, you're paying for everything. And once we see that you put in the work, yeah, maybe we'll chip in for something in the future. You know, a lot of acting agencies do this, modeling agencies do this. You pay for everything. But in a year, if we see that you're really growing and you need help with your reel, or you need a better acting coach, or you need better pictures, yeah, they'll chip in some money.
But it's almost like a bank lending you the money. Well, let's see your collateral. Have you done anything before? They're not, well, I don't work and I have no savings and they're not going to like extend money to you. You
exactly.
need credit.
But if you show that you've done what they've said, and yeah, you need a little help, yeah, they'll give it to you, but it goes on your account. I know a lot of acting agencies that do that. Like, okay, you put in a year, you've done all the classes, you've done this, you've done that. You just need better headshots. So you know what? We'll pony up the $850 and get you better headshots. Once you get that first TV gig, that $850 comes right out.
Yeah, and we can go over more TV and film tomorrow. But is this making sense for everybody? So because Ryan, you know,
but it's the same in the modeling. I mean, TV and modeling are no different. So it's the same in the modeling. If you're a model and you're putting in the work and you're going to the gym and you look amazing, your hair and skin, and you're doing the work and you're doing everything your agent says, you go to all the castings, blah blah blah, and in a year you're like, you know what, the agent's like, I really think you should go to Miami for a season, or I think you should go to Paris for a season, and you just don't have the money. If they can go back in their records and see, you know what, they've really, really, really done everything we've asked for, let's get them that $600 to go to Paris, they absolutely will do it. But
someone's just holding their hand out. I'm broke, I'm poor, I was scammed before. Would they ever expense that for somebody?
No. It's just like you said, the bank thing, the loan thing. You got to start using that one because that's a good one. But you got to loan thing.
I put it in my think bank. Got it.
That's a good one. Use that for future things. That's a good one.
Okay.
So because it's true, you go to a bank and you're like, oh, I want to open a pie shop. Okay, great. Where'd you go to culinary school? What's your collateral? Do you have a house? Do you have several cars? Like, what do you have to bring to the table to ensure that when you decide you want to, quit the pie business and go into, something else, we're going to get our money back. If you don't have any evidence of that, they're not going to give you the money.
Free money. They want collateral. So I want you guys to understand this. Agents are a business. They're looking to submit you, but you need all of your own marketing materials. And for those of you that want to run out, I'm going to go, to my friend, he'll do free headshots or free photos. Ryan, if the photos are not up to par, will you use those photos to try to submit your models?
No, I won't. I mean, if you're running around to your friends to get photos, I mean, I guess you can, but the chances of an agency being like, wow, these are great, let's use these to get you some work, are so infinitesimal. It's just not even worth the risk. I mean, and sometimes it makes you look stupid because you were told not to do this and you did it anyway.
But
and
some
now
people
you look
go
really
and they're
bad.
like, well, I had professional photos. I bought them with my agency in Virginia. Would those fly? Like if, or do you
No,
want?
because unless it's a working photographer out of New York or LA or has a New York, LA feel, you know, I don't see how it
Not
could
to
be
do them
useful.
again.
I mean, there are rare occasions where I've seen photographs from the Midwest or whatever, where I'm like, okay, this is cute. You know, is it the end? No, you still have to test, but it's a cute start. But that happens very rarely.
Greg,
So.
I can come in and let you train me this week at your studio. Are you talking to Ryan Colby? Because his daily rate's 10 grand. Did you want to use American Express right now? So a week, that's 70. Obviously, I'm going to get a split from that. Is that cool?
Wait, somebody said what?
Pro photos through talent showcases are not worth it. Agree, Norman. Agree.
Wait, somebody said they wanted to train what?
They wanted you to personally train them.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
No.
Yeah. I mean, no, I don't really do that unless you're with me, you're with the agency.
Unless
and
you're with us, then
you know,
would, but that's
if you're with the agency, then I don't really do training. You sit and you just watch me and you learn shit. Like that's what you do.
you watch the best. It's like watching Beyonce.
I don't like have
watch
a
and learn.
curriculum. I guess you could say that.
Yeah. How many of you guys learned a lot right now? Was this helpful? Because I know some of you guys are joining these websites and you're paying for these. Well, I have photos, but that again, we've already realized you can't get real castings for Fashion Week or for major brands without an agent. So for those of you like, wheeling and dealing, spraying to play, to join all these websites, like that's sweet. But like real casting directors aren't going to go there to hire you. So like Ryan gets what they call a breakdown. He submits over everybody who qualifies. That's how it works. But Ryan, because he's an agent, he has the relationships with those casting directors. They're not posting like, castings on websites and talking to you one-on-one. That's not how it works. Ryan, this was amazing.
Okay, great. I'm glad everyone learned something, I hope. And I'll be back later to discuss another topic.
Yeah, Ryan, let me ask you a question before you go. So you're New York and LA. What would you say right now is the biggest difference between the two markets?
LA is just more bubblier, more athletic based, more quote unquote pretty based. It's definitely younger. It's a younger demographic. LA, I mean, New York is more trained. The more trained you are, the more you have chances. It's grittier, it's more serious. So if you're a serious actor or actress, it's probably best to start in New York. It's more for seasoned people, so older people work more in New York. But that flip-flops depending upon your experience. Now, if you're a seasoned actress in New York and you've been working, LA is going to come calling for something, so you are going to have to go back and forth and vice versa. So it's good for both once you are working. When you're starting, you have to have an agent to discuss that with you because it could be detrimental to you starting in LA when you really should have been in New York and vice versa. But once you're actually working, it kind of doesn't matter what city you're in. But could take years before you're working on a regular basis where what city you live in is incidental. But when you're first starting, it is paramount. You have to be in a specific city. To make sure you're maximizing that market for your look and your list of talents. But that comes with an agent's approval, which I'm assuming none of you have. So when you get one, then you can discuss that.
Okay, so let me ask you a question. So if somebody lived in Mississippi and you really liked their look, what would be the next step?
Then we would discuss when can you get to the market I feel you're best in. Now, if you're sitting in Biloxi, Mississippi, literally sitting on your couch, and I think you're great for New York, well, then we have to come up with a plan on how to get you there in the next 30 days, 60 days, something like that. So you can dip your toe in, meaning come to New York. You may not even have to move there. Just come for 90 days, come for 2 months and start shooting. And once you're getting into the groove of it, I'll be able to tell if you could survive here. If after 2-3 weeks I see you're never going to make it here, well, you just go back to Mississippi and all is well. Nobody, no harm, no foul. But if I feel you're really hitting it and people are loving you and you're really doing everything right, then we can discuss, okay, you may need to go home, pack some stuff, and you need to come back for a longer visit. Or if you really are into it in your heart, you could just be like, I'm moving here. Great, then move here. You know, it all depends. I don't force people to move to New York or LA because it is traumatizing. And I have done that in the past. And sometimes I regret it because people can get traumatized by New York. New York is not cute. It's really hard. So I prefer to do it in spurts.
Well, they say if you can make it there, you can make it anywhere.
True. And it's very true. It's very true. It's a cliche phrase, but it is 100% true. New York is the hardest city to live in this country, as far as just everything. It's just the weather, the money, the 9 million people on top of you, just every aspect of the city, regardless of being a model or an actor, is annoying. Even if you went there to get into the money industry, or even if you went there to do anything, it doesn't matter what the career is. The city is a nightmare. So if you can survive there, then you can do anything.
You know what? I think
so you miss it. That's what you're saying.
You should be on the marketing board for New York City. How many of you want to move to New York City? Wow, this place is terrible.
I think you put us in a New York state of mind, Ryan. I thank you, because
I love New York, but I'm telling you, for the average person, it's not that cute. You've got to really like it. And when you do, then you will never leave, you know?
Well, you left and you're in LA right now. You're bi-coastal, which sounds super sexy.
No, I'll be back in New York next week.
Well,
Friday,
we haven't seen you in forever. But do you feel as though, and this is just my impression, LA is definitely a lot slower? Do you feel that way? Like they don't work after 5? No
even this weekend, I have a boy from New York in town, Phil, and he got here on Tuesday or Wednesday. So I've been trying to get shoots for him, and it's so slow. In New York, it takes me 20 minutes to get him shoots. He's gorgeous. I send out an email, boom, 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 done. It's such a easy, it's like ordering food on Uber Eats. Here in LA, it's like a Broadway show. It's a production. There's fire and smoke and, special effects. Like, it's a whole thing to get these people to answer their emails and messages. They're so slow here.
Somebody just asked Emma, let's see, somebody just asked, what's the best way to get an agent or manager for gigs? Hi, you're at VIP Ignite. Like, what else do you need? Ask better questions, get better answers, Emma. I mean, come on. We are the best at what we do. We have tremendous people. Ryan, I love you. We have a really good friend coming up next. And I really want to, how many of you guys feel like, well, I really want to do this? Jeffrey Gurian. You know Jeffrey.
Okay.
But how many of you guys are loving the bluntness? Or do you just want unicorns, rainbows, and gumdrops? What do you guys love the bluntness? Are you feeling the heat? I want to hear.
Speaking of gumdrops, because I'm taking a trip on Tuesday. I'm coming back to the city, and we were at Walmart last night to get snacks for my trip. And Ryan was like trying to get me to get gumdrops. I'm like, when have you seen me put a gumdrop in my mouth? I don't do gumdrops.
So many weird stories that I could share with everybody right now, but I won't. That's the after party.
I don't do like chewy candies. Not into that.
Not into that. So Ryan, what did you buy? Just because you now.
I bought Twix.
Yeah.
I bought.
Write this down, guys. You want a high fashion career. Twix. Yeah.
I bought Twix peanut brittle, little apple sauces. And apple juice, both.
Yeah.
And what else? Some raisins, some almonds.
You guys are on this call. Yeah.
And that's it for now.
That's it for now. All right, guys. So if you ever meet Ryan Colby, we just gave you like his green room list. I mean, he may ask you to pick out the green M&Ms but you guys have the list now.
Oh, and some M&Ms too, but they're big ones. I had to put them in the freezer because I don't want them melting.
Oh, well, that's great. I hope that was your biggest takeaway, guys, from the day. Put the M&Ms in the freezer. Hashtag. Ryan, thank you so much. But guys, this is why we do these amazing calls. I mean, we're off the cuff here. We want to help you. So we're asking the questions that maybe you didn't even know you needed, right? Ryan, you are coming back later, and I heard the rumor. I'm putting you on the hot seat. So you better
well, next is Model Garage, right? Or is that tomorrow?
Yeah, today.
That's tomorrow. Your next time with us is going to be you and Alicia how to audition, even if you're.
And I'm going to put you in the hot seat.
Okay.
So be
Very
ready.
good.
Be ready.
Very good.
Okay.
Okay.
Awesome.
Thanks. See you in a
Thank you,
couple
Mr.
hours.
Colby. I can't wait to go. I can't wait to go to New York next. I'm so excited.
Yeah, I'll be there in a few days.
Awesome.
He really paints such a great picture of the city, doesn't he? How many of you guys want to move to New York now based on these wonderful adjectives?
Look, I'm just being honest.
I
Why
know.
people fantasize about the city? I'm telling you the truth. It's not fun. If you can make it fun, but inherently it just isn't. And if you think it's going to be, you're tripping.
It's not an episode of Friends, guys. The city is
not an episode of Friends by any stretch of the imagination.
No, people are saying I accept the challenge. Okay, well, that's cool. New York welcomes you. That's awesome. But Frankie, you don't just move to New York because you like the people. You move to New York because that's your blue ocean. Remember that. You go where you're most marketable. So we're going to go over that.
Go where you're most marketable. Yeah.
So hold your jets. Okay. Thank you, Ryan.
Okay. All right, cool. I'll see you in a couple hours.
Okay, bye.
Thank you. Bye.
See you soon, Mr. Colby. Thank you very much.
It's always
all right. How awesome was that? Like, if you want sugarcoating, you are in the wrong place. If you want the real deal, the way that
all the candy.
I know. What was your biggest takeaway? Well, Brian Colby does not eat gumdrops. I hope that helps propel your career forward. But thank you. Thank you very much, Frankie, for thinking I'm funny. One person thinks I'm funny. That's awesome. I appreciate that. So guys, let's talk about where we've gone. And then I want to introduce our next guest to you. He is amazing. So let's talk. So we've learned about body language. I still see some people like, shh, but I see most of you sitting up and attentive, which is amazing because that's what you need to be. Because the way you do the way you do small things is the way you'll do everything. We talked about owning the stage, mastering the presence, the importance of having the right training. How many of you would love the opportunity to have someone like Mark Christopher Lawrence or Ryan Colby mentor you in your career? Type yes or yes in the comments. How many of you would love a guy that's been there? Ryan Colby opened for a huge designer in Milan at the age of 15. Now, whether you're an actor or model, that is someone who has a proven track record of success, yes or yes. We learned about what type of modeling you qualify for, and we dug a little bit deeper about the different types of modeling. So now, everyone on here, congratulations once again. You're a model. That's amazing. And guys, we're about to talk about the art of comedy. I'm so excited about introducing our next guest. We're also going to talk about how to write your own monologue. Mark Christopher Lawrence talked about how excited he is to have the opportunity to do his own work. We're going to teach you how to start writing your own work now. How do you do character development? How do you memorize these things? We're going to talk about auditioning if you're brand new. How many of you have been on like 1,000 auditions? Raise your hands. Mike Trash should be raising his hands. So yeah, some of us have, but some of us, this is brand new. And like, for me, the thought of auditioning, I say the word audition, I start breaking out into a cold sweat. So we're going to have Ryan and Alicia break down for you how to audition, even if you're brand new. And this is only day one. Today, we're laying the foundation. Tomorrow, we're going to talk about crushing obstacles. We're going to talk about how to succeed in Hollywood from a top Hollywood agent. We're going to have Ryan Colby break it down for you, exactly like what you need to do to improve, to start moving your ship forward, to get to the top of the mountain faster.
And we're also going to go over tomorrow which coast you best fit into. Because I know you guys want to know, are you more New York or LA?
So we're gonna talk about that. And now I think everyone should want to be in LA, aside from the rain. Ryan painted such a beautiful picture of New York. I think everyone's a little bit afraid of that. Tomorrow, we're going to talk about how to get into a music video. How many of you would love to learn how to get in a music video? Right? Yeah, right. That'll be a great experience. We're going to have a person who is in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame talk about that with you. Tomorrow, we're going to talk about becoming the change that the world needs. How many of you agree that right now the world is we need a little help. Humanity needs a little help. So tomorrow we're going to talk about how to become the change that the world needs. So this is what we've done. This is where we're going. But right now, I am so excited to introduce our next guest to you. So I'm going to tell you, I have his bio here, but I'm going to tell you a little bit of the story before I introduce him. And Jeffrey, I hope that you still love me after I tell the story. I'm sure you will. So in my former life, I worked in a dental office. And I worked for a dentist, and it's so funny because how many of you have ever seen the Island of Misfit Toys, the Christmas story? There was the elf that wanted to be the dentist. Well, I worked for a dentist who I was like, you know what? You're the elf who wants to be a comedian. Well, now we have an actual dentist who is now a comedian. So let me introduce him to you. So Jeffrey Gurian. Woody Allen took the rare step of allowing an aspiring young comedy writer to meet with him backstage on Broadway many, many years ago when he was starring in Play It Again, Sam. Allen was impressed enough with the young writer to invite him to bring more of his work the next evening and encouraged the young man to pursue his dream of writing comedy. That young man was Jeffrey Gurian. However, it wasn't until years later that the Emmy Award-winning writer-producer Alan Zweibel, known for Saturday Night Live, Gary Shandling, and the other Schulman, got Gurian starting writing professionally. Rodney Dangerfield was the first big star to use Gurian's material and began using some of it on Johnny Carson's The Tonight Show. Since that time, Gurian can lay claim to having heard his lines uttered by literally some of the biggest names in the entertainment world, including Joan Rivers, Phil Hartman, Richard Belzer, Gilbert Gottfried, George Wallace, Robin Williams, Pauly Shore, Andrew Dice Clay, Milton Berle, Rich Little, Dick Shawn, Pat Cooper, Jan Murray, Frank Gorshin, Jim Morris, Henny Youngman, and Jerry Lewis, and that's just to name a few. Guys, you are in for a very special treat today. I'm so excited to introduce you to one of our dear friends who is going to teach you about the art of comedy. How many of you want to learn the art of comedy from someone who wrote for Rodney Dangerfield, for all of these amazing people, who is friends with the man who started writing for Saturday Night Live? Everyone, give it up for the one and only Jeffrey Gurian. And Jeffrey, I am like reading your bio and I'm like
just
oh my gosh.
Thank you so much, Deneen. It's so great to see you guys. And I have to make, not only do I not hate you, I love you. And I'll be sending you my updated bio. It'll be a lot easier for you to read when we get off the, when we're finished with the show. But I just want to say, I've been watching since 1 p.m. And one of the things that I do when I'm going to appear anywhere is I like to see what else is happening, whether I feel that it pertains to me or not. Like I studied acting, even though I'm a director and a producer, but I wanted to know what actors go through. So I studied Meisner at the neighborhood playhouse. And it was great seeing you and Michael last week. You know, these guys from VIP Talent are so great. I wish that I had VIP talent when I was coming up. I didn't have anybody to help me or to represent me, but they are so diverse in what they do. So last week I was at a show called Battle Acts. The Galinsky brothers are two brothers in New York who run acting classes, and they put on shows, and they're really pretty amazing. And I was so pleasantly surprised to see Deneen and Michael there. They were looking for new talent, which they always do. And one of our VIP people was actually on the show. It was a competition show where actors compete against each other. And there are like 4 judges from the entertainment business. I was actually asked to be a judge next month. And it's a wonderful experience. But the point is that Deneen and Michael were there because they're always out looking for new talent, for young people that they can help. And that's why I always enjoy working with VIP. Plus, they're talking about creating a comedy course that I would teach. And that's very exciting because after the last 3 years of what we've all been through, all the stress of the last 3 years, people need to laugh. They absolutely need to laugh. And I'll tell you, it's gotten me personally through some very difficult times. And I'll get into that. Deneen suggested that I tell you my story because it's a very unique story. And basically, if you want to be in show business, you don't have to go to dental school. That's like a thing. You can actually avoid going to dental school. I didn't know that. You know, I grew up in the Bronx in New York City in a very middle-class neighborhood. Nobody was in show business. My grandfather owned a nightclub, and that's what got me excited about the entertainment business as a little kid, because all our family events were always held at the nightclub. And so I was exposed to that. And my mother was a big show business fan. When I was a teenager, she actually told me to wear sunglasses at night because she thought it looked cool. Most mothers don't give you that kind of advice, but my mom was really fun. And when I was 12 years old, for some reason, I must have been a very weird kid, because when I was 12 years old, I decided what I wanted to be. And I knew I wanted to be a doctor, but I knew I was too sensitive to handle life and death situations. And I was wearing braces at the time on my teeth. And I said, you know what? I'll be a dentist and I'll make people look beautiful. And that'll be really nice for me. And I was already writing comedy at that age. So my whole life was split between those two things that I loved, making people beautiful, because I became a cosmetic specialist. And I used to lecture on cosmetic dentistry, and I was a professor at NYU for 12 years in oral medicine and orofacial pain, treating stress-related illness. And I don't know if any of you experienced this, but a lot of people, when they wake up in the morning, their neck feels really stiff and achy, and their shoulders hurt and their back hurts, and they have no idea that it could be coming from their jaw. Because if you wake up in the morning and your neck hurts, the last person in the world you would think to tell would be your dentist, right? Why would you ever tell your dentist that your neck hurts? It wouldn't occur to you. But the muscles from the jaw attach in the temple region, they attach behind your head, and they attach in the shoulders, in your neck and your shoulders. And if you ever go to the gym and you work out too long and your muscles get cramped, that's what happens from stress. So the last 3 years, we've all been under so much stress. A lot of people are clenching and grinding their teeth, and it causes things like headaches, like migraine headaches, and neck pain and shoulder pain. And so, believe it or not, laughter, you know, there's a saying that laughter is the best medicine. And I'm on the board of a group called Laugh MD, where we bring comedy to people in hospitals and people in recovery. And I've performed comedy at cancer hospitals because, unfortunately, people who are sick don't get to laugh too much. You know, people feel very awkward around people who are sick. They don't necessarily get a lot of attention. And so it's a wonderful thing. Laughter releases something called endorphins in your body. Have any of you heard of the term endorphins? They're pleasure chemicals. And when you're laughing, there's 3 ways that you can get endorphins to be released. And I'm not making this up. You can look it up. Laughter, chocolate, or sex. Those are the only 3 things that release endorphins. So it's safer to stick with laughter. And I decided that I was going to be involved in the comedy world in some way. And when I was a junior in dental school, my idol in comedy was Woody Allen. And I decided that I was going to meet Woody Allen. And I didn't know how I was going to do it because I was a kid and I had no money. I was like 20 years old. And my parents are like struggling to afford to put me in school. And Woody Allen was starring on Broadway at the time in a show called Play It Again, Sam. And so I realized that I wanted to go to meet him. And when you're 20, you don't really know fear. You know, it's like I was going to let nothing stand in my way. When I have a goal, I don't let anything stop me. I never did. And so I wanted to go and meet Woody Allen, but I realized you can't just show up at the theater and meet a guy, because first of all, he doesn't go to the theater hoping to meet other men after the show, you know? I'm like, what am I going to tell the guy? So I realized I had to prove that I was sane. And in those days, I didn't have a lot of confidence because I was only 20 years old. So I thought there's only two ways to prove you're sane. You either wear a tie or you bring a pretty girl with you. And I didn't have a tie. And I only knew one pretty girl, and she hated me because we just broke up. But she knew that my dream was to meet Woody Allen. So I begged her to come with me, and she agreed to come with me. And now, for a few months before this night, I was sending notes backstage to Woody Allen as if I knew him. And I was sending them on the back of my dental school card. You know, like when you go to the doctor, they give you a little appointment card. So in school, they gave us little appointment cards with our name on it. So I was going to the theater. And in those days, this was way before there was any terrorism. It was a much safer country. So you were able to do things that you just couldn't do today, which is how I got up to Saturday Night Live. But I'll tell you that story too. So I was sending notes backstage to Woody Allen. Hey, Woody, it's Jeffrey. I haven't seen you in a long time. And I'm going to come to the show. And I just kept sending these notes periodically every time I came to New York. So I finally saved up enough money to get tickets for the show. I begged this girl to come with me. She agrees to come. And I was so naive that I didn't know you don't bother a big star during intermission. You wait till the end of the show. But I told him that I was going to come backstage during intermission. So intermission comes, and now I'm really nervous. And I'm ready to chicken out. And the girl I'm with is like, you have to do this. You brought me here. You can't chicken out. So I take her hand, we go backstage, and the stage manager, at every Broadway show, there's a stage manager, and they don't let you just go backstage. But in those days, again, the world was a safer place. There was no terrorism. I open the door. The stage manager isn't in his seat. There's nobody there. I take her hand and I run up the stairs, but I went the wrong way. I wound up on the roof. So I come back down. The stage manager's there, and he says to me, "Can I help you?" And I said, "Yes, Woody is expecting me." And he said, "Go right in." And so I go to Woody Allen's dressing room, and it's empty. It's completely empty. And he's in Tony Roberts' dressing room with the whole cast. And now I'm really in a panic because I'm like, how am I going to do this? It's bad enough he's not alone. He's with the whole cast. So I go up to the room, and I can picture it like it was yesterday. And I look in, and Woody Allen is sitting on a couch across from me. And I look in, and I go like this to him, like a little kid. And he goes like this, like, "Me?" And I'm like, "Yes, you." And he comes over, and he's actually holding my card. I thought I was going to pass out. And he said to me, "You must be Jeff." And I started saying ridiculous things to him. I was like, "Let's open up a day camp and throw winter clothes at people." I said, "And let's walk low like we used to in Europe." And he looked at the girl I was with. He goes, "This guy's an effing nut." And I realized I was being too intense, because if you ever get the chance to meet a big star who you idolize, you have to be very careful that you're not overexcited, because it looks very strange. And I was only like 20 years old, and I was very excited to meet my idol. So he said to me, I said to him, "Look, I'm a comedy writer. People say I write funny stuff. It's very much like what you write." And he said to me, "Well, look, I'm in the middle of a show. Do you think you could come back tomorrow night?" Pardon me. My allergies are killing me, by the way. So forgive me if I have to drink a little water in between. So he says to me, "Do you think you can come back tomorrow night?" And I said, "I'm sorry, I'm much too busy." No, I didn't say that. I said, "Of course I'll come back tomorrow night." So I had to beg the same girl to come with me, because again, I had no confidence. I didn't realize, and this is a very important lesson for you guys to know. I didn't realize that I was being invited, on my own merits. nobody ever invited me anywhere because of who I was going to bring with me. But I used to think I had to have a certain person on my arm to validate me. And that's a very dangerous way to go through life without having the confidence to know that people are interested in you, not who you bring with you. So again, so I begged her to come with me, and she came with me, and Woody Allen spent an hour. He sat with me in his dressing room, and he looked through all of the stuff that I wrote. And I was so unprofessional. I was like a kid. So I didn't have real scripts. I had notes on little pieces of paper. And he was so kind, and he sat with me and he gave me inspiration. My dream was that he was going to say, Jeffrey, we have to do movies together. And he was going to leave the show and go off to Hollywood with me. But that's not what happened at all. What he said to me was, you have a very visual sense of humor, and you should really think of making a film out of it, which I did some years later. I wound up making a series of short films for the Toyota Comedy Festival. And they showed at Caroline's on Broadway, which was one of the biggest comedy clubs in New York that just closed after 30 years, which was a very big surprise to everybody in the comedy world. But the films, they're actually on my YouTube channel. It's called the Men Who series. And they're very silly films. It's about men who do very unusual things. It's like men who take a pitchfork to the movies, men who enjoy Latin dancing with tools. You may have seen a lot of people. I had a guy do the tango with a wrench. That was unbelievable. But the most surprising thing was, you never know who's going to become famous and be a big star. I did a film called Men Who Dance Where They're Not Supposed to. And the star of that film was Peter Dinklage, the star who went on to become the star of Game of Thrones on HBO. Are any of you familiar with Game of Thrones? One of the biggest shows in the world. And this guy, Peter Dinklage, was the star of that show. And he was dancing in my little comedy film that I shot around 1992, way before he was famous, because networking is very important in this business. And I used to go, there's a theater troupe in New York that still exists, and it's called the Naked Angels. And the Naked Angels, well, you've heard of a lot of them. It's Marissa Tomei, Sarah Jessica Parker, Matthew Broderick, Fisher Stevens. All those people had a theater troupe, and they used to have a theater in Manhattan on 17th Street. They had their own theater, the Naked Angels Theater. And I was one of the early writers. I would go there for them to read my material out loud. They give writers a chance. And I was working on a play at the time, and the play was called The Punch in the Face. And it was dedicated to an actor named Chuck Zito. I don't know if you've heard of him. If you ever watched the HBO show Oz, the prison show, Chuck Zito was the head of the Italian gang in the prison. But when I met him, he was Charlie Sheen's bodyguard. Now, you all know Charlie Sheen, one of the biggest stars in Hollywood. So Chuck Zito had started out, he's a Hell's Angel and a boxer and a martial artist, one of the most dangerous guys you'd ever want to meet, but the nicest guy in the world. And he was he was Charlie Sheen's bodyguard. And so I wound up writing a play in his honor because he knocked out Jean-Claude Van Damme one night at a club in New York with one punch. And I'm like, this guy deserves a play. So I wrote a play called The Punch in the Face. And I made sure to get his permission before it got in the newspaper, because I didn't want to get my own punch in the face, because if you use his name without his permission, there's no telling what might happen to you. So because of Woody Allen, because I had the courage to go and meet Woody Allen, it gave me the inspiration to make these films. Now, around, Saturday Night Live came out in 1975. It's probably one of the longest running shows on television. And when that show came out, I decided I needed to get involved with them. And how am I going to do that? I'm a dentist. I have a family by that time. I'm married. And I started making little films myself on the street. I had a Super 8 camera. And this is something that you guys should all take to heart, because these days you can create projects on your own because of the internet and because of social media. You're not limited like it was years ago, that you had to create a project and you had to bring it to a network or whatever. You can start creating comedy and all kinds of projects. And so I was making these little films on the street, and they were little crazy films that I wound up bringing up to Saturday Night Live. And they were little sketches, like several men were arrested for smearing cream cheese on the ankles of elderly women who wore their stockings rolled down like bagels. I don't know if you've ever seen old women. They roll their stockings down around their ankles, and it looked like bagels to me. So I got my dear grandmother to make believe that she had a Jewish accent. She was Jewish, but didn't have an accent. She was born in this country, but she made believe that she had a Jewish accent, and she let me put cream cheese on her ankles. That's how sick I was in comedy, that I would put cream cheese on my own grandmother's ankles. And she said, you know, in the Jewish religion, we have two kinds of stockings, one for milk and one for meat. And this crazy man, he smeared cream cheese on my meat stockings and I can't get it off. And so I did these films, and I was determined to bring them up to Saturday Night Live. Now, I have to tell you that in those days, I was driving a car that could only be described as a pimp mobile. In New York in those days, the pimps drove very flashy cars. They took Cadillac Eldorados and they put Rolls-Royce grills on them with big white wall tires and all kinds of chrome straps and things. And I was very impressed with that. So I went to a place in the Bronx, and I was looking for a car, and they only had one car, and it was made for the Isley brothers. It was made for one of the Isley brothers, and he decided not to take it. And it was a Mandarin Orange Eldorado. And it was an amazing car for me. I bought that car. I put a Rolls-Royce grill on it. And my wife was like, we're Jewish and we live in Scarsdale. Why am I driving an orange Cadillac? She didn't get it. But wherever I went, people noticed that car because it looked, you know, cops would follow me, hookers would check out the car. It was crazy. I drove that car to Saturday Night Live. And when you drive a car like that, it gets a lot of attention. And I drove up to the front of Saturday Night Live, which is in Rockefeller Center in New York City. And I said to the doorman, I gave the doorman a couple of bucks, and I said, watch my car. Lorne Michaels is expecting me. Lorne Michaels is the creator of Saturday Night Live. He never heard of me. He didn't know me from a hole in the wall. But I got past the security, which you cannot do these days. If you try to do that, people would probably shoot at you. But I got up to Saturday Night Live, and I showed my films to Alan Zweibel, who is a friend of VIP Talent, as a matter of fact. He's spoken for them. And Alan looked at my films, because he was very kind, by the way, and he said he's never seen anything like that before. And he did one of the nicest things for me. He called his manager. He didn't just give me the number and say, call him up and use my name, but he made a call on my behalf. And I want to stress that also, that kindness is very important in this business. Anytime someone helps you in any way, it's so amazing. And it's one of the reasons why VIP is so important, because they go out of their way to help you catch a break. You know, I had to depend on myself. I didn't know anybody. I didn't know one person in show business. And if you Google my name, I'm almost embarrassed to say it, but if you Google my name, you'll see me with everybody in the comedy world, actors and comedians. And people often say to me, how did you meet all those people? I couldn't even tell you. I don't even know. But, you know, Ryan Colby was talking about modeling. As of last month, I'm officially a cover girl. I'm on the cover of Sutton Place magazine, which is a really fancy magazine in Manhattan. And they call me comedy legend, right? And it's got my story in here. There's about a 7-page spread, but it's got pictures of me with D.L. Hughley and Kevin Hart. I wound up producing Kevin Hart. D.L. Hughley is one of my dearest friends in comedy. It's got me with Jerry Seinfeld, Amy Schumer, Amy Poehler, Tiffany Haddish. If you look on my Comedy Matters TV channel, you'll see Tiffany Haddish hugging me on the red carpet. Because one of the things that I teach is to put positive energy out to the universe. That's always been my goal, that no matter what I do, I want to put positive energy out to the universe. Comedy is the essence of positive energy. What nicer thing can you do than make people laugh, right? But creating comedy is one of the hardest things to do. You know, if you're a singer, well, even if you're not a great singer, people will applaud politely. But in comedy, you have to go out and try to convince total strangers that what you think is funny is actually funny. And it's really the hardest thing to do because people don't laugh to be polite. Either they laugh or they don't laugh. You'll find out right away whether you're funny or not. And one of the earlier speakers, I think it was Mark Christopher Lawrence, mentioned it. It's very different being funny with your friends and being funny on stage. I can't tell you how many people come over to me and tell me, oh, you should see my friend. He's so funny. He's hilarious. Or my uncle is the funniest guy. And I'm like, yeah, maybe he's funny around your family or with your friends because they're talking about inside jokes. But you can't do that on stage. On stage, stand-up comedy is a real art form. And before I started performing, I wrote for many famous comedians because I had this thing, you know, I always say I couldn't get a job as a waiter, so I became a dentist because a lot of people in show business take daytime jobs as waiters, servers in restaurants, waitresses, because you need to leave your evenings free. Well, also, there are some facets of entertainment where you need to go on auditions during the day. But in comedy specifically, most things happen at night. So you need to have your evenings free. So you can go to open mics and you can go on auditions to see if you can perform at certain clubs. And so someone had also mentioned presence and body language. And that is so important. You know, part of my story, and I like to tell this, I was a very severe stutterer. And I started stuttering when I was about 6 or 7 years old. And I stuttered through my 20s and beyond, even into my 30s. I was still blocking on certain words. And I tell that story for a reason, because everyone is given obstacles. Everyone in the world has obstacles to overcome, whether it was a rough childhood or you were born with something that you had no control over. Every single person in the world has some kind of an obstacle that they were given. And you can either be crushed by it or you can draw on some inner strength and overcome it. And I consider it grace. I was given the grace to figure out that I could speak better when I was alone. I didn't stutter. If I went into a room by myself, I could speak perfectly. I could say every word. I could never say Gurian, my last name. I could never say, most stutterers have a very hard time saying their own name. And the reason is because your name is your identity. And if you're not happy with who you are, it's very difficult to introduce yourself to other people. So when I realized that there was nothing wrong with me, I decided that I was not going to go through my whole life as a stutterer, that I was going to work on myself and I was going to do whatever I had to do to cure myself, because my parents sent me for speech therapy, but nobody was able to help me. And I learned that it was an inside job. And part of it was confronting my uncomfortability. If you want to be a model or an actor or an actress or anything in the entertainment business, you have to have great confidence. You must, because every time you meet somebody, you feel their energy. You know, sometimes you meet somebody and they make you feel uncomfortable for some reason. They put off a weird vibe, right? And that's very real. And sometimes you meet somebody and you feel like you've known them forever, even though you just met them. And that also is very real. And so when you're networking with people and you're meeting people to audition, it's very important that you come in with an air of confidence. And the reason that I tell my stuttering story is that in order for me to stop stuttering and do all the things that I managed to do, I had to achieve a great level of confidence. And stopping stuttering for me, as you can see, I no longer stutter. As a matter of fact, and since I stopped stuttering, you can't even shut me up. I don't stop talking because I'm so happy that I don't stutter anymore. And as an avocation, I work with stutterers all over the world. And I help them to speak fluently without stuttering. Because again, I believe that if you're given obstacles to overcome, and it's a spiritual thing, but if you're given obstacles and you're managed to overcome them, that you're supposed to help other people. And it's one of the things that I love about comedy, because I look at comedy as a healing force. Comedy is what brings us all together. These days, people are too sensitive. People are offended so easily these days. And it didn't used to be that way, because if you use your intuition, you know if people are coming from a place of love or a place of hate. It's obvious, you know? The comedy world is very diverse. And like, do any of you know who Patrice O'Neill was? Patrice O'Neill, it's hard for me to see. Maybe if I put it in the chat room. If you knew Patrice O'Neill, one of the best comics of all time, and unfortunately he passed away at only 41 years old. He had diabetes and he got a stroke and he passed away. But I was his co-host on a show called The Black Phillip Show. And I was the only white guy on the show. And it was a great honor for me because Patrice was revered in the comedy world. And people knew, like, never go up against Patrice. He used to do the roasts on television. And people were afraid of him because if you ever snapped on Patrice, he would destroy you. But he and I never had that relationship. We just used to hug each other because we were both secure enough that we didn't need to do that with each other. Some men feel that they need to like make fun of each other or try to take away your power in some way. And all we did was we just strengthened each other. So I respect comedians. If you know Russell Peters is Indian, born in Canada. And if you go to his show, it's a very multicultural audience, people from all different backgrounds, everybody laughing together. And he imitates every accent from every country. And he's hilarious. He's absolutely hilarious. He speaks English with no accent, but when he imitates his father in an Indian accent, the audience loves it. And again, when people do that, they're coming from a place of love. So to me, that brings everybody together. And it's one of the things that really drew me to comedy. So this class that we're hoping to create for VIP talent, comedy is so big now, and a lot of people want to get into comedy, but they don't know how to do it. And so I'm going to be teaching things like how to write comedy, first of all, which is what I did for many years. As I said, because I was a dentist, I had to write for very big stars in order for people to take me seriously. Because if I was writing for unknown comedians, I didn't want to look like a novelty. You know, if any of you remember the Ed Sullivan Show, he used to bring on a knife throwing act. He would have plate spinners. He would also have some of the biggest stars in the world, like Frank Sinatra would come on, but he would have these little crazy kind of acts, novelty acts. And I didn't want to be perceived that way because I looked at myself as a serious comedy writer. So I went out to meet big stars. And the first big star that I got to write for was Rodney Dangerfield, who was doing my jokes on The Tonight Show with Johnny Carson, which was one of the biggest thrills for me. And, you know, I started collecting photos. I never collected one autograph in my life because that's not who I am. I didn't want to collect autographs, but I love meeting people that are successful. In this business, if you want to be successful, there's a thing called modeling. And it's not the kind of modeling that Ryan Colby was talking about on the runway or anything like that. By the way, I think I want to be a commercial print model now that I heard Michael Famkin talking. He really inspired me. And I think I'm going to switch my agency to VIP and let them represent me for commercial modeling.
It's a good thing I'm recording that, Jeffrey Gurian.
I have to talk to them after this is over. it was very inspirational, and my agent is not doing enough for me. So we're going to talk about that. But you know what? I lost my train of thought. I was talking about so many different things. But I was talking about the power of comedy. I know that too, about bringing everybody together and about what we're going to teach in this class. So we're going to teach. Oh, I was talking about why it was important for me to write for big stars, to give myself credibility, because otherwise I would just look like a novelty act, and I didn't want to come off that way. So I went out, and in the beginning, I was willing to work even for free, because when you're approaching a big star and you want to tell them, oh, you're talented and you think that you should be working with them, they could hire anybody in the world. Why should they choose you? So if you believe in yourself, there's nothing wrong with doing stuff for free for a while. I wanted to prove to them that I was good enough to work with them. And I started meeting one after the other. After I wrote for Rodney Dangerfield, my name started to get out there in the industry. And I followed that up. I wrote for Joan Rivers, who was such a huge star. And she didn't even know that I was a dentist. She called, it's such a funny story. I was writing for her for several months. And one morning I got a call at my dental office, and my nurse had very strict instructions. Never interrupt me when I'm working with a patient, unless it's for show business. Because when show business calls, you have to be there. And so she would come in sometimes and she'd say, Dr. Lewis is on the phone, because I used to write for Jerry Lewis. And Richard Lewis was also a dear friend of mine from Curb Your Enthusiasm. And so my nurse would come in, she'd say, Dr. Burl is on the phone, Dr. Lewis. The only one no one believed was Dr. Dangerfield. No one believed that there could be a Dr. Dangerfield. And so she comes in and she says, Dr. Rivers is on the phone. So Joan Rivers was calling me from Las Vegas. And all the television shows at the time were doing stories about me, about my dual careers, because it's unusual to be a doctor and also to be in show business. And especially to work with big stars. So I thought she knew about my other job, because we met through the Friars Club. And the Friars Club is a private show business club. And all the biggest stars used to be members of the Friars Club. And I was the main writer for the Friars Roast for 12 years. And so she had her representative, her assistant, called me and said, Joan would like to talk to you about writing for her. And she wants you to come to her house for a meeting. So I thought, well, listen, most stars don't invite writers to come to their house. Maybe she knows I'm a doctor and she's treating me with respect and she wants me to come to her house. So this is funny. I show up at her house, and it's a huge townhouse on Fifth Avenue in New York City. You can only imagine how fancy it was. And the doorman says to me, you'll have to wait a few minutes because Joan is in a lot of pain. She just sprained her ankle. And so you just have to sit and wait. And I thought to myself, this is amazing, because when I go upstairs, I'll write her a prescription for painkillers. Because how many comedy writers can write a prescription for painkillers, right? I said, I'll write her a prescription and she'll love me and then she'll hire me. So when I finally got upstairs, I realized she didn't know I was a doctor, because there was a few people there, and she introduced me to everyone as Mr. Gurian. So we had a wonderful time. It never came up what my job was, my other job, and she wound up hiring me. So a few months later, I get this call from Las Vegas, and she's like, her assistant had seen me on TV, because a lot of the TV stations were doing stories about me. So she said, what do you do during the day? And I said, I work. She said, well, obviously you work. What is it that you do? And I just knew that she knew. So I said to her, is this concerning the vicious rumor going around that I'm a dentist? I said, I've heard of accusing people of a lot of things, but that's really low. And she just laughed and she goes, why didn't you ever tell me? And I said to her, well, because in show business, no one hires you because you're a dentist. They hire you in spite of the fact. It's not exactly a prerequisite, which is why I advised you all not to sign up for dental school. Just sign up with VIP talent, and they're going to find a place for you in the entertainment world. See, I wish I had had that in those days. So if you guys know about Sirius XM, there's a show called The Bennington Show. And I was a regular on that show for a couple of years. And I brought on guests who became friends of mine, like people like Trevor Noah and D.L. Hughley and Colin Quinn and Artie Lang and Amy Schumer. All these big stars, they all came on as a courtesy to me, and which is amazing for me. Sometimes I'm even nervous to ask them, but we've all become such good friends over the years, you know. This past week, we lost Richard Belzer, who was one of the early comedians that I wrote for, one of the few comedians that took stand-up comedy and transitioned into an acting career. Because when you do comedy, you draw a lot of things into your life. You're not only locked into just doing stand-up comedy, because when you're performing in front of audiences, people in the industry see you and you get opportunities. Like I just came off a whole week of fashion shows for Fashion Week, and I'm not in the fashion line, but through comedy, I became friendly with Kelly Cutrone, who is one of the judges on America's Next Top Model. And she's a very dear friend of mine, and she produces amazing fashion shows, and I get invited to those. And when I go, they take my picture and they put it up in magazines. So being in the comedy world is also entree to doing other things. And, you know, as someone mentioned earlier, improv is very, very important. What we're doing now, this is improv. I'm improving. I don't have a speech written out. You know, I've done over 500 interviews on the red carpet. I'm also a red carpet host. I have, if you look on my channel, Comedy Matters TV on YouTube, comedymatterstv.com, you'll see I have interviews with everybody from Jimmy Fallon on down. Amy Schumer, Amy Poehler, even women not named Amy are on my channel. I have everybody, everybody's on my channel. And people say the reason that they stop off to talk to me, because when I'm doing a red carpet, I'm in competition with all the big networks. See, you know, ABC, NBC, CBS, they're all there with their big, huge cameras. And I'm there with my small camera at the end, and they all stop off to talk to me. And people say it's because they know they're safe with me, because I never put anything negative out about people. I want to support people. I don't want to, I hate critics. I hate people who criticize other people. I don't understand how that is a thing, you know, film critics and acting critics, they would just want to criticize. And there's a difference. Constructive criticism is very helpful. Like if you're working with me on comedy, my job is to be a mentor to try to help you become a better comedian and a better comedy writer. So it's the way I tell it to you, you know, but there are some people, like there are film critics who have never acted a day in their lives, and they are the ones who criticize acting and film and stuff like that. So I always believe in just being supportive. And so part of this course that we hope to create for you guys, because comedy is so important these days, is going to take, it's going to incorporate comedy writing, improv, and stand-up comedy, especially, because a lot of you may be interested in doing that. And there are open mics in every town. I don't know what cities you're all in. I assume that not everybody is in New York. I may be the only person from New York. You guys may be from all over. But the cool thing is that in every state, people need to laugh. I don't care where you are. You know, you could be in Idaho. There's people there that want to laugh. And not everything has to happen in New York City or LA. As a matter of fact, a lot of the LA comics come to New York these days because we have more places to perform than they do in LA. We have more stages in New York City. And yeah, New York City can be overwhelming, but you learn to get used to it. As I said earlier, since I stopped stuttering, it gave me a lot of confidence. And people tell me that when I come into a room, that they can feel the confidence. Now, I may be nervous inside. Before I perform, I may still feel that inside, that anxiety, but I don't project it. And that's an important thing to learn. And that's another thing that I work on, is changing negative to positive. By being in the comedy world, it's allowed me to become a motivational speaker and a best-selling author. So I now have 8 books. My first 5 books were on comedy. One of them was with Chris Rock, one of the books that I love the most, and it's called Make 'Em Laugh. And it's the story of the famous comedy club in New York City called the Comic Strip. It's where Eddie Murphy discovered Chris Rock in 1985, and it's where Chris became a star. And I see somebody's holding up something, but I can't tell what it is. Raheem is holding up something. I don't know if you're trying to show it to me or not, but and then I started writing books on happiness, and I'll tell you why. When COVID came out in March of 2020, on March 11th, the day they declared it a pandemic, that's the day I came down with COVID double pneumonia. As you could tell, I'm a trendsetter. I went right out and got it. I don't want to wait. I got COVID like immediately. And I joke about it now, but I was so sick and I waited 2 weeks before I had to call an ambulance. I couldn't take it anymore. And the reason I waited 2 weeks is because at the beginning of the pandemic, nobody knew what was going on. People were very nervous. And they were warning people, if you have any kind of a medical history, try not to go to the emergency room. 7 years ago, I had a heart attack. Came out of nowhere. I had never been sick a day in my life. And I'm telling you this story for a reason. I had a heart attack that they call a widowmaker heart attack. Very, very serious heart attack. And I was back on stage telling jokes 5 days later. And the owner of the club said to me, "What are you, crazy? You just had a heart attack." And I was like, "Yeah, but it's hard to get a spot here. I don't want to lose my spot." He just opened up a new club and he had me come out. He goes, "It's never an event unless Jeffrey Gurian is there." So I get invited to all different kinds of things. And I'll tell you the heart attack story. If you know Chris DiStefano, I started telling you about Ron Bennington. The reason I brought that up, they wound up doing a documentary film about my life. And it's called Who the F is Jeffrey Gurian? And in that film, Ron Bennington, who is the star of the Bennington Show on Sirius XM radio, he said that I'm the only person he knows who knew the greats of comedy from yesteryear, like our dear friend Joe Franklin, who was very influential and worked with Alicia and VIP. We did their first radio podcast together, I believe.
Yep, on CBS back in the day. You were my very first guest with Joe.
Yes, right,
Yeah.
exactly, with Joe. And and I got to work with legends of comedy all the way up through today to Nick Kroll and John Mulaney, who are probably the 2 top superstars in comedy today. They had me open their Broadway show for them. They had a show on Broadway called the Oh Hello Show. And I'm on Comedy Central with them. My video with them got over 1 million views. And I recently did Chris DiStefano's podcast. Chris DiStefano is a young comedian who's performing all over the country. His career just blew up. He's huge. And I did his podcast and I told my heart attack story and it's got well over 1 million views. They sent it to me. Of all the comedians he had on, my story got the most views on Instagram, on his Instagram channel. And so what helped me to survive was thinking positively. When I had the heart attack and I'm laying in the hospital, and then I have COVID double pneumonia and I'm laying in the hospital, they put me in bed next to a guy from Wuhan, China. That can't even happen, by the way, but it happened to me. I'm laying there next to patient 0. And I had to stay positive, because when you're in a negative frame of mind, your immune system is not functioning as well. And it's very easy to get sick and depressed. Very often in the entertainment world, when we don't get something that we thought we're supposed to have, we can feel rejected and we can feel depressed. And it's very important to learn how to change that mindset. And so I started writing books about happiness and how to think differently, which is what I had to do to cure myself of stuttering, and what I had to do to get the courage to go on stage and to perform and to do all the things that I do, to just show up, to interact with people. I had to fight the fear. Fear is a bully. And it's one of the things that I talk about. Every one of you are probably holding thoughts that are not valid for you. And if you're holding thoughts that tell you that there's something standing in your way, those are not valid thoughts. You know, it tells you that you're not enough, that you're not smart enough, that you're not rich enough, that you're not tall enough or thin enough or whatever it is. And they're all lies. And Alicia, do you mind if I briefly show them my books that I wrote on happiness?
No, please. It would
Okay.
bring me great joy for you to show.
Thank you. So I started writing these books because I wanted to show people that you could change the way you think. And comedy has allowed me to do that. So the first book that I wrote on happiness, and this became a bestseller on Amazon, they all did. It's called Healing Your Heart by Changing Your Mind, a spiritual and humorous approach to achieving happiness. And it's got 286 mostly 5-star reviews. And do you have any idea how hard it is to get a dog to sit in lotus position? It's almost impossible. You have to really have a good sense of humor. And then after that book, my second book on happiness, and I wrote this after the pandemic, while I was home for months. I couldn't go out. And I believe in taking a negative and turning it into a positive, because nobody's life is going to be perfect. There's always going to be things that happen that are weird, like things happen that you couldn't possibly expect. So I wrote this second book, and it's called Fight the Fear, Overcoming Obstacles That Stand in Your Way. And it talks about how I got the courage to start performing, how I beat the fear of traveling. And what I do is I challenge myself to the point where in 2019, I made myself go to Japan all by myself. It was the scariest thing I could think to do. A 14-hour flight for a guy who's afraid to travel and is afraid of getting lost. And I was lost every day in Japan, and I made it. And I performed in 2 comedy shows while I was there. I took the train to different cities, and I proved to myself that I didn't have to be nervous about things. If other people could do it, you can do it too. So if other people are models and actresses and actors and performers, there's no reason that you should tell yourself that you can't do it. It's reverse egotism to think that you can't do something that other people can do. If all these other people are actors, you could certainly be an actor as well. If those people are models, you can do the same thing if you apply yourself, and if you don't, as Ryan Colby said, if you're thinking clearly. You can't, if you don't fit the mold, you can't be something that you're not set out to be. But you could certainly be a commercial print model. Not everybody, if 2% of the world can be runway models, that eliminates just about everybody in the whole world. So to be realistic, you have to see yourself in a realistic way. And the third book I want to mention is important to what we've been talking about, because I wrote a book called Facing Adversity. This is my latest book, Facing Adversity, Stories of Courage and Inspiration. And the reason that I say that it's so important is I wrote about a woman. I started collecting these stories 20 years ago about people who overcame unbelievable difficulties to achieve happy and meaningful lives. And one of the people that I wrote about was an actress named Katie Sullivan, who was born with no lower legs. And just recently, I cut out this article. This past October, there was an article about her in the New York Post, a double amputee. She's starring on Broadway. This article was so meaningful to me that it just shows you that not one of you out there on this call has an excuse why you can't be successful at what you do. This woman was born with no lower legs. She wears prosthetic legs, and she's starring in a show called The Cost of Living. And if you think I'm making it up, you can Google it. Her name's Katie Sullivan. And I wrote about her in this book because I was so struck by her story about taking what most people would consider a terrible obstacle and never letting it stop her. So my story about stuttering is very small compared to something like that. But for me, it was very important because when I was stuttering, I couldn't see myself as being successful at anything. Who wants to go to a stuttering doctor? And it's very hard to be a comedian if you're stuttering. People don't look at you that you have a sense of confidence. And so what this does, working with VIP, first of all, And working with a coach or a mentor is what helps you to gain the confidence that you need in order to achieve your goals. And that's why this is so important. And that's why I am always glad to be asked to participate in something that VIP does, because it's almost impossible to find anybody else out there who's doing this. There may be other places that are not reputable, but VIP is the best as far as I'm concerned. And I'm always so happy to be on with you guys. So I spoke for an hour. So if there are anybody that has any questions, I'd be happy if you have a few extra minutes, I'd be happy to answer them.
Jeffrey, how important is networking for you?
I'm networking all the time still. I'm out. You know, another thing that I do, I'm a comedy journalist. So for the last 20 years, I cover the comedy scene. And what I do is I promote talented people. So like, I just put up my new column yesterday. It's on my website. If you want to see it, it's called Comedy Matters, the blog. My website is comedymatterstv.com. And if you go there, you could see, if you go under blog, it tells you all about who's in comedy in New York and what they're doing. And this young woman, she's got 3 podcasts and she works really hard. And she just got a job opening for a big comedian who performed recently at Madison Square Garden. And she was so grateful. She wrote to me because I put her in the column. Not only did I write about her, but I put in a picture of her with her co-host. And she wrote to me, she goes, you made my life, she wrote to me, for for putting her in there. So I'm out almost every night networking, because with all the people that I do know, there are still people that I don't know. And it's very important that I learn about all the new talent that's coming up. You know, I love to see young people with talent, and if I can help them, that makes me feel good, you know?
And we met at a party. Do you remember? So Randy Jones from the original Village People, YMCA guys, the cowboy from the Village People is a mutual friend of ours. And we went to, and I want to really share this with you guys so that you understand, like, when you move to New York City and rent is so expensive, we had a thing that if we got invited to any event, we go for 1 hour. So when you move to New York City and you're spending an exorbitant amount of rent, shame on you. I'm tired. It's snowing. It's raining. You have to go out. So we actually went to, what was it? Lucky Strikes?
Lucky Strike. It was in a bowling alley. It was in a bowling alley. And I remember it so clearly.
And it was sleeting. There was black ice everywhere. And I was like, this is not going to be good for the hair. This is certainly not going to be good for the Louboutins. And I went to a party, literally at a bowling alley. And I was begging Michael, like, don't make me go. Like, it's a bowling alley, Mike. Like, and he said, well, it's the Cowboys' birthday party from the Village People. Anybody who's in that room is somebody you need to know. And what's funny is, so we met you at a party and Michael, of course, saw your hair and your glasses. He's like, I don't know who he is, but we need to get in touch with him. And I asked Randy at his birthday party, hey, who's the comedian guy? Because I saw you talking to a whole bunch of people. And he said, oh, that's Jeffrey Gurian. Let me introduce you. And then it's like 15 years later and we're still friends.
Isn't that amazing? And that's very rare for New York, but it's very special.
Yeah.
New York people come and go, but the real people stay connected together. And it's so funny. There's probably a lot of nights that I don't remember, but I remember that very clearly. You were kind enough to come say hi, and it was so nice. And we've been friends.
Balls to the wall. He's a writer for Who, and here I am like, hi. But like, talk about first impressions. Like, you have to be confident. And some of the people that we met that night, like, they came on our radio show with CBS. You were my first guest. Michael and I were so honored to have you. We also had the legendary Joe Franklin, who literally was the pioneer of all talk shows ever.
40 years. He was on TV and radio 40 years.
Even Billy Crystal had a whole like skit about Joe Franklin on Saturday Night Live. And then Alan Zweibel, one of the co-creators of Saturday Night Live, also created Curb Your Enthusiasm with Larry David, is our mutual friend. Do you guys see how networking plays a role in everything you do in this business?
Amazing. Yes.
So if we were to parachute you out of your life and put you in VIP Ignites, how many of you guys think that you need these networks? Type, I want in. Because with a network like Jeffrey Gurian, with a network like Mark Christopher Lawrence or Ryan Colby, Michael Fomkin, think about the amount of possibilities you have. And I don't care if you're not in New York. I'm not in New York right now, which, by the way, I miss you so much. But this is all done on Zoom, but we've already built these relationships and they're here. You hear Jeffrey Gurian. I want to help you. I wish I had a company like this when I was getting into the industry. Imagine if you didn't have to reinvent the wheel. And he's like, listen, let me tell you what I wish somebody told me. Let me tell you how much his business has changed. Let me introduce you to people. But guys, I can tell you right now, Jeffrey Gurian, as sweet as he is, he's not going to lend that olive branch unless he knows you're good for it, because it's his reputation on the line. And I really,
I'm so glad.
Don't ever ask for favors. I mean, that's like one of my biggest pet peeves. And I love you because you've always been so accommodating, and you know that we're good for it. And I thank you and love you. And, you know, Deneen, I know we all love you here at VIP Ignite. But it means everything to us, you know, having personal relationships with real people that are doing tremendous things. You can't even put a price tag on that. So I thank you.
The feeling is mutual. I don't even do these kind of things except, you know, as you said, everything you do reflects upon you as a person.
Yeah.
So if you associate yourself with something negative, it comes back to you. So I'm always very careful where I speak, and I just love you guys. I think you're just so great, and you're helping to inspire so many people. And like I tell people when I lecture motivationally, you can't go to the gym one time and leave with the body you want. You can't take one piano lesson and wind up in Carnegie Hall. You know, you have to work at it, and you need a coach, you need a mentor to help you go through that. Nobody does this by themselves. If you're lucky enough to have somebody to guide you, that's the difference between success and just staying in the same place. You know, it's so important, and you have to persevere. It takes a lot of hard work. Even if you have representation, you have to be willing to put in the work. So,
and just because you're funny does not mean you're going to get into that Friars Club. That is like one of my biggest, like, I want to go. So I know you, I know Alan. Let me in. I've got to get in just once. I just want to see a roast live.
We'll make it happen.
Okay.
We'll make it happen. And we'll talk about this comedy course. I'm very excited about the possibility of doing a comedy course.
I'm so excited.
I think.
How many of you guys want to do a comedy course with us? Type comedy. And I'll tell you what, for those of you that are like, well, I only want to be a model, I don't think this is really going to be beneficial. Guys, you better want to do comedy, because if you're trying to get into show business, you have to be able to laugh this off. You have to grow a thick skin.
Even if you're a model, you have to have a good personality. Comedy helps you. Comedy helps you in every aspect. It helps you with an interview. Not that you're going to just go in and start telling jokes. Like, I've written for politicians, and I've written for people, just for actors, people who just need to be humorous. There's a very big difference. And I always tell them, don't try to be a stand-up comedian if that's not what you are, but try to be humorous. People appreciate, you know, comedy carries a message much more powerfully than dramatic. People get bored when you're just talking to them. But if you can make something humorous, if you can make it funny a little bit, that sticks with people, because people need to laugh. You know, if you just have a straight speech, you'll see people snoring, you know, they start nodding off. You lose their attention. But if you can make it a little bit funny, you know, it just.
But guys, think about it. Like, already today, we've learned about positive body language. We learned the art of improv. Now we've got a top comedy writer. How many of you guys feel like this may help your social scene? Like, we do something fun and you'll have to be one of our guests for dinner party conversations. And it's the gift of gab. This is how you really get into show business. You have to be a likable character. So whether or not you think you are, VIP Ignite, we're going to create that. And it's going to be a wonderful venture. So I'm really excited.
Be a great experience. And I look forward to meeting all your participants, whoever is going to show up. I think we're going to create something very special and help them, you know, as I said, it'll help them in every area of entertainment. Yeah. Nobody says, you know, you have too good a personality. It's always good to increase your energy and your confidence. And it also gives you a lot of confidence. And that's,
well, I think if we're going to have a captain on this journey, I'm glad it's you. So thank you.
Thank you so much. So if there's no other questions, I guess I'll sign out if nobody has anything else that they want to ask.
Well, you know what? We're going to keep the questions when they're actually working with you. And that way they can let this all marinate in their minds, because it's a little bit overwhelming. You know, we've been on this call since 11 a.m. and it's, I know are you guys taking this all in? because the day is not done. So I need to see, like, pinch yourself, throw some water on your face, whatever it takes, because we still got a lot going on. Jeffrey, I love you, and I hope you're feeling well.
Last thing I want to say is,
What?
don't put, for the people who are participating, don't put yourself in a box and think that just because you're interested in one thing, that you can't learn from other speakers who were talking about other things. That's why I tuned in at 1, so I could hear other speakers talk about modeling and all those other things. I'm not a model, but those things are pertinent to me in terms of confidence and how you present yourself. So have a wonderful day, everybody. Enjoy the boot camp, and I hope to see you all soon. So long, Deneen. So long, Alicia.
Thank you so much, Jeffrey.
And my best to Michael. Okay, bye-bye.
Bye, thank you.
I love him.
You know what? I'm really glad that I didn't read his bio before I saw him in New York, because every time I read his bio, I'm like, hi, how are you? But guys, here's the question I have for you. Networking is key in the entertainment industry, and you literally just heard from 2 of the masters of networking, Alicia and Jeffrey Gurian. Because let me tell you something, Alicia, I think he might be the only person that can out network you, and that's saying something, because you own every room you walk into. But when I saw him, when Michael and I went into Battle Axe on Monday, we had no idea. Like we were literally going to support one of our talent who killed it. And if I start talking about that, I'll cry. I'll cry tomorrow about that. But we walked in and I was like, oh my God, Mike, there's Jeffrey Gurian. And I went over like, hi Jeffrey, how are you? And like he immediately took me around and started introducing me to people. And I was like, that holds a lot of
you made friends with somebody who can trust you to introduce, like, and that's what a lot of people don't understand, the connections. And actually, Jeffrey Gurian came to our movie premiere. We had a movie that premiered in New York City, and Chris Knopf, who played Mr. Big from Sex and the City, we introduced Jeffrey to Chris Knopf. This is how it's done. That was a true, like,
so it's like, like I know you like to talk about lasagna, but everything we're talking about today is leading everyone to the top of the mountain. It's lasagna. Like we talked about body language. We've talked about owning the stage and stage presence. And Mark Christopher Lawrence echoed a lot of what you just heard from Jeffrey Gurian. What type of modeling do you qualify for? And going deeper, like what exactly is a model? Like what exactly is involved in that? We just talked about the art of comedy. How many of you want to help people laugh? How many of you want to help people laugh? How many of you like just want to bring joy to the world? I loved when he was talking about how he changed his mindset to lead him to overcome such huge obstacles. But guys, we have so much more yet to come, okay? So I don't want to hold back. Our next speaker is Mr. Michael Pumpkin. Everyone get excited. Show us your excited faces. He's going to talk to you now. He's going to talk to you now about the Model and Actor Cookbook. So whether you are beginning at this or whether you're more experienced, he's going to talk to you about what ingredients do you need to put into your career to have a very successful career. So without further ado, can you guys please help me in welcoming back to the stage the one, the only, Mr. Michael Pumpkin.
Hey guys, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, good. All right. Let me put this up. Okay. Yeah, Jeffrey is awesome. Actually, tomorrow, I'll tell you guys some different projects we're working on that are upcoming that you guys can be a part of, and you'll be really excited about that because we're doing some really cool stuff with Jeffrey. So, all right, I got a couple different things I'm going to go over with you, but first what I'm going to go over is the Model and Actor Cookbook, and then I'm also going to go over lay the foundation for you guys to be able to write your own monologue. So by the end of the night tonight, you guys will be able to have the information to start working on writing your monologue, which will be one of the challenges for this weekend. And then we'll also be bringing back Mr. Ryan Colby, who's going to be going over the entire audition process, whether you're new or experienced, on the expectations for auditioning now in New York and LA with Miss Alicia Kabak. So that should be pretty exciting. All right, so Actor and Model Cookbook, the ultimate guide to creating a legacy as a professional actor or model by creating the secret recipe to long-lasting success, and bonus, creating a memorable personality. So obviously, for those of you who are brand new, we've been doing this now for close to 17 years. and we've, been featured in major publications. We're obviously really good at what we do here. We surround ourselves with the best people. We've won over 36 awards, including 6 Tonys. 2013, we won the Tony for Best Play. We have some new projects coming out on Broadway. We have some new films coming out. We're going to talk about that all tomorrow. So I just wanted to kind of, for those of you who might have jumped on a little bit later in the day, just to let you know you're in really good hands here, because we only surround ourselves and work with the best people in the industry. And honestly, anything you want to do in life, the best way and the fastest way is just find the people who are the best at what they do, and that's who you work with. It's like literally that simple. Just find the person who's doing what you do at the highest possible level, and that's who you work with. And again, we've proven this over and over again for 16 years with thousands of success stories, and just really meeting some amazing people, seeing our talent on TV and film and traveling all over the world. And it's the opportunities here for you, right? We're laying out the clues all weekend, and today we're building the foundation, and it's all about taking those clues and creating the career and the life that you want out of the information you're receiving this weekend. So there are a lot of moving parts in becoming a great actor. Talent only gets you in the door. So think about becoming an actor like an apple pie, right? You can have an apple pie, but when you break down an apple pie, there's different types of ingredients, right? You have the crust, and you have the apples and sugar and water, and you got to heat the oven and so forth. So I can give you a great recipe for apple pies, but it's not going to be always the same, right? Depending upon where you live, the type of oven you use, right? I used to work in the restaurant industry. So the type of ovens that I had, and I worked in Brooklyn, and I worked in Jersey, and I worked in different locations before I owned my own restaurant. And even though I followed the same recipes, when I purchased my own place, the ovens, the altitude, the type, the quality of the water all made a little bit of a differences, right? That's why people always say, oh my God, pizza in New York's so good. It's because of the water, right? There's lots of little things, but the water definitely has an effect on your outcome. So it's the same thing. If you're trying to make a pie, there's lots of things that take place to make a pie good, right? Just like an actor, right? You can all study the same monologues. You can all read Shakespeare, but what sets one actor apart from another, right? What is those little tiny differences? So that's what we're going to talk about today. But let's just say you decide, hey, you know what? I'm going to be a great apple pie maker. I want to be the apple pie millionaire, and I'm going to go out and do this. I got my secret recipe from my grandmother, and I'm going to go out, right? I know everything there is to know about apples. I know what I'm doing. I know the difference between Red Delicious and Granny Smith and Honey Crisp and Golden Delicious and Pink Lady. Be honest with you, I worked in the restaurant industry for a long time, and I had no idea when I first was putting this together there were that many different types of apples. So if you're the apple pie king, good for you if you know all about these different apples. My point being is, again, there's little differences, little nuances that make a difference between something being successful and something being really successful, something being great and something being extraordinary. But you're like, you know what, success, here I come. I'm going to be an apple pie millionaire, all right? So obviously, kind of like what we were hitting at here, right? Obviously, to create a apple pie millionaire, when you're first starting out, you might be doing this from home. You might be trying to do this on your own, right? Well, imagine that you can bake 4 pies in the oven, right, at 8 hours, all right? So if you're putting 4 pies in the oven, you're working an 8-hour day, means you can make 32 pies, right? 30-minute prep time per 4 pie equals 8 hours of labor. You got your ingredient cost. Let's just say you're charging $7.50 a pie. That equals to $240 per day, minus your 20%. It's 192 divided by 12 equals $16 per hour. So my point is, when you're trying to do things on your own, a lot of times people don't take into account the time, the labor, and all that. Time is going to be your greatest resource, right? You can always make more money. You can't create more time. So a lot of times when people are starting off in the industry, what I've noticed, in the 17 years I've been doing this is, they're investing a lot of time and not getting things done properly, right? The whole point of surrounding yourself with the right people, getting the right training, is to be able to speed things up, to be able to get them done the right way. Because if not, you may have this idea you want to be an Academy Award-winning actor. You may have this idea that you're going to be the apple pie millionaire, but when you're spending a lot of time doing things the wrong way, it means that, like here in this example, at that rate, it would take you 62,500 hours to become a millionaire, or 30 years. And that's where I see a lot of actors wind up, where you see a lot of people, they come to New York with this idea, this dream, And then next thing you know, they're bartending 30 years later. And they wind up taking advice from other people that are just like them. They're never going out and finding the right people who are truly successful, right? It's great to have friends, or, sometimes you'll see, and I know we have people monitoring the comments, but you'll see people in here trying to give other people advice when they themselves haven't done it. And it's nice, maybe they mean well, but unless you're sitting down, like if I wanted to learn comedy, I'm going to study with Mark Christopher Lawrence. I'm going to study with Jeffrey Gurian. I'm going to say, what do these great comedians all have in common? What are the clubs they play at? Where do they take their improv classes? I'm going to learn and follow their example because they've already done it. I'm not going to find somebody who's like, well, I'm a realtor on the weekends, but I'm trying to do some comedy, but I also, I can train you on comedy. No, not really. You're a realtor. You're not a comedian. Right? You're a plumber. You're not an actor. And I see so many people, this is the mistake they make. And you really have to if you want to set something in stone and you want to do something, you don't want it to be a dream, you have to surround yourself with the right people. Obviously, right? You're not going to have a terrible life trying to do it on your own, but it's probably not what you were meant for. Like, why not be the best that you can be? Why not have the ultimate career? So even for acting, and I like to always go, I'm very real with things. I always, I break things down in numbers. I take things very seriously. That's why we've been so successful. And I'm not trying to oppress you guys with this. I'm just trying to impress upon you. I try to understand everything that I can about a genre. If I'm in the entertainment industry, I understand Broadway, I understand theater, I understand acting, I understand modeling, I understand what it's like to run an agency. You as an actor should understand all these things. You as a model should. And even here, you can see these examples are a little bit outdated. I have to update these, but they're really not that far off. You can see by the United States Bureau of Labor, the actual hourly wage average for actors, people who work in the stage, television, radio, motion picture productions, is $29.34 per hour. Okay. Half of them, 50%, the median is only $17.54. That's just a little bit above minimum wage. Okay. So a lot of times people think they're going to make millions and millions and millions of dollars being in this industry, when in reality, the average wage you might be better off working in a different genre, right? The finances aren't there, right? You have to be the best at what you do. See here, this is even broken down into even more minute details. You can see motion picture and video industries, right? 3138, performing arts, 2440, right? So this is all the different things. Accounting and payroll, 3334, right? If money was your driving force, then maybe you're better off being in the accounting division of the entertainment industry or the bookkeeping, right? If that's your only driving force, well, Mike, I gotta pay the bills. Okay, then maybe this isn't the industry for you, unless you're willing to do it the right way, unless you're willing to follow a proven path of success. So I just wanted to show you this. Like, I want you guys to understand, like when you're going to do something, take it seriously. Like, in a little while, we're going to break down how to create a monologue. We're going to really go in depth with that. Not as in depth as I would like to, because I could spend weeks talking about creating a monologue, creating a story. But I just want you guys to understand, like, everything I want you guys to do from this day forward, whether or not we sign you, whether or not you work with us, whatever it is, I want you guys to always say, what are better questions I can ask? A lot of times, so many people get on these calls, they're just worried about scams and they're worried about this. That's not a great question, right? If you're concerned about scams, how do I learn to recognize what's real and what's not? Do you understand how the casting process works? Do you understand who are the legitimate agencies that represent legitimate actors and models? See, the answers are always there. You've just allowed yourself to become lazy and expect the information to be handed to you instead of being able to think. Right? To ask better questions, you'll get better answers. Here you can see the breakdown. We talked about this earlier. There's lots of opportunity all across the United States. Location doesn't matter. Obviously, the larger productions are going to be in New York, Atlanta, Miami, Los Angeles. But that also means there's still filming done in Chicago and Detroit, Louisiana, Texas. There's also a lot of stuff with industrial videos, local commercials, right? So if I was living in North Dakota, I may not be counting on Yellowstone when they're filming, or Wyoming, but I know that they're filming there. I go and I check out the movie board for my state. I see what upcoming projects are filming. Obviously, it's a lot better for them to hire local talent than to have to fly everybody in. But then there's also local commercials. There's local cable companies. There are local ads that are working within that genre. You'd be very surprised how much work there is throughout the United States. Like there's a ton of projects being filmed all over. You just are not aware of it. You have to learn how to find these things, right? So the whole point of this is these little details can make the difference between having a good apple pie or a bad apple pie, having a great career or having a phenomenal career, right? Now, I'm not trying to make you like, Mike, I thought this was going to be motivational. Like, what the hell? Like, you're like, holy cow, this is terrible. Don't worry, we can fix this. So how do we fix this? Well, let's stay with about apple pies, right? There's a company called Goldbelly, and they help entrepreneurs take a product and be able to launch it. So they handle the marketing, they handle the advertising, they handle the shipping. You can see here, Little Pie Company, right? He was actually a Broadway actor. He became a smash hit. He also opened up a pie shop in New York City, and then he partnered up, right, with Goldbelly, and now his pies are sold all over. Everybody from Rachel Ray to Oprah Magazine to the New York Times all rave about his pies. The point being is he had to get help. See, you can't do everything on your own, especially in the modeling and acting world. You know, agents have access to the legitimate castings because the reason why that is because there's a process for this. They want, if you're a casting director, you don't have time to like deal with newbies. Right? I don't have, like, casting doesn't have time to, well, what time should I be there? What do I wear? What do I do? Oh my God, I'm so scared. And like 1,000 little mindset things that are driving you crazy. They don't have time to be driven crazy like that. They just have to cast. They just have to find the right person. Okay. That's why you want to work with a legitimate agent who's actually working with legitimate clients. Because then now your agent is handling your contracts, your agent's answering all these questions, your agent's helping with development and so forth. Tomorrow we'll talk a little bit more about this, but I want you guys to understand that because, like, here's the casting process. This is how the casting process pretty much works, and then whether it's modeling or acting. Okay. 1, client chooses an ad agency to design a commercial for the new product, right? So let's say we're, I don't know, Doritos, which is owned by Pepsi, is coming out with a new flavor of Doritos. They want to have the Taco Bell flavored Doritos, right? When they did that cross marketing with Taco Bell. So Doritos and Taco Bell, they're manufacturers. Their whole thing is franchising and selling a product, a food product. They're not an ad agency. So they may have an idea for a product. They go to an ad agency to design the commercial and the ads. So they say, okay, great, let's reach out. These are the ad agencies we like. Here's our idea for this new Taco Bell, Doritos mixture combo thing, come up with some ads. Once they approve the ads, right? So now the ad company, and like you can literally pay, like just for a logo, $50,000, $100,000. Like the ad company that just comes up with the idea, they'll charge $100,000 to $1 million just for the idea, because that idea could be worth tens of millions of dollars. Okay. So understand that this business you're in a global $1 trillion business. So the ad agency, they come up with the idea, Coca-Cola, Pepsi, Doritos, they approve it, Taco Bell. The ad agency then now gets a production company. So the ad agency doesn't, if you watch Mad Men, you would see this, right? They're in charge of it, but they hire a production company, the guys with the cameras, the photographers, the makeup artists, all this, the production company to bring the ad to life. The production company, they now go out and they find a casting agency to source actors. The casting agency then sends out their character briefs to talent agencies. The talent agencies then send the audition briefs to their actors. Okay. So look how many steps there are. So most of you guys think that a talent agency, for some unknown reason, people were brand new. We talked about this morning. Most people, when I say, describe to me what the average model looks like, they'll always say they're tall, they're thin, and they walk the runways of Paris and Milan. And they always make that misconception of talking about high fashion, even though that's the smallest segment of the industry. Most people who don't work in the industry think somehow a talent agent is the one who's making the decisions. Talent agents just is managing and overseeing actors and models. The casting agency is the one who's now hiring. They now have to get the okay from the production company, who has to get the okay from the ad agency, who has to get the okay from the client. So there's a whole process here that's repeated over and over and over again every day. And obviously with Zoom and emails, having the right photos, having a reel, right? I'm the casting company. Hey, can Mike Trask, he's got a great look for this new movie we're working on, this new commercial. Can you send me over his reel? Can you send me over his photos? Everything has to be done as quick as possible, because for most clients, most companies, they may be calling multiple agencies to get this done. So that casting agency may be calling multiple talent agencies. So there's a huge competition going on here. Okay. That's why when you see things online, they're not real. That's why you keep chasing your tail. Because wait, this is a casting agency that sent this out. Well, casting agencies only go through talent agencies. They want to make sure that you're getting real talent. People show up who are going to be there, not just somebody rando online. Is this even real? Right? How many of you guys fallen into that where you get those fake things sent to your DMs all day? Nobody's DMing you. Nobody's DMing you. They're DMing us, right? Deneen gets a ton of messages in our email box all day of requests for talent because we're submitting out all day, right? So as everybody understands the process. So you need to break down the process into smaller components that you can manage and direct, right? So let's just say your final product, right? We switch from apple pies to becoming a SAG-AFTRA actor. So SAG-AFTRA stands for the Screen Actors Guild, American Federation of Television and Radio Advertising. They're one union. They used to be separate. A union is how you do speaking roles. So when you see a Geico commercial, you see a Hyundai commercial, you go and you're watching Avatar Part 2, you're watching the new Star Wars, Mandalorian, whatever it is, major productions, Disney, HBO, so forth, those all fall under union rules. So in order for you to do speaking roles, you have to be in the union. So if you're not in the union, you're not doing speaking roles, right? So if you could be submitting yourself out all day to fake casting. Oh my God, the new Disney movie, I saw it online. I get to be the lead character. If you're not in the union, you're being tricked. You're just making a fool out of yourself. So that's why you get scammed. That's why you get taken advantage of, because you don't understand how the industry works. The union is how you do speaking roles, okay? The union, they have what's called breakdown services. Those castings are not placed online ever. You would never see them. You have to be a licensed agency with an account. It costs $250 per agent to have access to those castings. So if you got 10 agents in your office, you're spending $2,500 a month just to access these castings through breakdowns. Breakdowns are like when I'm a casting director for Warner Brothers, I have a breakdown. I tell my assistant, hey, we're filming the new Wolverine movie, the new X-Men, the new Fantastic Four. Here's the breakdown of the characters. That goes into breakdowns. Then those breakdowns are available for licensed agencies to see. It's a great process. It works perfectly, okay, when you're in it. If you're not in it, then you wouldn't even know these castings exist. These roles are being filled all day long by agents, all right? When we host our events, every agent that we'll bring is going to be SAG-AFTRA. They're going to be the types of agents. That's why we get the best, right? We go back, we follow our own principles, okay? But you're new, and I got that. So how do you do this? How do you go about getting into the union? Well, read and study, familiarize yourself with the industry. Being here this weekend is definitely helping. You don't want to move right away. There's no need to move. A lot of times people worry that they need to move to LA or New York. Absolutely not true. Anybody who tells you that, give them my email. They can email me, and I'd love to discuss that with them, why they're giving you bad advice. Until you have a local work, until you already have some training, the right photos, the right connections, there's no need to jump the gun. You need to build relationships. These things, doing things the right way are always going to take time. Whether it's 3 months, 6 months, a year, it's always going to take time. Nobody starts today and is in a Super Bowl ad next week. You have to, there's a process to it. It's just like getting signed to a record deal. Tomorrow we're going to have somebody who is speaking about the music industry who's in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. They have the #2 most listened to song on the planet. Okay. They're one of the top people in the world for music. Multi-awards. Okay. Going to change your life. And some of you guys might, well, but Mike, I'm not into music. Well, hold on there. But you're an actor, a model. What about if you were in a top music video? Shouldn't you understand how this industry works with licensing? Don't you want to be an expert? What's the whole point of what we're doing today? To give you a foundation, right? Familiarize yourself with the industry. I don't say just the acting, understand the industry. Don't move right away. Audition or train locally or online. Training on Zoom is phenomenal. You can get so much done online. We do trainings every single week with some of the top people in the world. People like 50 Cent's acting coach, people like Mark Christopher Lawrence, people like Jeffrey Gurian. People who've traveled the world, have appeared in major motion pictures, top acting coaches, people that you couldn't hire on your own, literally work with our talent online every week, twice a week. Okay. Work on special skills. What are special skills you have? Can you fire a gun? Can you ski? Can you shoot a basketball? Can you play golf? Can you scuba dive, right? Anything that you can do that's a special skill. Are you a coffee barista? Can you juggle poker chips? Can you juggle, right? Can you shoot pool, right? All of those special skills add up, because when you're going to be on set, you're going to need certain things. If it's a pool hall scene, they want people to play pool. Right? They're not going to spend the day teaching you how to play pool or being able to shoot a ball, a basketball and so forth. Start working on your marketing. If I was to go right now on your YouTube channel, on your Instagram, on your Facebook, who would I find talking about you? Who's promoting you? Who's saying, hey, this person's a great actress? Would I see you studying? Would I see you? Did you post about being on this call this weekend? Hey, I'm an upcoming actress, right? My name's Jen, and I'm interested in being a model. I signed up for these classes. I'm so excited. Oh my God, I just got to get some wisdom from Mark Christopher Lawrence, right? Are you posting things like that? That's creating that world of who you want to become or who you are, or is your marketing just you sharing other people's stuff? Or maybe just getting involved in conversations you shouldn't be getting involved in, or conversations that may not be of opinions, may be true or not true. You didn't even fact check them. You just saw something, you're like, oh my God, I got to share this, right? And so forth. Are you getting used to being rejected? Are you going on auditions? Are you making any effort? Are you figuring out how to find the right agent? Are you patient and you consistent? Or are you getting frustrated because you're not going on auditions? Are you becoming the person an agent wants to work with, right? Are you doing extra background work, right? First thing when we work with people and we sign them, first thing we're going to do is get you on set. We're going to get you doing background work. Think of being on Spider-Man swinging over the crowd. Everybody's running and screaming. You're one of the people running and screaming, but getting you on set gives you the opportunity to get the waivers. The waivers is what's needed to get into the union. We have a process here. We follow this. We consistently every week have talent that are on set. One of our girls you're going to get to talk to tomorrow was just on set for Billions a couple of weeks ago. So we're always doing things. We go through this whole process, okay? Once you got your background work, got your waivers, then you can apply to be in the union. Once you're in the union, you're going to get some speaking roles. You're going to do some commercials, right? Something simple, a Hyundai commercial, a Geico commercial, right? You get paid $10,000 for the day, $20,000 for the day. That's great. Then from there, you'll get some small speaking parts, maybe 1 or 2 lines in a movie, or a television show. Then eventually we talk about landing a pilot, right? A pilot is a show, like The Rock, right? The Young Rock show. When the first episode is like a pilot episode, they want to see how audiences react before making it into a series. Then eventually you land a major role, okay? There's a process here. And guess what? Once you land that major role, guess what you do? You go back to number 1, you read and study, you familiarize yourself with the industry, right? Industry's changing very fast, right? Guys, I'm sure all familiar with ChatGPT and how people are utilizing that to write stories, to create movies. How will that affect actors in the future as artificial intelligence starts playing a larger role in the production of films? Are you even studying that? Are you even aware of that? Are you even like, Mike, what the hell is that? You need to make yourself always educate. So even though you could be the biggest star in the world, it always goes back to reading and studying and familiarizing yourself with the industry. And eventually you will be able to move. Eventually you'll be able to choose to live wherever you want. You'll be still auditioning and training. Al Pacino still trains to this day. Robert De Niro still trains to this day. Okay. It's just like being an NFL player, right? Just because the season ends and you won the Super Bowl doesn't mean Patrick Mahomes starts training. Okay, guys, not going to train anymore. We got the Super Bowl. No, right? That'd be pretty silly. It's the same thing. You're always perfecting your craft. Okay, there's lots of things you can be doing right now. A lot of times people go, oh, Mike, but what am I supposed to be doing? I'm here on this call. What could I be working on? Getting organized. How about that? Set yourself up with a Google Drive. Get a Google Drive. It's free. Set up some folders, your monologues, your photos, your training materials. Start things you saw, ads you saw, upcoming shows, things you knew you could qualify for. Anything to do, separate it, break it down, start organizing it instead of like, oh, because if you do it now when you get an agent and an agent calls you says, hey, I need 3 photos right now, those headshots we took, in Miami last month. Oh, well, hold on, let me try to find them. Oh, they're on my computer at home. Oh, they're on a CD. Oh, they're on a disc. No, have it on a Google Drive where you have it. Start planning for your future now. Become the person you want to be a year from now, 6 months from now. Be very organized. Set up a Google Drive. Okay. Work on your social media, right? There's a company called Fiverr, right? Here you can see most of the things on there are $5. You need some social media done, you can get social media done for $5. Here's one where the girl will spend 2 days creating engaging brands, 3 days managing your posts, your hashtags, all that stuff, right? For $40, okay? We'll do everything for you. Here's what's great for $40 if you're not familiar how to do all this. She'll show you how to do this. Content creation, platform management, top hashtags and captions, organic traffic, post scheduling. You should understand this because it would be a day where your agent will be saying, hey, you need a social manager to handle this. A lot of times for TV and film, how many followers do you have? Who's doing all this? Who's making your post engaging? Are you tracking this? What works with your clientele? Are you following casting directors? Are you following Alicia, Deneen, myself? Are you following some of our other talent? Are you following Ryan Colby? Are you building this brand? Are you ready? Did you already follow Mark Christopher Lawrence today and Jeffrey Gurian? Click like, engage, and share their posts. So now social media, the Instagram algorithm will start showing you their content. Did you do that? Did you know that's how it happens? When you click like, share, and engage, then it tells Instagram or TikTok that you're interested in that content. It'll show you more. Right? I can tell how successful you're going to be just by scrolling through your TikTok or your Instagram, because I can see if I show you my phone, you're going to see Jeffrey Gurian's content comes up, Mark and Christopher Lawrence's stuff comes up, all types of casting directors and producers and people I work with come up because I'm engaging. That's what I'm doing all day. Okay, so it's important. So for something like as simple as a $40 investment, you can have somebody on Fiverr show you how to do all this, or just do it for you for 3 days. But what I want you to do is I want you to learn how to do it. Doesn't mean I want you doing it forever, but I want you to be aware of this. We do a course called Social Media Domination, where I really show you guys how to do this at a high level. Okay, that's part of the trainings we're doing. That's part of the vault. For those of you who have the opportunity to work with us, you'll have access to all of this. Okay. Video editing. You need to be able to create reels. You need to be able to create self-tapes. Right? Your casting director calls you and says, hey, I got this side that I need you to read for a part I want to audition you for. I need you to film this. Right? I see Jen has a great background. She has like a white, background. How many of you guys have good lighting? How many of you guys have the right background? You can see Alicia Kabak's nice and lit up. I'm sure Deneen's nice and lit up. I don't see everyone here in front of me, but I know I could tell who the people that are lit up, who have professional lights going on versus people who don't. Okay. How do you take a video and edit it? Here's somebody for $20. They'll edit it. They'll color grade it, sound design, mixing. So when you need like a reel put together, you can create a reel yourself, right? Hey, my name's Michael. I'm a model and actor. Here's my monologue. I'm able to work nationwide. Like there's a whole script. There's a whole training we do on this. Okay. Actually, I have one of the girls from The Walking Dead who does like a whole 2-day training. For those of you who get to work with us, you'll have access to that. One of the cast members from The Walking Dead, literally training you on how to do self-tape, how to have the proper lighting, and you have access to that. But what I'm saying, for those of you who say, well, Mike, I don't know how to do this, great, Fiverr, it's $20. They'll show you how to do this, okay? Mike, I can't find casting directors, everything's a scam, I have no idea. Okay, here's again, Fiverr, $25. This person will go and they will search through LinkedIn for casting directors and send you their first name, their last name, their title, their website, their phone number, and you can probably hire somebody who will follow up for them, right? They'll pull up 100 people for you. They'll work 4 hours and they'll send out 100 emails for you. Hey, I'm an upcoming actor. I'm represented by this agency. Here's a link to my reel. Here's a link to my photos. oh, I saw that you're casting this new movie, or this new television show. I see you have these upcoming projects, right? I show you guys how to do all this. I'm not going to go through this today, but for those of you who get a chance to work with us, I go through a whole process how to create what's called your Dream 100. Change your life. But you don't need me to do this. You could create a system and have somebody reach out to casting directors, ad agencies, magazines, promotional companies. Okay. Planning your time wisely. Having a system or a recipe allows you to grow, do more in less time, and to get to your destination faster, right? There's so much, just like an apple pie. There's film acting, screen, TV, theater, voiceover, commercial acting, extra, background, classical acting, modern acting, method acting, the Meisner technique, the Chekhov technique, practical aesthetics acting technique. You should understand all these things. What's the difference between the Meisner and the Chekhov technique? What's the difference between method and modern? I'm going to be filming with Martin Scorsese. What is Scorsese as a director's preference for his actors to work within that genre? Do you guys think about that? Like, these are the things my actors think about. These are the things my models think about. Their thoughts are, oh, I'm shooting with this photographer. Whatever work has he done? Let me become familiar with him. Let me become familiar with the work the makeup artist has done. Okay? Because they're a part of the industry. If you want to be a part of the industry, these are the thought processes you have to have. You have to learn to ask better questions. You'll have to learn how to have time management. Time management is a process of organizing and planning how to divide your time between specific activities. Good time management enables you to work smarter, not harder, so you get more done in less time, even when time is tight and pressures are high. Time management is very important. People all the time say, I don't have enough time. If you don't have enough time, you need to work with us, because we need to help you with that. If you really want to be successful, you want to change your life, you need to do that. Go to sleep an hour later, wake up an hour earlier. It's 2 hours a day. It's 14 hours a week. That's 50 hours a month. Okay? 600 hours a year. I just found you 3 months. There's an extra 12 weeks added to your life just by waking up an hour early, going to bed an hour late, going to bed an hour later. Like, whatever it takes. Do you actually manage your time by the minute? If I said, what did you do when you woke up? Well, I brushed my teeth. Okay, so you woke up and brushed your teeth? Well, no, I lied in bed for like 10 minutes. Okay, then what did you do? Well, I got out of bed. Then I checked my email. Oh, so you checked your phone before brushing your teeth. So you didn't just wake up and brush your teeth. Like, you should manage your time by the minute until you learn how to manage your time by the day. Very important. Little things like that. These are all things we teach you. We go through. So memorable. How do you become memorable, right? Coming dressed as a clown, right? My ex-wife came to the party dressed like a clown. Well, I want to be memorable. That's one way to do it. Okay. Another way is how you're holding yourself. Allie, you've heard Allie all throughout the day. How are you guys holding yourself? Are you guys sitting up, right? Are you guys paying attention? Are you looking into the camera? Are you nodding and all that? They're noticing these things. The speakers definitely, especially tomorrow and especially later today when Ryan comes back on, he notices that. He literally, as soon as he gets off the trainings, he calls me and he starts asking me about this person, that person, this person. He notices that. That's why Ali doesn't tell you to put your cameras on and to be attentive because she just wants you to put your camera on. This is not grade school. We don't have to treat you like kindergarteners here. But the whole point of this is you want to become memorable, right? How you're holding yourself. Are you holding yourself as insecure, aggressive? Are you showing yourself as defensive, right? Body language, people will read that without even thinking about it, just subconsciously, right? You ever walk into a room, I don't know about that, I just don't like that person. What do you mean? You never even met them? I don't know, just something about their energy. I don't like them, right? You hear that all the time, okay? So make an extra effort. Remember people's names, right? Try to interact with people, especially if you're going to be networking, going out. Become a person who people want to know, right? Understand eye contact and smiling, right? When you turn the camera on, you should be smiling at the camera. When you first start a photo shoot and things like that, you're in that character of smiling. Pay attention, right? Interact with people, right? These are all different examples. Listening skills, very important to be listening, right? Care about what the person's saying. Learn more. Well, I love music. Oh, great. What type of music do you love? Oh, I love rock and roll. Really? What's your favorite band? Oh, Metallica. Awesome. Have you ever got a chance to see them in concert? Oh my God, yes. How was that? That was great. Oh, I'd love to see Metallica in concert. Let's see if they're coming up soon. Let's go see them. Right? Look at that whole conversation I created just out of, well, I love music. Right? How many times have you heard people say, what are you into? I'm into music and reading. What? What does that mean? You're into music and reading. right? Like learn to pay attention and listen and ask better questions. It's called active listening skills. All these things I'm teaching you not only to make you a better person and more memorable, but this will make you a better actor and a better model. Like I cannot tell you how many times models get hired just because when they came on set, they were personable, they smile, they asked the right questions, they were attuned to what's going on versus not paying attention. The worst thing you can do is play on your phone all day. Trust me on that. On set, they notice that. Making eye contact is very important. Okay. Be enthusiastic about things and like to others. People will gravitate towards those that are upbeat, positive, and cheerful. Give them more than they expect. In other words, under promise and over deliver, right? Go above and beyond. By the end of the day tomorrow, this is a free event. How much are you guys learning right now? Okay. I can guarantee you there is nobody on this planet who brings the type of people we do here, and just all he asks you to do is to show up and pay attention. This is our driving why, to help people. We understand how hard this industry is, okay? We understand what it takes to be successful. That's why we do these events. We open them up to the public, right? Obviously have a rich mindset versus a poor mindset, right? Be the type of person who creates your life versus life just happens to me, right? Rich people play the money game to win. Poor people play the money game to not lose, right? You know, you're the person who's just worried about losing money all the time and always afraid. That means you have a poor mindset. You have a poverty mindset, right? It means you're not confident in yourself. People all the time say, I want to sign with an agency, but my family and parents are against it. You know what that's telling to me? That's saying that your own family doesn't trust you to make a judgment on your own life. Like, think about that for a moment. It's like you're like on the special needs bus or something like that. Lenine's laughing, but it's the truth, right? Like shift your thought process to I'm the person who can make my own decisions. I want to create my own life. Everything in your life is a reflection of a choice you have made. If you want a different result, make a different choice, okay? Be willing to admire others. Be willing to promote people. Be willing to honor people who are successful. I cannot tell you how many times I'll see somebody, I just landed a role in this show, and I'll see like one like. Okay, I'll see somebody, same person. Boy, oh boy, I just, my lights were just turned off. All of a sudden, 30 people comment on it. Oh, I can relate to that, right? It's like, why don't people celebrate others' success, right? I can tell the type of life you lead by the type of posts that you're interacting with. And casting directors and successful people see this. Trust me on this. I've interviewed multiple billionaires. I've been with multiple people who've won Academy Awards, multiple people who've won multiple Tony Awards. I've been in rooms with some of the most successful people on the planet, people who've been to other planets. I've been in rooms with people who've been on the moon, okay? Neil Armstrong, Buzz Aldrin. Their thought process is always on the positive, never on the negative, okay? Very important, okay? And I'm not going to go through all of this because we are pressured for a little bit for time today, but I want you guys to realize this, like your thought process is the life you're living, right? You need to be willing to invest in yourself. You need to be willing to learn and grow. If you got an iPhone, but you're still struggling, you somehow invested in a phone. You got a big TV and an Xbox and a PlayStation and all these little toys, gizmos, and gadgets, but yet you're still complaining that you're not financially free. Financially free means that you never have to worry about bills ever again. Financially free means that you've made enough money that your money's earning interest, that you don't have to even touch the initial investment. That if you wanted to buy a house in Paris next week, you could do it. You wanted to buy yourself a brand new Lamborghini, you could do it. That's financial independence, okay? Very few people reach that level, but it can be done, okay? Because again, you can see here, Mark Cuban, time is your most valuable asset you don't own. You may or may not realize it yet, but how you use or don't use your time is going to be the best indication of where your future is going to take you, right? You're putting in 16 hours this week to learn, right? Right now it's 4 o'clock. We started here today at 11, 5 hours in, right? No break, right? We didn't take a lunch break. We didn't take a bathroom break. We worked 5 hours. We didn't even work a full day, a full work day, but look how much information you learn. Imagine if your life was like this every day. Imagine if you could concentrate and focus to get this type of education consistently and be surrounded with others like this, how fast your life would change, how much money, more money you would make, which would allow you to have more abundance to do the things you want and to help others, right? Because you don't want it, you want to act in spite of fear instead of letting fear stop you. You want to consistently learn and grow instead of thinking you know it all. Focus on opportunities, not on obstacles. Associate with positive, successful people, not negative or unsuccessful people, okay? Value yourself, value what you bring to this world, and have the confidence. Don't surround yourself with people who don't believe in you, okay? All right. Many people are not successful because they fail enough times. They let fear hold them back. Robert Kosowski, Rich Dad, Poor Dad, co-wrote that with Sharon Lechter. I actually got to spend a week with her recently. Phenomenal person to learn from, to grow from, okay? So just because failure, it brings you one step closer to success. It's like rejection for an audition. Great, you were rejected, who cares? Let's learn from it, let's improve upon it, let's get you another audition. That means you're one step closer to a yes. That's who you want. That's who you want as an agent. You want somebody like me, Deneen, Allie, Ryan, people who believe in you, people who understand this industry, people who've been doing this for 2 decades, okay? Success is neither magical nor mysterious. Success is the natural consequence of consistently applying fundamentals. See, that's what it is. For those of you who read the book, Finding Fame, you know, I mentioned about, used to work in the restaurant industry. That's actually a photo, recent photo from the restaurant that I used to own. Still there to this day. If you ever happen to be up in northern New Jersey, go by and have it. Order the Santa Fe deep dish. It's the best. So to me, success is a framework, like a recipe. It can be duplicated and shared with the world, okay? So that is the Actor's Cookbook, the ultimate guide to creating a legacy as a professional actor by creating the secret recipe, the long-lasting success, and bonus, creating a memorable personality. I'm going to transfer this back over to Deneen for 5 minutes, and then I'm going to be back, and we're going to learn how to write a monologue together. So I'll see you guys back in 5 minutes, and I'm going to turn this back over to Deneen for any Q&A.
Oh my gosh, how awesome is that? Here's the question I have for you guys. Like, what type of mindset do you have? Like, are your minds blown right now? You just got a ton of information. So here, what is one thing Michael just gave you? At the beginning of the day, I told you to start writing down the golden nuggets. You got a whole gold mine right there of golden nuggets. So what is one thing that Gregory's mind is swirling? I get it, trust me. But what I want to know is this: what is one thing that you are going to implement that he gave you today? Type it in the comments. I want to see how much you guys are paying attention. I know it is 4:55 Eastern Standard Time. Okay, I know. I know. And I know you've gotten a lot of information, but I want to make sure that you are still giving this 100% of your attention. Create my dream 100. I love that. Time management. Mind-blowing moment, yes. Under promise and over deliver. I love that. I learned that a long time ago. I used to work for a bank in a former life, and we always used to under promise and over deliver. You know what? If I'm going to give you, you know what? I'll have this to you by Friday, Wednesday on your desk. You know what I mean? So always, that's a great life lesson, because you know what? That people know that not only can they depend on you, but they know exactly how efficient you are. Yeah, pay attention. They're always watching. That is so true. Let me tell you something. You are always on stage. I want you to write that in the comments. I am always on stage. Whether you're on Zoom, whether you're at a coffee shop, it doesn't matter. You're always on stage. You never know who you are going to be in front of. You never know who's listening. Not only are we always watching, we're always listening too. Awesome. Let's see here. Creating a system that can help you be more successful. Oh my gosh, we cannot overstate how important systems are, how important being organized is. I love the example that Mike gave, where he's like, you know what, you get signed by an agency, you have your photos. And Ryan, let me tell you something. I've been in the room when this happens. When Ryan calls and asks you for something, he wants it 5 minutes ago. He wants it before you called him. And I'm not even joking. He will flip his lid and drop you like a bad habit if you're not prepared, if you don't give him what he needs. So why not start now preparing? One of the lessons that I learned from people that I've worked with in business and in mindset is this. You want to be the person now that you want to be in the future. What does that mean? That means, you know what? Start being prepared now. Start being organized now. You know what? When you show up to anything like this, show up as that person that's already booking work. You know what? Maybe you haven't booked any work, but you know what? When you walk in and you give that presence and you give that energy and you give that effort, guess what? People aren't going to know. Show up prepared. Always be prepared. All right, let's see here. What other takeaways do we have? Let's see. Creating a system. Yep. You have the power inside of you to learn to use your words to do that. Exactly. Alicia likes to talk about this. You know, Dumbo gets the feather and all of a sudden Dumbo can fly. And okay, Alicia, help me with this because this is your example. But it's like the point is you already have inside of you what you need to be successful. Start using it. See it. When you look in the mirror, see that person who is on set all the time. See that person who people are calling to interview. Be that person. All right. Invest in yourself. Yes. Time management. Don't waste your time on something that isn't going to benefit you. Time is your only non-renewable resource. So what are you spending your time on today that you're going to thank yourself for in 3 months, 6 months, and a year? Are you reading personal development books? Are you investing your time in watching videos on how to act? Like, what are you investing your time in? But you know what? I want you all right now to give yourselves a round of applause. Hold on, applaud yourselves. I'm giving you permission to applaud yourselves. This is why I want you to applaud yourself. You're here now. And I promised you that if you show up and you play full out, you're going to be a completely different person tomorrow than you are right now. How many of you already feel the transformation going on? Whether this is your first boot camp or you've been on with how many of you feel that transformation? How many of you feel this energy coming at you like a freight train trying to push you forward? Because that's what we're doing here at VIP Ignite. That's what this weekend is all about. I love your takeaways. Make sure that you don't just write them down and go back and look at them in a week and 2 weeks and 3 weeks. Make sure you start implementing that stuff right now. Start under promising and over delivering. Start making sure that you are investing in yourself. Make sure that you're having good time management. Because you know what? You're never going to look back and say, oh gosh, I really wish I would have watched another episode of you. That would have totally changed my life. No, it's a great show. I'm not busting on it. Don't get it twisted. But you're never going to be like, wow, I wish I would have spent more time on Netflix. You are.
How many of you guys think that you need a new network? How many of you guys think you need a new network? Like, hey, I know I'm meant to be in this industry, but I'm the only one that knows. If you agree, type network. Because Deneen, I mean, I didn't mean to cut you off, but there's so many people in here that have spent so much money and time on pictures, classes, and websites. Like already, how many of you guys know that by befriending these people and having a real connection with top people in the industry, that is all you need in this business?
Yeah, it's true.
You can't be the only one. It doesn't matter how much money you spend on pictures or classes if nobody knows you exist. Yeah, what are you doing? And that's the number one reason why people fail.
And I want just to add on to what you're saying, in order that you can get the networking, you can make the connections, but you know what? How do you hold on to them? By doing all the things that Mike just laid out in his presentation, right, Alicia? Like you have no idea what goes on behind the scenes.
You can't just be like, I want you to be my friend because I want you to book me work. That's not how it works. It's almost like having a potluck dinner and going, hey, I know you told me not to bring anything, but I'm bringing this anyways. So what do you have that somebody is going to want to use? I mean, is it your personality? I mean, hi, Mikey. So there's a lot going on. I'm really excited, but I want you guys to do this. Put a big smile on your face right now, because this is going to be life-changing. Imagine being on set at 4 o'clock in the morning. Okay. You may not even start filming your scenes till 3 o'clock in the afternoon. So I want to see who's here because they want to be here. You guys can do this on your own, or you can do it right. How many of you guys? So sit back, smile, and welcome Michael Fomkin. This is huge. Come on, guys.
Okay, guys. He's not allowed to start talking until you show him how excited you are. I know it's 5 o'clock. Let's do this. All right, Mike, are you ready?
Ready to go. Can you hear me?
Okay, here we go.
All right. Okay, you can see my screen. Yes?
Yes, we can.
Yes.
Okay, good. All right, good. Thank you. All right, so we're going to talk a little bit about creating your own monologue. So let me just get this from where I can. All right, so crafting your story, writing and memorizing powerful monologues for auditions, agents, and managers. So what is a monologue? A monologue is a speech by an individual that expresses their thoughts, feelings, and perspective. Through this expression, the monologue also illustrates the speaker's character. A monologue isn't always a one-sided conversation between characters. It can also be a one-sided conversation the speaker directs at their audience. Okay. So here's an example from Black Panther, Eric Killmonger. Eric Killmonger. I lived my entire life waiting for this moment. I trained, I lied, I killed just to get here. I killed in America, Afghanistan, Iraq. I took life from my own brothers and sisters right here on this continent, right? So monologue can be something as simple as that. And then when expressed, that's a monologue. So it's a speech or it's a moment and dialogue during the show, the play, the TV show, the film, where that character is talking. They're remembering something from the past. They're projecting something on the future. They're pushing an ideal towards another character in the room. That is a monologue. Every actor should have at least 3 monologues memorized, and you should have them memorized from different tonalities. So you should be able to say them a serious dramatic monologue with a comic tone to it. Right, so it's being able to change your pitch and so forth. Okay, so tonight we're going to concentrate on creating your first monologue, but eventually you'll have 3. Now you can work on memorizing, famous monologues from films and shows, but it's really important early on in your career. And I learned this from Robert Galinsky, who's 50 Cent's acting coach and is absolutely brilliant as this, and he's been doing this for 3+ decades. Is writing your own monologue gives you a chance to take part in that creative process, and it starts building up certain parts of your brain to really spur creativity and imagination. So, steps to writing a monologue. First of all, you need to create your character, right? So what's great about this, you get to be a kid all over again, right? You get to be, who do you want to be? Do you want to be the comic character, the serious character, the good guy, the villain, the best friend, the hero, the anti-hero, right? Who do you want to be, right? If you could create a character, become anybody for one day, for 1 hour, for 1 minute, who could you become, right? So you get to create your own character. So who is your character, right? What does your character do to show his or her personality? What's the name of your character? What does your character look like on the outside, right? What they look like on the outside might be completely different on the inside. They could be the most gorgeous person in the world, but on the inside, they're deep and they're dark and they're ugly. What does your character say to show his personality or her personality? How does your character change, or what lesson does your character learn? So all characters, great characters, go on what's called a hero's journey. So a hero's journey means that when you're writing a monologue, you're thinking of the bigger picture. What is their story? Who were they? Who are they now? And who will they become, right? If you're watching Interview with a Vampire, you read that book, right? He becomes the vampire. He transforms from human to vampire. And then he goes on a journey as a vampire, meeting other vampires. He learns more about himself. He learns more about what it is to be human as a vampire than he ever did as a human by himself, right? That's a hero's journey, a transformation. So you get to imagine this, right? Look for inspiration in real people. Using real people for inspiration is not the same as basing a character directly upon a real person. Just borrow traits that you find interesting, like your best friend's crooked smile or your brother's fear of flying. Assess what makes your favorite characters great. Do a close analysis of a few of your favorite fictional characters. Try to define what it is about them that makes them so appealing to you. Write down a brief description of the character's personality and then make a list of things that make the character feel particularly compelling, realistic, or relatable to you. So your first step is, let's think of the character traits this character has, right? What are the character traits? They're funny, but they're strong. There's a certain weakness into them. They have this fear, right? But they're able to overcome this fear because this happened. Like, start thinking about things like that, because this is going to create a greater, stronger character in the long run than you just saying, okay, I'm going to be a pilot, right? Goes back to the music question. Well, I like music. What kind of music? Why do you like rock and roll? Why did you like the Metallica concert? What put you on that path to like that, right? Most times people, the genre of music that they enjoy is usually influenced during their teen years, right? The friends that you had, the neighborhood you grew up in, the people you surrounded yourself with, the music that they might have listened to. Now, all of a sudden, you now became a fan of that, right? The books that you chose to read, or, you know, the college that you went to, or the high school you went to, the stories that you get to tell, this all propels who you are. When you're creating this character, you can pull from all that, pull from the memories. Who you were as a teenager is a completely different person than who you are now, right? They're still the same person at the core, but a lot of things have happened in your life that change who you are. So you get to create all this. This gets to be your own creation, and you're going to bring this person to light. This is going to be a part of your challenge this weekend. Okay? Familiarize yourself with character archetypes, right? The villain, the donor, the helper, the dispatcher, the princess, the false hero, and the real hero. Okay? An archetype is a symbol or a typical example of something that is instantly recognizable to most people. Character archetypes can make great starting points or foundations for building fully fleshed out characters. Consider which archetypes fit your character best and think about how you can work within and around the rules of the archetype to make your character unique. Example of archetypes include the hero, the villain, the warrior, the leader. Right? When you think warrior doesn't have to mean like Conan the Barbarian or the Vikings. A warrior can be somebody from today's world, right? A leader, a general. A warrior can be that woman who's fighting for her rights, who's fighting against that husband who's abusing her, right? She has a warrior inside of her that's going to come out, okay? The fool, the femme fatale, right? The seductress, and the wise woman. Some genres have their own archetypes. For example, in high school settings, you're likely to encounter archetypes like the jock, the nerd, the cheerleader, the prep. Think about how your character fits the mold of the archetype, but also the ways that might not fit. For example, maybe your character is a cheerleader, but she's also a member of a Dungeons and Dragons club at her school. This is a good way to avoid falling back on cliches and stereotypes, right? Because that's a lot of times when you're a new writer or you're a new actor, you start playing off of stereotypes. Oh, I'm the Valley girl. Look at me, right? So by making the character have layers of interest creates a true personality, a true person that you're bringing to life, okay? No computer is able to do this, only the human mind. That's why it's so important. This is such an important exercise. In the world that we're headed into right now with artificial intelligence, it's going to change everything. The next 12 to 24 months, there will be more changes in your life than there have been in the past 40 years. I'm going to say that again. In the next 12 to 24 months, there's going to be more changes in your life than there have been in the past 40 years. That's how fast the world's about to change, guys. Okay. So it's very important for you to stay grounded. It's very important for you to have a foundational understanding of creating stories, of how this industry works at the deepest possible level. Define your character's primary traits. Determine your character's major goals and motivations. What is the scene that they're going to be in? What are the goals that they're not only looking for in this scene, but what is their end result goal, right? What can you envision this character being in 5 years, 10 years, 20 years? Define your character's fears and insecurities. Give your characters interests and passions. Let your character have flaws. Every great character has a flaw. Shakespeare is so famous for this. Every character, when he wrote about Caesar, he had a limp because he made this character so strong and so powerful. He had to give him a flaw. There always has to be a flaw. One time I went on a tour of down in North Florida. We went to St. Augustine, and it was this great building at this time. It's a college now, but at the time it was a home in St. Augustine, and they built this building, and the reporters came, and it was this most luxurious building, and it was all so great. And they said, one of the reporters said, this building is perfect. And the person who built the building, the architect, he said, there is no such thing as perfection other than God. And he took a hammer and he broke one of the stones, and you can still see the broken stone to this day. And he said, now this building is no longer perfect.
So everything has to have a flaw. What an interesting story that is, right? That's an interesting story. These are all things that can become a part of your character. Provide your character with unique traits, habits, quirks. What are little quirks that they have? Moving their hand, touching themselves, grabbing their eyes. What are things that they would consistently do when talking and walking? You need to separate this from who you are, because you're creating a brand new character. I'm giving you the highest level of becoming a great actor in this workshop that we're going to be doing. What is your character's background? Create a backstory for your character. A character's past might affect their opinions, desires, fears, choices, and actions. Map out a few key events, okay, in your character's life, and think about the way these events might have shaped who they are and how they behave. Develop your character's cultural context. Where your character comes from can also have an impact on their beliefs, goals, and motivations. Think about the kinds of opportunities, challenges, and social pressures your character might experience based on when and where they grew up. Person growing up in the 60s is going to be a lot different than in the 80s versus somebody growing up in the 1920s, right? What is the time frame? So when you're creating this character, understand the time frame of the world they live in. They're growing up in today's world, and what is their age range? If they're 35, what was the time they grew up? During the 90s? What were the things and the thoughts that affected them? Okay. This is how you create legendary characters. This is how you're going to create a monologue that will bring any casting director, producer, or agent to their knees to want to sign you. Okay. What relationships does the characters have? Define their relationships with other characters. In most stories, characters do not act in isolation. They interact with other characters as love interests, rivals, competitors, teammates, friends, enemies, or sometimes a combination of all of those things. Think about how your character's personality might affect the way they react to those around them. Determine your character's role in the plot. In order for your character to have value in your story, they will need to contribute to the plot in some way. The way your character functions in the plot will be at least in part determined by their personality, right? Do they live in fear, or are they the hero? Are they anti-hero? Are they the villain? And vice versa. Think about how your character's motivations, goals, and actions help drive the story forward. What is motivating the character to speak at this time? Thirst for power, angst about injustice, sadness over unrequited love, joy about winning the lottery, apathy regarding their day-to-day routine, right? What is the verbiage? What is the scene that you're creating? You need to visualize the scene before you write that very first word, okay? Develop a structure for your monologue. Once you have a general idea of who your character is, develop a structure for the monologue. Now we get to write. Now the fun part, right, comes. The structure should have a clear beginning, middle, and end. A monologue typically follows a story arc where the character faces a problem, overcomes it, and reaches a resolution. Hook listeners with a powerful beginning. Here's where writing a monologue feels like writing a story. You need to hook listeners with something that captures their attention, like a loud noise or a jarring statement. It was the best of times, it was the worst of times. Make him an offer he can't refuse, right? That can be the opening from The Godfather, famous monologue. Make him an offer he can't refuse, right? Oh, what does that mean? What's going to be the next sentence? Where is that leading me to? You can start your monologue in the middle of a scene, right? Because it's a monologue. But when the monologue is strong enough and done correctly, the person listening will be able to visualize the entire scene. The tonality and your emotions will create the anger, the love, the thirst, the desire, all in how you deliver the monologue, along with a strong foundation of words. When you have the combination of being able to deliver the lines as a true professional actor with strong verbiage and strong copy and strong words, that's how you win an Academy Award. That is a creative genius of a monologue. And everyone on here has the potential to do this. There's not a single person who cannot do this. Communicate using storytelling techniques. Moving past the opening and getting into the heart of the monologue, use storytelling techniques such as figurative language and repetition to keep listeners interested as the character progresses through their monologue. Build listeners up to a climax. The thesis of the character's monologue, just like a good story reader's brings readers to a climactic scene. Okay, I can give anyone bonus points in here who can tell me what is this from. Can anybody guess what this frame is from? Does anybody know? Maybe Allie might know.
That looks like our show, Michael.
That
was
is
one
our
Tony
show.
did.
That's an actual off production of our show, Vanya, Sonia, Masha, and Spike. So this is a show that's now licensed throughout the world. This is a cast from another theater production doing our show. How cool is that? I want the little surprise in this. Allie didn't get to see these to just now.
I didn't.
So I just wanted to surprise
And I
you.
take anybody who buys a ticket because we still make residual income because we own part of the show that won the Tony.
Yes. So
absolutely.
End on a strong note. Finish the monologue with a definite statement that makes the character's next move and state of mind about it clear. Your monologue's ending shouldn't be overly long or complicated. It should bring the monologue to a close and ensure that the viewer is clear on where the character stands. Refine the monologue. Once you have a rough draft, review it and refine it. Make sure that the monologue is engaging, unique, and relevant to the character's story. Check for grammar and spelling errors and practice the monologue to ensure it flows well. Get feedback. Get feedback on your monologue from other actors or professionals. We do this every week, guys. For those of you who are part of our program right now, our talent are working with Bobby Fanaro from The Sopranos, learning monologues, perfecting them, working on them every week. There's a reason why when we host our events, our talent who go through our training get signed. And not just sign with some of the biggest agencies. There's a reason why our talent appear on shows like Blacklist and Billions and in major motion pictures and do this because we understand this industry. When you're getting feedback from the right people who are working, people who have succeeded, this helps you identify areas for improvement and gives you a fresh perspective on the character. Okay, memorize the monologue. After refining the monologue, memorize it so you can deliver it confidently during the audition. Memorization techniques. Read the monologue out loud several times to get a sense of the rhythm, pacing, and tone. Okay. Break the monologue into smaller sections or phrases and repeat them several times until you have them memorized. Okay. Eventually, you have to be able to learn how to read without looking at the script. Practice reciting the monologue without looking at the script. Okay, this should take you a few days, and that's fine. Okay, we're going to give everybody a goal of having this prepared for by Wednesday, and have everybody. Your challenge you will be able to have a monologue done by this Wednesday. Okay, record yourself reciting the monologue and listen to it several times. Okay, visualize the scene and the emotions that your character has experienced. This can help you remember the words and the context. You visualize. See yourself performing it. You close your eyes. See yourself in that scene. Smell the air. Okay. See the characters around you. Understand the moment that person's going through. Become that person for that moment. This is your character. You're now bringing this person to life. Associate each line with a specific movement or gesture. This can help you remember the order of the lines and the overall structure of the monologue. Okay, using gestures and movement is great memorization techniques. Practice in different environments and situations to simulate the audition and build confidence in your memorization. So this is putting together a monologue for the first time. I know this was a lot for you guys, but you can do this, okay? We're going to give you guys a challenge. We're going to go over that at the end. But what I'd like you guys to be able to do is to start building on this character. Start creating the character. You guys can post this in the VIP Ignite, the Spring Accelerator Facebook group. Just tag me in it and I will review it. And by Wednesday, I'd like you guys to be able to do between a 1 minute to 2 minute recording. You can go live in the Facebook group with your monologue, and I will review it. And then what we'll do is we'll do a wrap-up call, and we're going to perfect it together. Okay. For those of you who have the opportunity to get signed and get to work with us on a full-time basis, if you thought this was really cool, I will go so deep with this. I will bring you guys to places that you can't even possibly even imagine right now. So, but with that thought in mind, I know we have Mr. Ryan Colby coming on board, and I don't want to run over. So I'm going to turn this back over to Ms. Denise. But this was how to create your very first monologue. I will talk to you guys in a little bit.
How many of you have the creative juices flowing right now? Like how many of you are like, okay, you know, what character, who have I always wanted to be? So in the comments, what I want to know is this: what character what character are you going to write your monologue about? Like, tell me its character type. Tell me something you learned during that last presentation. Okay, and then what we'll also do is we'll drop the slides in the Facebook group. I just dropped the link to the Facebook group. So if you're not a part of our Facebook community yet, please make sure that you join that. Okay, because that's where we're going to put the slides, and that's also where we are going to that's where we're going to see your monologues. I'm so excited about this project because you know what? The best part about what we do is we work with creative people. And sometimes people are like, oh my gosh, I don't know this. What can I do this? Yes, you can. We literally just gave you the roadmap to being creative. I already have my character, psychologist, true. Awesome. Writing in my head right now, victim to hero. Yeah, that's awesome. But I want you guys to definitely start working on this because you know what? Here's another thing. When you go into an audition, when you are talking to agents, being able to have an intelligent conversation about character development, about all these things is going to set you above everyone else. And that's our goal. Our goal, we talked about this morning. Our goal is to get you to the top of the mountain as fast as possible using the right guides, having the tools, having the equipment, having the training, right? Do you guys remember that this morning? Wanda, you may have to try to join the group. Obviously, I'm hosting this event right now. I can't let everyone in Facebook. So go ahead and join the group. I promise you, as soon as we're done here, we'll let you in the Facebook group. Okay. But I want you guys to really think about what golden nuggets have you gathered throughout the day that you are going to use when you sit down with that agent. Because you know what? So many times people like this morning, we had someone asking, oh my gosh, like I keep meeting the wrong people. Agent, everyone wants an agent, but how are you becoming the person that an agent or manager wants to work with? Ryan Colby talked about that. Like when he was with Beverly Models, a huge modeling agency, they're international, they're in India, they're in LA, they're in another city. I forget, it's escaping my mind right now, but they weren't looking for people who want to be models. They weren't looking for people who want to be actors. They were looking for people who are models and who are actors. And that's what we're preparing you for. So I'm really excited for you guys to sit down and start writing your monologues and start doing that character development. I'm a little bit scared for some of you. I have a feeling that some of these characters might be a little bit scary, but you know what? That's awesome. I love it. All right, guys. So I am going to turn this back over to Alicia Kabak and Ryan Colby. But before I do that, I've introduced everyone else to you with all their accolades. Let me introduce the one and only Miss Alicia Kabak. She is the co-founder of VIP Ignite, which allows talent to network and connect with high-level industry professionals in modeling, acting, and music. She has launched multiple seven-figure businesses. She executive produced 5 Broadway shows that have won 38 awards, including 6 Tony Awards. She had a successful radio show on CBS Digital. She opened NASDAQ with the cast of her Broadway show Dinner with the Boys, starring Dan Lauria from The Wonder Years. We already talked about this. She is a Guinness Book of World Records holder. She is a co-author of the book Finding Fame. She emceed the Israel Film Festival in New York City with the Prime Minister of Israel in the audience. She's been featured in Forbes, Huffington Post, and Entrepreneur. She has shared the stage with such greats as Greg Reed, Russell Brunson, Lee Steinberg, and Brandon Steiner. She just wrapped her first movie, Target, which is currently in post-production and is about to start filming her second major motion picture. She currently manages Francis Ford Coppola's protege. She has helped over 10,000 talents successfully get signed and book work through her program. And she has done over 4,000 live presentations. Everyone give it up for Alicia Kabak and Ryan Colby.
Yay. And I still get nervous every time. My palms are all sweaty. I'm like, come on.
I know, mine
Hello,
too.
everyone.
It's crazy.
Hello,
Hello,
Ryan.
Mr. Colby. You're back.
I'll turn my camera on in a minute. I'm chewing.
Oh my gosh. Talk about you're always
And you're
on
not getting
stage.
photos of me chewing on the Zoom.
No.
I'll get photos of you chewing.
You go
soon.
ahead and chew. You go ahead and chew.
But I can hear everything.
Oh, okay, good. Well, you're actually supposed to be speaking right now, so
Oh, okay. Well, you can start.
I'll just talk for a second. Deneen, what a great introduction. Thank you so much. But you know, like I want to express this to you guys. So during the pandemic, the world, you know, literally was shutting down in New York and LA. I had a baby in the middle of the pandemic. I currently live in Florida. But I do a lot of traveling, and I joke around sometimes my social media leads a better life than I do. So follow our journeys. I mean, the VIP Ignite family, we had Deneen, Mike and I, we were on a private plane recently. I got to sit as a co-pilot. Deneen, true or false? Do I love to fly?
She was weeping when she got on the plane.
I got on.
This
This is like my big, like, I'm somebody getting on a private plane, tears running down my face, not from excitement, but I hate flying. It's like one of my, horrible. So talk about overcoming fears. And it was like my most badass moment, guys, getting to sit in the pilot seat. So I got to co-pilot my first flight, and it was really awesome. So guys, sometimes even talking to Ryan Colby, as fearful as it may sound, you kind of have to the obstacles the way. And you know, getting into fashion or getting into acting or music or comedy, anything you want to do, Rome wasn't built in a day. Ryan's been in this industry. Ryan, how long? 40, 30?
38 years.
38 years. So I just really want to express to you guys, somebody had mentioned before, going to showcases and, oh, I can't meet the right people. Get that out of your mind because you're here. Anybody ever been on a date? Do you ever want to hear about the past conquerors, when you're there sitting across the way from somebody new? The answer is no. So leave the negativity behind you. That is your past. This is your future. Everybody say hi, Ryan. So Ryan could snap his finger and literally call Ryan Murphy. You want to do it right now? I'm just kidding, because you know that's my dream. But Ryan, you know, this has been a very fun day. I know that, you know, a lot of people are really excited to possibly get a chance to work with you. Guys, he really is a teddy bear, but don't ever cross him when it comes to how this business works, because so many people watch shows like Top Model and they try to tell us how the industry actually, you know, goes down. So what I kind of want to do with you, Ryan, is put you on the hot seat. We're going to go over how many of you guys, first of all, are looking for an agent? Type, I want one. And then if you type, I want one, are you looking for a theatrical agent that books TV and film? Are you looking for modeling? Or are you looking for both? Go ahead and type that. Because I really want to express this to you. Agents are looking to book actors and models, not impersonators. Agents' jobs are not to train you how to model. Do you guys understand that? Or how to act. Their only opportunity for you is castings. So they're not there to train you. So this is what this call is about right now. Ryan, I mean, obviously you're in the hot seat. Let's go over, let's go over first the casting process, if you will, for somebody getting submitted out digitally. Can you go over how you get a casting and what you submit and all that other good stuff?
I get castings multiple ways. Sometimes they come through from breakdowns. Sometimes the casting director will just email me and say, who do you have in town? Sometimes it'll be a generic email, meaning they literally just want to see who's in town. They actually aren't working on anything. They just want to see what's up with the agency. And maybe it'll inspire them to call a few people in for projects coming down the pike that I'm not even aware of. Sometimes it's just word of mouth. Sometimes a director will email, a producer will email, a photographer will email with the project they're working on. I get castings a myriad of ways. It's not just one way. So when I get them, I review it. I ask maybe a question or two, and then I submit accordingly. If it's sporty, then I submit my sporty guys. If it's more high fashion, then I submit the high fashion guys. If it's more acting based, then I submit the guys that can deliver dialogue. If it's more live in person, like a promo gig or something that's happening, where you have to interact with the public, like a live gig, then I submit the guys and girls who are more boisterous and more fun and more talkative. I keep the shyer ones out of the package because they probably won't be able to do it. Yeah, I just custom make my packages according to what they've asked for. Now, when they do ask for general castings, I will submit pretty much anyone who's in the New York City area, because sometimes you never know what they want to look for, and I can't decide that for them, and I can't discriminate and be like, oh, these are the best guys I have or the best girls I have, because they may not even like them. They may be casting something for like a family dinner scene or some sort of thing where my models, some of them may not be appropriate for it. So I submit everyone when they ask for a general package, but then I custom make them when they ask for something specific. So that's how I do it. Okay. And I've been doing this for such a long time, I don't really analyze anything. I kind of know by reading through the lines. A lot of the dialogue that casting directors and agents have is literally unspoken. So I don't have to ask a ton of questions. It's banter that I already know in my head. So and they know me, so I just send what I feel is appropriate. And if I get it wrong, if I send something, they're like, no, that's not what we're looking for, then I open it up and I send more people if I have them.
Okay, so let's take Kai for an example. Hi, Kai. So let's say Kai, who has a great look in North Hollywood.
I can't see Kai.
I know, it's okay. I'm just saying this as an example.
Okay.
Here, I'll pull Kai up. Hi, Kai. Hold on. Where are you, Kai? I'm gonna pull Kai up. Add spotlight. So here's Kai. Kai, say hi to Ryan. So let's say Kai, you want to submit Kai for a TV show. Kai, we're not submitting you right now. I love you, but we're not. But this is just for an example. So let's say, Kai, there's a Netflix series. Now, let me ask you a question. For this Netflix series, for a speaking role, will they ever have those on websites for Kai to submit himself to?
No, they will not, ever. Never, never, never. If they're doing a big concert scene or baseball scene with, a football scene or some sort of walking on the street running scene or some sort of going into an office building scene, you gotta put that on websites all day long because they're paying $100, $89, and the whole town can come out. Yeah, the whole town can come out and, good for you. But if it's a speaking role for someone like him, like a high school student or, working at the ice cream parlor and, and you're handing Charlize Theron ice cream and you say, it'll be $250, ma'am, that still goes on breakdowns.
I'll have chocolate. Great.
That still goes on breakdowns, and they will look for someone because, to be honest, sometimes those teeny tiny roles can break you out and get you a bigger agent or can get you really a bigger roles, especially if you look great on camera. It's a funny scene or a sad scene or an important scene. It could really help you move to the next level. So it may be 2 lines, but it could really be something. So they will look for that. They won't put it online because, they want someone who is trained. Even if it's 2 lines, they still want someone who's trained.
Okay. So how many of you guys
or at least knows what they're doing?
Okay. So I want to see, and again, I don't want to see show of hands. I want you to type. I've seen it before. If you've ever seen these castings on any of these websites, it's like Black Panther now casting, Marvel now casting, where the name of the movie is in the casting. Ryan, a lot of times,
they don't really.
You don't know the name of the project, correct? It will say Netflix.
When it's a massive project, sometimes they will not tell you the name. They will give you a fake name, or they will purposely tell you we're not giving you the name, because it excites the agent. It's something juicy. I don't know why they do that. I guess they now in the day and age of Instagram and your phone, they do it for a specific legal reason because too many people are chit-chatting on Twitter and Instagram and they don't want this information out. But the idea started in the 80s with, Michael Jackson videos and these big pop star videos where they didn't want the information out there to the public. So they started making up names of projects, to get cast members, dancers, extras, speaking parts. Now, and that was just because it built the hype of the project. Now they do it because they don't want the information physically seen, because you can take a quick picture, put it on Twitter. So sometimes, no, I don't know the name of the project. And when I don't, I really don't care. I mean, I already know by hearing the title of something. Sometimes I'm like, this isn't real. This isn't a real project. They're doing this on purpose because it's
like
something
the time
bigger.
we had the Beyonce video we did.
The Beyonce music video. They just said it was a #1 pop star, and there's a few. And at the time, it was for If I Was a Boy. There were a lot of big pop stars. There was Katy Perry. There was Pink. There was Christina, Britney, Madonna was still mildly active back then. It could have been anyone. So they did that on purpose because they didn't want the cast to be colored by it. Because sometimes with these music videos, talent may not show up if they don't like the artist. So they will, which is stupid, but it happens all the time. So they didn't tell me who it was. And the only reason I found out is because the talent told me when they got there, when they saw her walk in for hair and makeup.
Yeah. I remember because you called me going, oh my God.
It's Beyonce wouldn't be there for a Katy Perry video.
Yeah. So like for those of you that sit up on these websites, the Explore Talents, the Backstages, the 99s, there's nothing wrong with booking like indie work, student films, things like that. But you're not going to get real speaking roles in major motion pictures on a website. So I want you all to type no websites, because if you're looking to do this for real, Ryan, can you put extra work on your actor's resume? Yes or no?
No, you cannot. No, you cannot. Extra work, you cannot. Now, the indies and the student films hold their own purpose, and they are important because you do want to do them to get some sort of reel. Hopefully, if the director's good and the script is good and the lighting is good, you can use it on your reel. So when you do get an agent, they don't have to work so hard. They already have tangible material to send out. So therefore, you can get a speaking role in a Marvel movie or in some sort of drama or in some sort of comedy or whatever, if you have previous material that's good to use. Now, student films and indie films, don't sleep on them because sometimes they can launch you. So there's nothing wrong with doing those. But when you do see the Black Panthers and the Iron Mans and whatever, please know that there is not even a scintilla of a chance that that's real.
Clickbait, guys. Only the fools fall for that. So I really want to express that to you. And I'm saying that in an assertive, passionate manner. Unfortunately, companies like 99 and Backstage, they don't get breakdowns. So you could join all those companies and find like local work, kind of like Ryan said. Like here's Kai again. Kai lives in North Hollywood. But if Kai got a chance to do a student film, an indie film, the reason why it's beneficial for somebody like Ryan is so that hopefully you'll get some speaking roles and we can kind of build a reel from that to show Ryan, no, he really can act. He's not just a pretty face. Because as an agent.
Yeah, I mean, UCLA School of Drama is forever putting up posts of films they're doing. All of those students have to do thesis. All of those students have to do thesis films. There's plenty of film schools all over California that require their students to do film. So if you got into one of those and it was actually someone who had talent and the script was good, that is priceless. I would highly recommend you do something like that because that's footage you can use when you get with an agent. So but as far as I'm talking about the blockbuster popcorn movies that 99 will use to lure you in, because who the hell doesn't want to be in Black Panther 3 or Iron Man? Who the hell doesn't want to be in one of those movies? So they put that up there. They're not going to put student film by Bob Smith shooting in his basement. Like, that's not clickbait. Like, no one's going to click on that.
Good luck to you for that one. Don't show up to Bob Smith's basement. He's doing a horror film.
I'm just getting, you know what I mean? Or shooting in the woods or shooting, in some factory. Like, that's not gonna generate any clickbait. Even though this guy may be super talented and it may be an excellent little film, it's still not going to generate clickbait.
The kids from my class made Blair Witch, and I used to make fun of them all the time, and who's laughing now?
Exactly. So stuff like that is great. But anyway, they do the clickbait ones because it works. They are popular movies.
Oh, I can
Everyone,
star in Black Panther. I have no experience. Watch this. I'll show you. And then, everybody and
Yeah,
their
right.
brother is submitting.
And the
then
entire
they're
cast of Black
capturing all your
Panther are
information and then
highly
selling you
trained
stuff.
actors who have worked for years. And any of the newbies that they hire, even if they're new to you, they are not new to the system.
Yeah.
So I assure you, anyone you see in those movies have put in their dues with crappy commercial work, hideous student films, whatever you want to call it. They did it. You just haven't seen it. I remember years ago, one day when the very last, what are the Pirates of the Caribbean movies came out? When the last one, 2009 or 10 or whenever the last one was. There was a boy that I was courting. We were talking, and he was like, "I want to be like Johnny Depp. Like he just got his big break in Pirates of the Caribbean." And I was just like staring at him, like, "I can't represent you."
21
Because you're
Jump
dumb.
Street, Crybaby. He's done none of them. Oh, but Pirates, brand new.
Because you're
Overnight
stupid.
success. That's
Yeah,
great.
he just thought he was like some brand new actor that just splashed on to this Disney franchise that's billions of dollars, and they gave him a chance. I'm like, girl, bye. He's been acting for 25 years. He was a model before that. Like, you're an idiot.
Yeah.
And because they just want that instant fame. And they don't understand that he put in decades of work. I'm just using him as an example because I do remember
it's like
that.
Leo. Oh wow, overnight success. He starred in Titanic. Or what's wrong with you? Like, but that's our mentality. If they did it, I can do it. You know what I mean? So I want to go back to Kai. Hi, Kai. So Kai lives in North Hollywood. So let's say you had a casting. And again, I don't want anybody saying 99 is a scam because they're not. They do get local casting. So if you lived in Detroit, Michigan, and there's like some kind of like student film or community, you cannot get real big castings for Marvel movies and from a website. And I'm just going to say that one more time. But let's say somebody like Kai, he's got a great look. And so let's say he fits into let's say Ryan Murphy's working on a new show in LA, which he always is. And I know you know him, but
he's working on American Sports Story with a huge Spanish cast.
Okay.
And I don't know what your background is, but you look Spanish to me. So
just go with it, Kai. Nod your head, right? You want me to be Spanish? Hola. Okay, keep going. I'm from Miami. No habla. Anyways, let's keep going. So let's say you get this breakdown for a Ryan Murphy drama. You don't know the name of it. Correct? Mm-hmm. You get something, you're not getting something from Ryan, you're getting something from the casting office. And I want you guys to understand this. Agents don't book you work. Casting directors book you through the agent. So it's like me saying, oh, my favorite restaurant is Yelp. I sound like a dumbass saying that. Okay. The actor that you love, Kai, was on Colby Models. Ryan didn't book the job. The casting director booked you through Ryan. So just because you have an agent does not mean you're guaranteed work. Ryan literally submits over every single person who qualifies. So imagine like here, I'll show you for an example. So let's say for an example, Ryan submits over all of these amazing talent who kind of look like Kai, for this role. Okay, I need them to have brown hair, brown eyes, Latino, 5'7" to 5'10". They can't be too tall because they have to play football. So we don't want like Jonas, tall skin, slender man type looking. We need somebody with a little bit of meat. So let's say Ryan submits all these people. Ryan doesn't pick who gets, chosen. The casting director works for the client. Do you guys understand that? They don't work for Ryan, even though Ryan's very intimidating. Ryan submits over everybody who qualifies. It's up to the casting director to pick. They work for the client. Do you guys understand this? So let's say Kai, they like Kai's look. So what are you submitting over to this casting director to book Kai on?
Anything I have that's useful. I mean, like I said, I custom make my casting. So if the casting director said they wanted something athletic on him because it is a football drama, I'd call him and be like, look, I need you to go out in your backyard and work it out with a throwing of a football situation. Or I need you to send me old photos of you when you did play football. Maybe you played football in high school. I need those photos. I don't know. I would do anything. I would do anything to seal the deal. Now, if it's just more simple, like they just want him to read, which is what I prefer because I'm not a fan of like dragging out old high school photos. But if they just want him to read, then I just give him the sides and he reads it.
No. Now, you don't just give him the sides yet. Typically, you send over a headshot and a reel. And then from there, if they're interested.
Oh, what I send over? Yeah, I send over. Sorry. Yes, I send over a headshot and his
people
reel.
on here that understand this process and some that don't. And I really want to share with you
Okay,
guys.
so
Go ahead.
okay, so this is what I would do. So if they asked for young Latin guys, then I would figure him into that. I would get his headshot, and if he had a reel, I would send it. If for some reason he didn't have a reel, I'd have him quickly do a monologue in his bedroom or living room, just really fast, just to have some sort of audio on him, because the cadence of a voice can make a casting director interested in you. Like, and they can't tell that from a headshot. So therefore,
wait, hold on. So for
even if
anybody
you
here
have
that
no
thinks you're gonna
experience,
get hold on really quick. So I'm going to interject. So for anybody here, because remember you're in the hot seat, so this is going to be banter. So for anybody here that thinks that they're on a website and you're that naive to think somebody wants you to star in a movie, what the hell is wrong with you? You have a headshot up. They don't even know if you could speak. You guys understand that?
Yeah,
the new avatar does not
the cadence.
That's
Yeah,
not real.
the tone,
Yeah.
the tone, the cadence, the accent, all of these things are crucial. If they want a Latino to sound from like they're from, because for instance, this is a Miami based show, they can't have certain accents in there. They want a cadence or whatever. And all of that's something that you can get really quick with your iPhone. Like, so yes, you need a reel. I'm not saying forgo the reel, but in a
if
hot,
somebody's brand new and they could still
but
get
if someone's
booked.
brand new and
Yeah.
I have an emergency, I will just tell you to go in your room, record any scene. I don't care what it is. And that's it. That's what I'm sending.
Work it out. Thank God Michael Thumpkin, 5 minutes before we started this, told you, hey, you need to do a monologue. How amazing is it that we're already prepping you for the casting process? If you love that type, love, because it's the truth.
Yeah, so they have to have some sort of audio visual on you to see if you'd work. And then if you do work and they're like, okay, let's bring them in, or they want to see you read their words, then they'll send me the sides, and then you do that, and that's a lot more pressure, and that's a lot more polished than you just running into your bedroom and doing a scene. So
they like Kai's headshot. Kai smile. Ready? Hi, Kai. There's your headshot. And then Kai has a reel because he's been he lives in Hollywood and he's been on tape, right? So he's got something that was kind of and I don't want to say a montage, but it shows his range as an actor.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So Ryan submits okay. So out of all of the reels, Ryan, how long does a casting director actually look at a reel before they say yay or nay? How much time does an actor have before?
10 seconds, 20 seconds.
Okay.
10 seconds.
The average is 7.
Okay.
I want everybody to write 7 seconds. 7 seconds.
7 seconds.
7 seconds on average. 7 seconds. So when
I give someone like 10 or 20, but I'm not a casting director. But I give someone like 10, 20 seconds.
And you didn't give somebody more than 2 seconds, right? Swipe.
It's true. It's true. It takes 2 seconds. Yeah.
So if you are not coming out of that self-tape as a winner, somebody that could confidence, we already went over this, confidence and personality, right? Then it's done. They're not going to sit there and watch a 2-minute. Even if you have 3 minutes.
And sometimes I do this, like if someone isn't super strong with reading, but I feel they just need a little bit more time to work on it, I will have them just do a slate, because it still gets the cadence, it still gets the tone, and they still can see the facial movements when you talk, and it shows their personality. And if they have a great personality, that can win over scripted dialogue. So it just depends on the person. What I have them do, it just depends.
Okay, so let's say Kai is in North Hollywood. They like his headshot. You send over the reel. They think he's great. So then they send over sides. Can you go over what sides are?
Sides are a scene in the show or movie that they just want to quickly hear what you would sound like if they were shooting this for real.
So they want to know if you can.
And they send those over like something simple. Yeah, they'll send over something simple and then maybe something hard to see, can you do both? So normally with television, they will send you 2 sides, because television has a longer arc than a movie. An arc is something where a character develops. And if you have 20 episodes, you can develop more than a 90-minute movie. So usually movies will send you 1 side, where TV will send you 2. And usually the TV will send you some fluffy side that anybody body can do. And then they'll send you a difficult side that you really need to figure it out and be a trained actor, or at least a naturally good actor to do. So they want to see the range. And then he does that overnight, or at least maybe 2 days max. And then you
have
pray.
to be able to self-tape, and we're going to go over this a little bit more tomorrow, because again, now you don't even have to worry about, am I a good actor? Can I memorize the lines? It's like, oh shit, I'm my own cinematographer. I'm my own lighting. I better make sure my background looks good. So like, there's a lot of components. And again, I want everybody to breathe, because we've had tremendous success without having a lot of training in this industry. Because as a business, if we have a casting director that really likes our company, and you know, again, with Ryan Colby especially, they know anybody that Ryan's going to submit is up to par. Ryan's never going to submit somebody that couldn't handle this. So
yeah, and I just it's funny because I just submitted Eric for something, a new thriller called Thanksgiving. It's a new holiday horror movie, as if we need another one. And
it's been a while since we've had Thanksgiving. You know, Christmas is always popular. Thanksgiving. Yeah.
But there aren't very many Thanksgiving horror movies. There's a couple, but there's more Christmas horror movies. But anyway, this is a Thanksgiving horror movie, and it's called Thanksgiving. And I submitted Eric for something just yesterday. So I'm waiting to hear if they want to physically hear how he decides. I'm in all the time, and coincidentally, I know the person who's producing and directing the movie, but the casting director doesn't know that. So I may have to use that if I don't hear from them quickly. But the casting director just blindly sends me the breakdown. They had no idea my personal connection to the director, because they just don't. It's none of her business, but they just don't. So when I saw it, I was like, oh shit, I know this director and I know the producer, but I can't really say that to her because it's kind of rude. So I didn't say anything. So I sent in Eric's I sent in Eric's reel and his headshot. And now I'm just waiting to hear from her. Now, if I don't hear from her on Monday, I'm going to pull my card and say what I know. So we'll see.
This person.
So
okay, some people are asking what a slate is. Kai, do you have a slate?
A slate is your information. Like, I am Ryan Colby, I'm 5'10", I'm 50 years old, and I live in California. And you smile and you wave.
Didn't say New York. You did not say New York. I've never.
Oh, New York, meaning like, okay, well, if I was in New York, I would have said New York. Okay. But
so like for somebody like Kai, do you have a slate?
And you say, yeah.
I want to hear Kai's. Go ahead, Kai.
I have made a few slates in the past for just auditions on like casting sites.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why he's here. Casting sites weren't getting him work. Go ahead, Kai. Let's hear your slate.
I am 20 years old and I'm from.
Sorry, you went out. Go ahead.
Hello.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Caio Gario. I am 20 years old and I'm from North Hollywood, California. And what else do you say in a slate? I haven't done one in a while.
It depends. You can say you can say one or two things about yourself, or that's enough, actually. You know.
Okay. Got it.
It just depends on what they've asked. Sometimes they ask for a little information about yourself, like your background or something about the character, like say it's a football player, like I like playing football and soccer, or they'll ask you where you went to school, or they'll ask you, you know, one or two other questions, but normally it's just name, height, age, and location.
Do you ever say who you're represented by in the slate, right?
Sometimes, and that's when they're asking every agent breathing because they don't want to get confused. So you kind of know, like when they ask for an agent in the slate, then you know every single person in LA or New York got this casting.
Yeah.
Because they are going to get confused when the 2,000 slates come in. They're going to need to know what agency this person's with. Now, if it's just 4 or 5 or 6 agents, they can handle that. So they don't need to hear that. But so normally I'd say it's 25% you say the agent, 25% you don't. I mean, 75% you don't.
Okay.
It just
And Kai, you're
depends.
taking acting classes, right? I mean, you're in Hollywood. You're taking classes. You're getting training.
I'm not taking classes at the moment. I just attend most of the
like art coaching.
Yeah, your coaching.
Okay. All right. And it's helpful, right? I mean, you're in North Hollywood. Everybody and their brother is an actor out there.
No, yeah, your coach sessions definitely do help.
Good.
I did learn.
I mean, I'm sure the archive, I don't know if you're looking at the archives. I don't know what he's doing.
No,
Well, he also gets the live
I am
training.
trying to look at the archives more. I completed all the singing ones for Jody, and now I'm trying to look into just a little bit of everything.
Cool. Cool. And we'll go over this some more with you guys. How many of you are eager to learn all facets of the industry? Because that's kind of like Kai is learning now from somebody that went on tour with Josh Groban. She was just on my dinner party conversations the other night. She went on world tour with Cher, went on world tour with Trans-Siberian Orchestra, you know, so like having access to these amazing people, like Michael said, you know, so many people, I want to do a kick-ass self-tape. Great. We have one of the stars from The Walking Dead who did a whole entire series for us. How many of you guys would like to binge watch trainings that literally could change your complete trajectory of your future? Because Ryan, if there was a casting right now, how many of you guys feel like you would be ready right this second to do your slate, to do your monologue? How many of you guys would be ready?
You'd be surprised how many people think they know how to self-tape, and then when you get it, you're like,
Oh, no,
you don't
I
know
see
what
that.
you're doing.
I
You don't
see
know
that.
what you're doing, and your fantasies have gotten the best of you because this is
Well,
all
that's because
wrong.
they hold up their phone and they think like that's all they need, you know?
No, it's a lot more complex, but you'd be surprised. People, well, I ask people, you know, self-tape. Yeah, great. Here, do this, and they're like, and then they send it back, and I'm like, that's not right. That's completely wrong.
When you have people read sides, are you requiring them to memorize them or can they hold them?
No, they have to memorize them. They have to. Now, if there's a rare case of an emergency where a casting director is freaking out, it's Monday 9 o'clock, they want this by 5, and they recognize they made the mistake, then yes, it's fine if you hold the pages. But that has to be a rare occasion. 98% of the time you have to be off book, and that has to happen in 12 to 24 hours.
Okay. Ryan, have you ever had somebody like, whether it's with us or with anybody else, an overnight success, somebody without any training at all, and you submit them and they land a role? Has that ever happened?
No training at all? With modeling, yes. It happens often, actually.
Okay.
With acting, it's happened in the industry, but it really hasn't happened to me.
I've noticed lately, like the trend is
But
most
it's happened in the industry. Like perfect example, Rosario Dawson, Chloe Sevigny. These are all working actresses that you guys know now. But when they started with Larry Clark, they had no training, and he put them in a big indie movie that launched their careers in the 90s, and they had zero training. But he felt that there was something about them that was cute. So once they did that movie, then they got into training, because when that movie came out, it was a big indie hit, and they were expected to do other movies, and you can't wing it twice. You can only do it once. So they had to go into training in between shooting the movie and getting their next role, you know, et cetera, et cetera. So both of those ladies had zero training when they did that movie. And they were actually in the same movie, and he picked them both because he liked them both. But it happens. Edward Furlong, who was in Terminator 2 or 3 or whatever one, he had no training. He was obscurely picked by the casting director, and he had never done a job before. It happens throughout history, but it's not a good idea because you know, people tend to fizzle out after that. I mean, Rosario and Chloe are good examples where they didn't fizzle out. They're still working to this day. But most of those types of people fizzle out. Like the boy from Game of Thrones, the one who played Joffrey. He had never worked before. and it was the worst experience of his life, and he's no longer working, and he decided never to do this again because it sucked for him. He didn't like it, regardless of the fact it was a massive show. He hated it. So stuff like that happens more often than not. So it's up to the production. They can do whatever they want, but I'm saying it's really not the best idea to have zero training. You should really go into it knowing kind of what you're doing.
Now, you've lived in both New York City and LA. Why would somebody just up and move to LA with zero training, zero connections? Do you see a lot of people making this mistake, or?
Oh yeah, of course. Of course, the glamour, the weather, the idea of walking down the street and getting discovered, which is the funniest thing I've ever heard. The glamour of it. Also, people, yes, of course they move here all the time, unprepared, have no idea what they're doing. They forget that LA is massive size downtown, but now you have a 90-minute little production for you. So how are you getting there? So people don't think about these things. They just think about, oh my God, it's sunny and I'm going to meet, I'm going to see Leo at the cafe. So I'm getting on a plane. Like, no, you're not. So yes, it happens all the time. It has to be strategically planned and discussed for months, and there has to be a plan in place before you get on that plane.
All right, this is my last question of the night. How much has this business changed since the pandemic? And do you like the old way or the new way better as far as acting and modeling castings?
I mean, I'm on the fence. There's certain things about the new way that's cute. It's changed a lot. Obviously, the first thing that's changed is that in-person castings immediately ceased in March of 2020, which means you don't get the essence of the person. So they tried to replicate that by doing these calls, by doing these Zooms, which it's okay, but it's all right. But I personally prefer in person. There are certain vibes and certain just feelings and hand and body language. You said you did a body language thing this morning. There are certain things with body language that you cannot do on Zoom. So therefore, the in-person castings are important for that. In-person meetings, it doesn't even have to be a casting. It could be a meeting with an agent or a meeting with a producer. That's not a cast, but I need to see you in person, to see your tics and to see how weird you are. And I can't tell from Zoom. Everyone's on their best behavior on Zoom, but you can see things. You can see things in person that you can't see on Zoom. So that's the biggest change. The biggest change is these Zoom calls. I hadn't even heard of Zoom until Michael called me in March.
Had to train you on Zoom. Yeah.
I hadn't even heard of it. I didn't know what
I was excited about that, but.
But anyway, so that's the biggest change. The second biggest change is gives chances. The good thing is it's given chances over the country to people who couldn't afford to come to New York or LA and who have talent who can audition for things. So it's given those people opportunities. For people like me who've been in the industry for decades, it was definitely not cute. I did not like it. I've grown to accept it and deal with it, but I am happy that it's less and less and less. I'm getting less Zoom links. It's more like we need to see this person Tuesday at 12 o'clock. So I'm getting less and less and less Zoom links. So that's making me happy because at the end of the day, I really prefer to see people. And a lot of my friends prefer to see people, and the photographers prefer to see people. They don't want to do a casting online. So I mean,
on Zoom.
It's cute. It was cute because we needed it, but I will be happy to see it leave.
Yeah. Well, he thought Zoom was going to be it will be over in a week. We're now on what, year 3? But
I didn't say that. Did I say that?
But now that
did I say that?
Live primarily in New York or LA
Pretty
to
much
physically
did,
go into an office. But now that you don't physically have to live in New York or LA to physically go into an office, back then it was those were your competition. As much as I love Zoom, would you say it's easier or harder now because that one role is opened up to the world? Think about it.
Yeah, here's the thing with the benefits and the pros and the cons. Some
yeah.
of the pros are great for me, but bad for talent, and vice versa. Some of them are great for talent and annoying to me. So it's like everybody gets something out of this. It's just my list of what I'm getting out of this is shrinking. So that's basically what I meant.
Okay, so the moral of the story is let's not shrink, Colby.
Meaning, I just prefer in-person meetings. That's just, at the end of the day, that's all I care about.
But one thing that I want you guys to take away from this is you must have an agent or manager to get those real castings, because you can say until the day is long, oh, I can do this industry. Well, unless you have an agent or manager, there's nobody seeing you. Do you guys understand this? So regardless of how much money you spend on headshots, pictures, and classes, you're not getting those real castings or even the breakdowns without an agent submitting you. Got it?
Mm-hmm.
And no, I don't text people. So Gregory, just email me. Okay. Ryan, I thank you so much. Did you guys enjoy this? Let me know. Scale 1 to 10. Yes, no. Don't worry. Ryan will go in the hot seat again tomorrow. It's always fun. But you know, the one thing I kind of really want to stress to you is, and I get a lot, I know Deneen does, because you know, in truth management, we got people, oh my God, they want me to star in the next Marvel. And she's like, really? And it's based on just a headshot. Oh, did you, you know,
it's not,
how were you submitted? So like, we'll go over like the Screen Actors Guild and all that stuff tomorrow, because we're gonna have a big Hollywood agent on. But I hope this shows you.
And
like,
who is that?
Tanya.
Oh, okay, great.
But you know, I really, in order to really understand this business, like I want people to like, this is why we don't do a 2-hour call. It's immersive. Like we started off with the body language when we went into improv, and everything has led up to you now, Ryan. You are the finale, the fireworks. You are, because I think everybody wants an agent.
You're like
and that's
the Wizard
amazing.
of Oz.
But the question is, are you what an agent's looking for? So tomorrow we're going to do more of a deep dive. And today we cleared the forest. Tomorrow we build the fortress. Okay. Tomorrow we build. Regardless if you're brand new or you've been in this business.
With the wood you cut down from the forest.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Very nice, Ryan. I like that you added to her story. That's improv there, guys. That's improv.
I would love to see Ryan do improv. Next time we're in the city, we'll go do an open mic night. I'll get you some drinks. Who wants to do improv with Ryan? Ada, I know she's down. Mike Trash, he's down. Selling shirts out of like some kind of trunk. He'll bring the Tesla, right? You know it.
Do it. Awesome.
All right, Ryan. Well, you can.
All right. Well, I hope you guys had a good day with the speakers, and be here tomorrow so you can really benefit from it, and then get as much information as you can. And I know it's long, but sets are longer.
On set.
So.
They all want to be actors or models. Buck up, guys, because this is how the industry really works. It's hurry up, get there on time, and wait. For anybody here that's ever been on set, you and I both know that's how it works. Mike Trash is right hours in the makeup chair. This is how it works. So it's a test of endurance. Some of you made it to the end today. Congratulations, but there's always tomorrow. Okay.
Yes. Awesome. Well, Ryan Colby, thank you so much. Please be safe in the flooding and all of the craziness going on in California.
Yeah, I can show you this backyard. It's a hot mess.
You have your rain boots, Ryan.
Send me a picture.
You know what I do? I wore them last night at Walmart when I got my snack.
Live report from like the flood. So put your cute little rubber boots on.
I wore them last night when I went to Walmart for the flood. I had never worn them before, and I broke them out last night.
You went to Walmart for your gumdrops?
Yeah, galoshes.
I'm totally having gumdrops for you when you come here next. Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Ryan. That was amazing.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you so much. We'll see you tomorrow.
Okay, bye.
Bye.
All right, how awesome was that? I love the hot seats when Alicia and Ryan get together and they just go back and forth. I love that because you know what? Not only are you never know what to expect, especially coming from Ryan Colby. But hold on, he's not. Let's mute him.
But sometimes he goes so fast, like, oh, and then the casting director sends me sides. What is this side? You know what I mean? It's like first day of like med school. What is a kidney? Like, I need to know, like, in order to better help somebody, I need to elementary. I need step by step by step. How many of you guys want step by step by step? Or do you want me just to skip? Oh, here's my Oscar. Like, and I want you guys to reverse engineer this very quickly, Deneen, and I don't want to cut you off, but if you watch E! Entertainment or any of those award shows, next time you watch the red carpet, I want you to think about how the hell did that person get there? What agent did they have? What monologues did they use? How many classes did they take? Imagine trying to convince their friends and family they were going to be an actor or whatever it is. Think about like everything that they had to do to even get to that role. I mean, like, and I want you guys to yeah, I'd love seeing a good Versace or a good Gucci. I get it. But reverse engineer, because that's you. Because I don't want anybody here to be an overnight success. We got to plant the seeds today for a greater tomorrow. And, you know, there's so many ships in the night, Deneen, that are just going off on their own path. We see this. I've been to showcases. I've been to these agencies. Let me explain this to you. If you were signed to a real agent, they wouldn't be selling you showcases to meet other agents. That is like asinine. I'm just going to put it out there. Do you agree? So
Absolutely.
Ships in the night, if I can help you 1 degree and get to that safe place, a place that is going to reap rewards, you're not doing this on your own. This isn't like I'm going to go reinvent the wheel. You're going with a system that works with real people that are in the industry. And like Jeffrey Gurian said, he's a huge figure in this industry. He's one of the Friars of the Friars Comedy Club. That is like Jerry Seinfeld, you know, Dave Chappelle, like some of the biggest comedians of our time. Okay. That is a highly coveted, you know, environment. And he says, I'm here because I love you and I support you and I believe in what you do. So VIP Ignite, this is where it's at. So tomorrow is going to be a big day and I'm going to pass it over to Deneen. But I hope you guys got a lot out of today.
Yeah. On a scale of 1 to 10, how much did you guys learn today? How much did you change? Like, how many pages of notes did you guys take? I know Norman was like, I think like 15 pages, like after our third speaker, but how much did you change today? We promised you our goal was that by the end of the day, today and tomorrow, that if you played full out, that you will be a completely different person. We're literally giving you the tools, resources, and connections that you need. And here you are at the end of day 1. And I want you to, like, tonight, I want you to look back over the day. Not only do I want you to take a look at your notes, but I want you to think about, okay, what did I learn from each speaker that I can start applying today? Because, you know, again, you can accumulate knowledge and that's awesome. You could be that person who can spew fun facts at everyone, but until you're taking action, until you're taking dedicated action with the knowledge that you have, you're just spinning your wheels. So what I want you to think about is, what can I learn from Renee? What can I learn about body language? What am I going to apply from what I learned from Renee? Starting tonight, tomorrow, when I show up on Zoom, how am I going to show up and utilize what I learned? I want you to think about Mark Christopher Lawrence. He talked about training. He talked about stage presence. He talked about confidence. He talked about improv. What can you take from Mark Christopher Lawrence that you learned today and start applying immediately? Michael talked about what type of model do you qualify for? He talked about writing your own monologue. He talked about Model and Actor Cookbook. He literally taught you all of the ingredients that you need to build an acting career today. What are you going to do with the apples that you have in your hand? Are you just going to let them rot and just look at them? Or are you going to do something?
I love this. Sharita says, I've learned so much today. My thinking has shifted to move. Is this helping you get to the top of the mountain? Yes or no? With everybody you met today, Jeffrey Gurian, Renee, Michael Famkin, my gosh, all these, Mark Christopher and Lawrence, is this helping you get to the top of that mountain? Because some of you guys are just doing selfies at the bottom of the mountain, right? Where the mountain's the start. You want to conquer that damn thing. And that's really what this company is about.
Exactly. We want to get you to the top of the mountain, but you need to take action. You can have the equipment, you can have the training, you can have the guy. We could talk and talk and talk and talk and talk at you. Sherpa, whatever it is, we're now Sherpas, okay? Congratulations. But whatever it is, we can teach you all of these things, but what are you going to apply? That's what I want you to think about tonight as you get ready for tomorrow. So I do have a challenge for you. You should all be in the Facebook group by now. If not, if someone can share the link to the Facebook group, that would be amazing. Your first challenge is to start working on your monologue. Mike promised that if you do your monologue, perform it, put it into the group, he's actually going to review them. But we do have a deadline, which is Wednesday, March 1st. And for those of you that do your monologues by Wednesday, we like to incentivize people to create their own success. There's going to be a pretty awesome prize involved that we'll announce tomorrow. So make sure that you are working on your monologue tonight. That's laying the foundation. We talked about that. Ryan talked about that with Alicia. I heard them. They were talking about how if you know how to do all these things, learning how to write your monologue is going to be the basis. It's literally the foundation for your acting career, for your modeling career, even for your music career, because musicians, you're actors. Congratulations. If you didn't know that already, not only are you a model, now you are also an actor. Okay, so make sure you work on that. And then what I want you also to do is this. I want you to go into the Facebook group and I want you to let us know, what was your biggest takeaway from today? What was your biggest aha moment from today? And just so you know, I'm going to have Ryan Colby and Jeffrey Gurian, Mark Christopher Lawrence, Renee. I'm going to have all of them review your biggest takeaways because we're looking to work with people who take action. Okay, we're looking for people who'd like to take action. So with that being said, I like to give a hashtag for all of our challenge. And your hashtag is #ActionTaker. I hereby W action takers. So the hashtag, when we're looking through, #ActionTaker.
Well, everybody wants an agent on here, right? So if we're giving you a challenge, isn't that a pretty good first step to say, hey, you told me to do something and I did it, #ActionTaker.
What we do, putting the cherry on you taking action. How about that? All right. So tomorrow morning, we're going to start at 10:45 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Be here, be on time, be early. You know what I love most? When I click start at 10:45 and there are like 5 people that populate as quickly as I do. I love that. So start taking action. Yes, that is the group, Marjorie, to put that's where you put yes, hold on. They just posted it, Marjorie. Go up and find out where they posted it. So anyway, so tomorrow morning, we're going to start 10:45 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Let me give you an overview of what we're going to talk about tomorrow. We're going to talk about crushing the one obstacle that holds back most models and actors. How many of you want to crush obstacles to get to the top of that mountain? We're going to talk about how to succeed in Hollywood with tips from one of the biggest agents in Hollywood who is booking people on the hottest TV shows. This Is Us, The Walking Dead, Wednesday.
We're talking 6 figures, guys, for one episode. Is anybody here serious? 6 figures. Do you guys understand? That's a lot of money. So be here tomorrow. I mean, here you go. It's right there for you.
And here's a question I have for you to help push you over the edge of coming tomorrow. What would you do if you were able to earn 6 figures in one day? Think about that. Well, how would that change your life? How would that change your life if you had the opportunity to work with someone and you made 6 figures for one day of work? How much would that change your life? Do you think that learning from someone who is booking those types of roles might be something that could change your life in an instant? Be here tomorrow. We're going to have Ryan Colby go over the Model Garage. He's going to pick some of the talent here on as many as possible, as many as we can fit in an hour. He's going to go over with you and he's going to help you immediately. What can you do right now to start moving your career forward, to start getting to the top of the mountain? We're going to have one of the members of the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame here tomorrow. What? Talking about how to get cast for a music video and talking about his career. We're going to talk about becoming the change that the world needs tomorrow. Because we can all agree that the world needs some change. You have a story to tell, but the only way people are going to hear your story is by you taking this seriously, by you being an action taker. So guys, you want to be here tomorrow. Today was amazing. Today we set the foundation. Tomorrow's transformation day. Tomorrow's the day where you take everything you learned today, you start applying it, and then things change. Are you guys ready for that? I mean, if I could, we would just keep going right now, because I'm like, call all the speakers, let's do this now. But I know you guys need some rest. Plus you have some challenges to work on. So make sure you go and start working on your monologue. Make sure that you go into the group and let us know your biggest takeaways, your biggest aha moments, your light bulb moments. And please show up tomorrow looking like you had one too many shots of espresso from Starbucks, okay? I want you guys here, and I want the energy tomorrow to be electric. So do whatever you have to do to come here tomorrow with electric energy, ready to learn, because you know what? The energy you put out into the universe is what you're going to receive back. So I will see you guys tomorrow morning at 10:45 a.m. Eastern Standard Time right here. For now, have a great night, and I'll see you tomorrow. Bye, guys.
Bye, guys. How about rum shots? That's cool, Kim. I'm down.
That'll knock me on my butt. I'll be doing shots of
What
espresso.
about rum shots? Maybe vodka, tequila? I mean, whatever.
Whatever floats your boat.
Thank you, Diane.
Thank you, Diane. Thank you, Melissa, for being here today. Thank you, everyone.
I feel like
have
this is
a great night.
lunch.
Bye,
Hi,
guys.
Saba. Hi, Marianne. Hayden's playing with his little bus right now as we speak.
Aw.
We have the best talent. They like buy my kid toys. But I'll tell you what, it came in very handy when we were in Vegas. Kaden had a real great time as we're walking through the casinos. She's like, it's a pretty cool two-year-old. All right. Good night, everybody.
Guys.
See you tomorrow.
Have a great night. I'll see you
I
tomorrow.
can't wait to see all of your
Bye.
posts. Bye, guys.
Bye.
Great job. Bye.
Bye.